close in potentially on the both of them, depending on how things play out. In GT3, go down the order, of course, in the other class, it is Ferdy Roman who leads by 2 seconds over Mikhail Wozniak. So it's Iris number 7 leading Fringavond 444, I believe. So 444 has maintained its front row position, but the number 7 has jumped up. Zoltan Tolfik did start on pole, down in 4th behind Donat Deissner.
Oh, and hang on, it looks like we're having a challenge for the lead here.
Oh, sorry, did it cut away there? I apologise. Back to that lead battle if we can. So I was busy looking at the timing and not the actual position.
And the two leaders of Baconnier and Meunier will go in side by side for best part of 2 corners there. But it seems that Baconnier is managing to stay in front. Obviously, both the drivers in the lead here have been making their fair share of mistakes. So that's what's keeping Barclay in touch with these two.
There we go. Auto director turned off now, so we can focus completely on this battle, hopefully. Big apologies, by the way, for all the trouble earlier. It's just an unfortunate technical problem. Really working hard to fix it, and finally we have. Thankfully, because the race director got taken out of the race, and so
okay, drivers, code 80 in 10 seconds.
Oh, so there's been trouble somewhere.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80.
And interestingly, we see Valcognier and Barclay diving in for the pit lane, but Meunier's
Reminder: you must be in first gear under code 80.
Important for some of the newer teams and drivers competing to know that, of course. Again, the new teams are doing particularly well at the moment, or maybe they've dropped out much earlier. But I think PSB is the only new team with Skazbolik's Delhi. Molnar.
That's first gear, please. If you're not in first gear, you will receive a penalty.
Homewood laying down the law there. As
The
Molnar.
138 car.
So it's Fringavond. We're in trouble. That would be Tony Jansen, who's of course a new driver we've not seen before. So it's not surprising that they might not be familiar with the procedure. It would have been in the driver's briefing, so I would have thought Tony Jansen would have known that. Tony Jansen enters the pit lane as well.
Okay, code 80 ends in 10 seconds.
There we go, a short code 80 then, as the injured car made it back, I'm assuming.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
There we go, code 80 is over, and the race continues.
And we
go, finally, graphics updated.
We find Meunier out on his own, but obviously off strategy to the other 2 drivers that were surrounding him, so it'd be interested how things go for him.
Indeed. So Varconi emerged in second. I think he's only about 6.9, a short pit lane in Mugello. He's only 6.9 behind, of course, having pit under code 80. Into lifetime. That might be a bit.
Yeah, I'd wait, because obviously those two they came into the pit lane together, both Falcone and Barclay, and they're both together on track here.
Yeah, so the lifetime will take a bit of time to update, because obviously we haven't had that many sectors since code 80 ended. But all the top 6 apart from Moina hitting them. But here's Valconi. Barclay seems to have closed up on him. I wonder if Barclay might sense an opportunity here, potentially get up into second place, or once Muller pits the lead.
It's going to be interesting now that these 2 are on a different strategy with that code 80. Slipstream, big help down this start-finish straight of Mugello, not close enough for a move into San Donato. However, there is a GT3 car in the way. Oh, and they're going both around the outside.
Oh, Varconi was on the grass there. But look, there we go. Barclay around the outside again. Oh, and I think he might just have the run on him here.
Yes, but then he's going to have the inside again for the next corner, but Arconia not letting go. I said he'd been putting up a robust defense, and now downhill, and it's still
Hogging the middle of the road, really, isn't he?
Has anyone told him that we still got best part of
7.5 hours.
yeah.
Yeah, it's in the words of Lewis Hamilton, it's a marathon, not a sprint. Although he might be eating those words today.
Hopefully there's no brake magic this time.
Yeah, I think Varconi was just about able to hold on there, but that'll be a bit frustrating for Butler's Pankovic pits for Reading Game Studios.
So, just looking at the gap, so Munia has got I think that was a 23 second advantage over these two.
Meanwhile,
Oh!
Jesus Christ! What was that? That was a GD car going off track, wasn't it?
Yeah, it looked to be I think that looked to be one of the black Ferraris.
That might have been a Royal Racing Charlie or Royal Racing Bravo. Marvin Gummich is right at the back at the moment, I think. Taken over from Jerry Luring somewhere. But that was a very dramatic moment there as Freddy Ruman was holding off Mikhail Wozniak for the lead in. There we go, there's Gummich. I think it might have been him there. Or is he still going? It might have been the sister Royal Racing car.
I believe it was this one that we got on the screen now that we saw going off.
Yeah, so they're right at the back of those still running, with Chris Tompkins unfortunately already at the race for Ultimate Motorsports. So, now lucky escape there for Marvin Gummich to not hit anyone.
Yeah, I somehow managed to thread the island needle and slide between the two passing cars and not make contact with anyone else. That was, amazing that somehow managed to pull off. As we see the number 95 off at the moment. That's...
Yeah, there we go. That's Zoltan Hives, of course. I got Varconi and Hives mixed up because they're the same first name for a moment there. but yeah, Zoltan Hives off in 4th place and not the start of the race they needed. Riley McKibben, interestingly, is set a purple first sector in the 87, which has had a difficult start. It's down in 11th behind Pankovic. I believe they may have hit under code 80.
And Stan Valestra putting in a personal best last time round, 1:36.5. So everyone else running, although...
and a purple final sector for Nico Barkley as he chases Varconi. Here is Ferdy Roman, still holding on to the lead in GD3 from Wozniak, but to the tune of 1.5 seconds. Looking good for them.
Varconi setting the fastest lap, I believe, on the last... not on the last lap, but he has currently got the fastest lap. So they're starting to run now.
Oh,
in the
Gummich off track
134s.
again. Well, continues. Marconi. Certainly trying to recover and catch back up to Mollner. The gap between them 23.4 seconds. So Mollner, I think, could not pit and come out ahead because the pit stop at Mugello is at least 25 seconds, and that's not including fuel and stuff. They want to change drivers, so yeah, I guess. Gummich continues to make sandcastles. Downforce radio parlance. Everyone needs to say when someone goes off track with making sandcastles. So Mollner pits actually from the lead, so this is absolutely a key. If Varconi circulates, he's going to take the lead here, I believe.
Yeah.
There we go.
He's going to be a fair bit behind the other two. However, now he's stayed out, some
5 or 6 laps at least?
Yeah. Let's see on the... So, yeah, he stayed out about 4 laps longer than the other two.
But Zoltan Hives has also got through as well, more than that still being serviced. So this is a longer pit stop. They're definitely putting more fuel on. Don't think they changed drivers. Milner has gotten away again. How far behind is Felix Newberger in 5th position? Bobbing. There he is. This is actually going to be quite close between the two. But
Looks like
Newberger takes 4th.
Yeah, Newberger's through. But staying out those extra 4 laps could potentially play dividends towards the end of the race, strategy-wise. Obviously, you know.
And of course, he's going to have much fresher tyres right now. Although he has got a bit of traffic right ahead of him as the. I think that's Emily Callison in the Iris car just getting out of the way as Lorna has to go around the outside of the Evo Motorsports machine in GD class. I believe those two are fighting for position, but Callison's got the faster machine underneath her, so she should be able to make it through, and indeed she does. Meanwhile, Nico Barkley still half a second. The rear is behind Varconi, just still keeping in touch. But it is very nipped. I think this race is looking set to go either one of 3 ways between Moyna, Barkley and Varconi, but Hives and Newberger could get DEAC hackers and Bottling Motorsport into play if they play their cards right. But we'll have to see how the race develops as fastest middle sector on new tyres for Loic Moyna.
Yeah, so obviously cracking on there. Now, obviously, we want to see Barkley, who he's keeping just about in touch, although they're having to negotiate these GT3 cars.
Barkley being very aggressive through the traffic there. Let's hope that doesn't backfire later on.
Oh, got it all wrong coming into the downhill S's.
Yeah, and that's going to let Falcone just get a little bit more breathing space. His gap is up to a second now. Meanwhile, here's Moyna. There's a purple middle sector, a pretty decent time last time around. That was at 1:41, and that's considering he came out of the pits as well. But he's got Newberger, he's rapidly closing in upon. I think thinks Newberger might have to try some defensive maneuvers, not too distant future. But the interesting battles on track. Sam Valestra, who started at the very back of the field, has got up to 9th and is challenging the number 20 with Gergo below. There they are. A little bit further apart than I thought they were going to be. So the live timing just... But Valestra trying to keep the Mugen car honest. And big chance to... the really embarrassed number 20, because last time out it was the 21 that had a bit of a horror show, and the 20 romped to victory really, and a close fight against it was the Burn Horizon 85 car, I think, which ended up finishing 4th in the end. But it was a very closely fought contest that 20 came on top of. Now it seems the Mugens have swapped around who's having a bad race. It seems to fluctuate from race to race, which is makes for an interesting championship, certainly.
Mounier setting the fastest lap of the race.
There we go. Yeah, 1:33.9. So, Loic Moyna really setting the timing screen alight, and Felix Newberger is going to have a real problem in his rearview mirrors in a second, isn't he? Yeah.
Yeah. Obviously, gap down to 2nd and half. And up front still, Barkley keeping Bocconi honest, because there's still a second between them.
It's really crucial for Loic Moyna to clear Felix Newberger here as soon as possible, because if he ends up being stuck, bottled up, if you're behind the Bottling Motorsports number 28 car as it negotiates lap traffic, GD class, and Loic Moyna just bumps into the back of what looks like one of the GD Ferraris, but does get out of the way, and that's not going to help him too much. Thankfully, Felix Newberger was a little bit delayed himself, I think, so it's kind of evened itself out. But if he gets bottled up behind, then that could allow Varconi, in particular, to pull away, and that could really hurt Loic Moyna's strategy here.
Yes, indeed. I think may not get him this lap, but next lap it's going to be a slipstream into turn 1, I think, at the rate that he's catching. And
also, we should point out there have been another retirement in recent history. Philip Weinbricht in Royal Racing Bravo, number 93, has retired. We did see that car driven by Jerry Leering and someone else as well, just in the gravel. So it seems that the damage was too great, and they decided to call their day quite early. So we're down to 20 cars then.
Definitely, as we kind of expected, very narrow, tight circuit. You're going to expect some form of attrition, because that's just the nature of the circuit. You've got a lot of cars of different speeds. There's going to be contact, as we see Newberger getting held up there by one of the GT cars, and that allows Monia onto the back of him. So I think that the pass is definitely going to be on.
Yeah, I think that was another one of the GT Ferraris there with the black and gold kind of livery. It might have been the Roll Racing Charlie car, I believe, is still running in. Oh, where are they? Oh, actually, they might not even be in the race. But Bravo is certainly out. But there we go. As Moina continues to close in, and there's a McLaren up ahead, bright orange car. So that is definitely going to present another opportunity for Moina.
Is he close enough? Is he close enough to make a move into San Donato? He's closing as they come over the crest through the kink.
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
Not quite close enough.
He's going to benefit a little bit from the slipstream though, but I don't think he's going to quite be able to dive on at the inside this time, unless he wants to do something brave around the outside. Like Miller's got the tyres on the grip to try something. Going to wait for a better opportunity next time around. I think he is. Here we go.
The front end of that car seems to be a lot more confident. He seems to be able to put that car in, as obviously he's on the slightly fresher tyres, but he's able to turn that car and it just sticks straight to the apex, where it seems Newberger isn't able to do that quite.
Yeah, Burn Horizon have really been quite a revelation in this round and the previous round at Portimao. They were really able to impress, as indeed were the French team, GT3 Racing, that led quite a lot in Portimao. Because I don't think GT3 Racing are competing here, because I didn't see them anywhere. But I have to keep track of who's in this race and who isn't. But oh, there we go, just narrowly. They both get around the McLaren there.
Yeah,
I think that might have been a Ferrari actually. Oh, no, it is a McLaren.
It means Mooney is now taking the lead as they come through the S's. Or taken, he's now taken 4th place off of Newberger.
Yeah, there we go. I'm a bit behind, so I'm just watching this. But there we go. He just timed it around the outside of the chicane there, and nothing really. Thinks Newberger found himself boxed in there. So great driving by Mona to take advantage of that situation.
It didn't take it. It took Newberger up until coming onto the start-finish straight to be able to pass what looked to be one of the Mugen McLarens.
I would love to show you a replay of that, but unfortunately, I've had so many issues that I'm sort of at the point where it's probably not worth trying to do a replay, because then we'd just be behind for the rest of the race. But anyway, that is Lloyd Mona up to 4th, as you say, Brian. They're free to chase after Hives, Sultan Hives, a few seconds up the road. How far ahead is Sultan Hives?
Hives is shown as 49 seconds. However,
I don't think it's quite that. I think it would be about 20, 15 seconds.
And he is lapping about a second a lap quicker than Hives as well.
Yeah, there we go. There's Hives, and there is Mona. So he's about straight in the corner ahead. So yeah, about 15-20 seconds. That gap may be closing as we continue. Meanwhile, Nico Barkley, as we go. Delhi for some reason. There he is. There's the gap between the lead pair. Marconi has started to pull out 1.5 seconds and kept that gap fairly consistent. Good thing there's not DRS, because I think Marconi would be a bit worried if there was, but there isn't. So the threat will be purely from any mistakes Marconi makes that will allow Barkley to close in again. So we look at Vasica down in 18th, just circulating and trying to get out of the way of Newberger.
They've been on these tyres for about 10 laps now, and I'm quite surprised. We were obviously expecting Varconi to pull out the gap, but it's been 10 laps, and the gap's still he's only pulled out best part of a second over the course of 10 laps, as they were about half a second away from each other when they came out the pits.
And I did say earlier that Philip Weinbrecht had retired for Raw Racing Bravo 93, but there we just saw him out on track continuing. So actually it continues the race for them. Meanwhile, Gogo Below has pulled away from Stan Balestra to the tune of 30 seconds and is now right behind Ruben Giebfried, as we can see on screen. So Raw Racing Alpha is the next target for Gogo Below, and Below we've seen he's done some races for the GD team, but also in the LM-P2s team. He's a very versatile driver for Mugen. And here he is really challenging that Raw Racing Alpha number 94. Showing much better pace, I think, so we'll see if he can make a move somewhere. Racing Alpha, this looks a little bit tentative. Below looks like he's going to make a move on Ruben Giebfried any moment now. 95 on screen, but that's DAC Hacker's number. I think it's been a problem all season. The Raw Racing Alpha have used the same number, but officially in the entry list they're supposed to use the number 94. I think we just never updated the graphics because apparently it wasn't that important. I think they didn't think Raw Racing Alpha would do that many rounds this season, but they do keep turning up. Not always finishing races, but they keep turning up. Below, looking very aggressive now with that traffic just up ahead from GD3. I think Below might fancy diving up the inside. Oh, did you see that? Looked like a little slide there as they approached the chicane.
Yeah, it's going into the final corner, managing to negotiate the back markers, and he's definitely going to, once he's got past that McLaren, he's going to have a slipstream down the start-finish straight, but is it going to be enough as they come over the crest, through the kink, and downhill braking into turn 1, and yes, not just quite close enough. He needed a little bit more straight until the overtake was on, so potentially another lap to wait for him.
Caution drivers, stopped car at the second Arrabbiata.
Oh, so that's obviously the second part of Arrabbiata with that long right-hander. That's exactly where Lance Stroll crashed in the real-life race last year here. So I had a bit of I think he had a puncture about it.
Yeah.
So I have to see who that is. I know Weinbrecht has got going again. Definitely still circulating those, so it must be someone else who's hit. Oh, there we go. Whoever it was, the danger is cleared. Oh, there's Weinbrecht. So actually it may in fact have been him. Big trouble. And he returns to the pit lane.
Back in pit lane for Weinbrecht.
Yeah, there we go. So that was a short-lived return to the race, unfortunately.
And it's a real shame to be having these problems so early into the race, because obviously the drivers, they spend a lot of time, a lot of hours practicing the circuit and sorting out their pit strategies, and for it to all be, well, in Chris Tompkins' case, over within 2 laps, it's a bit of disappointment for the teams. As
Below, still in the slipstream, on the main straight, heading into lap 33, sorry.
Yeah, it doesn't look to be close again. In fact, it seems like he's actually dropped. Although he seems an absolute monster on the brakes going into San Donato, but it seemed like he actually dropped a couple of car lengths that past
Yeah, I
lap.
don't think he got a great run out the last corner, unfortunately. Go below. But surely it is still just a matter of time. I think Ruben Giebfried doing the best he can to hold him off. Sooner or later, number 20 is going to try and make a move, and I'm not sure there'll be much that Raw Racing Alpha can do about it.
Through Cavone, and he was looking at the inside coming out of Cavone. It's not a normal overtaking position. If you're on a motorcycle, maybe.
Yeah, I think I've seen you saw this. Bizarrely, managing the stream means it keeps lagging for me because my connection doesn't seem to be great today. So, must be the heat. But yeah, go below. Trying some unconventional places to get past Raw Racing Alpha number 94 of Ruben Giebfried.
He's taking the tighter line through the Canetio.
Doing very well to remember all the names of these corners. I remember Arrabbiata, and that's about it. So, now San Donato, the first corner. Oh, here we go. A lot of traffic up ahead. this could be the opportunity that Gogo Below is looking for, but of course he's got to negotiate it too.
Yeah, and well, they're basically slaloming past those GT3 cars down the start-finish straight.
Exactly, they may as well be cones. They've got to go. Oh, and 30 is that 30 Roman, the class-leading Iris number 7, just getting on the inside and halting Gogo Below's progress there. Could be annoying.
It just seems that Below he's taken some of the tighter lines where it seems that Geepfried he likes to take some of the wider exits, which gives him a good run out of the corners. And here is Below having another look through Cavone.
Also, a very close battle between Mikhail Wozniak and Ferdy Roman. I think Donut Dyson not too far behind either. Oh no, about 16 seconds behind. As it looked like Below did finally make the move there. A little bit of gravel being kicked up, but not quite able to pull it off.
It seems coming into this Corental corner, although Below has a slight lockup, so they both run slightly wide. Although it seems Geepfried likes to take that wide mid corner to try and get a better run out. And then they come into Bacchini, which is the final corner. It just seems like that Mugen car likes to be able to tuck the nose in as they come back onto the start-finish straight. However, once again, we see that the Mugen car has lost a couple car lengths coming onto the start-finish straight.
And interestingly, Zoltan Balconi has pulled out 2.5 seconds over Nico Barkley in the lead of LMP2. So, definitely looking like Balconi to stretch his legs a bit. But of course, Lloyd Milner on the different strategy is about 30 seconds down, I think, on less than 30 seconds actually, behind Varconi. So he's still definitely in play. Have to get to pit later than those around him. Hello, continuing to hassle as you're in the middle in sector 2.
It just seems that he loves this first sector. As again, he has a look coming out of Cavone, and once again the door is well and truly slammed shut. He's now, but by doing that, it then puts him on the back foot coming into this final sector. And the final sector is probably the most important sector because it means that you need to be as close as possible coming out that final corner to then get the best slipstream into turn 1. But he's managed to make back a couple car lengths.
Yeah, I think that's the problem for Gogo Below, is that it's not the easiest circuit to overtake on, especially with these LMP2 cars, it must be said, which have so much downforce and grip, more importantly. But Gogo Below will see his teammate leading the race, looking to win the championship while he's stuck down in 8th. And this is really just having a knock-on effect through his race and on the championship.
It looks to be slightly closer coming out of Bacchini this time. Whether or not that is close enough as they once again come over the crest into San Donato, but still not quite close enough, but he monsters it into the brakes, nearly sniffs the back end as they come up through this first section. And obviously, like we said, he is absolutely monstering this first sector, but then loses it a bit during the second.
Yeah, it definitely seems like the real racing outfit isn't as strong through the more tighter chicanes, basically. On all the fast flowing stuff, it's able to just about pull away. Oh, as we see it almost get it wrong there, but just about hold onto the road. Got another GD car up ahead. That potentially presents yet another opportunity. That is the flip side of this track, of it being so narrow.
Yes, although always slightly stuck up behind the GT3 car as they go through Scarpa. So that's cost him a couple car lengths. Can he make that back up? Because the thing is, this chicane here that they come into, it can win and lose you a lot of time. You need to carry a lot of momentum for it, but if you carry too much, then the car starts to slip and slide a bit.
It's all about setting up the next corner, isn't it?
Yes. And yeah, as kind of expected, he's lost a little bit of the toe but with the pace that he's had in the first sector, it wouldn't surprise me if he's right on the back end coming into the second sector.
Oh, was that Neuberger and Milner fighting for position there? I think Luke Milner may have made a mistake in the final sector. Fortunately, because we were watching this battle, we may have missed that. There we go. Oh, it might have been a timing screen error. Yeah, there's Milner, who was closing to about 9 seconds.
I think he's got a problem, actually. If he's being overtaken by a GT3 car, so he looks to have a problem, does Neuberger.
Oh, it's Neuberger in trouble. Okay. That was a bit weird because it did show him briefly ahead of Milner on the timing screen. Yeah, there we go. Tommy Jansen in the 138 Ring of Honor car has got by Neuberger, so there must be some kind of damage.
Oh, and he's lost it coming out of, straight lined it coming out of that final chicane and gone straight into the barriers. So
yeah, that thing was not turning. So I'm not sure why Neuberger doesn't decide to go to the pits there, because something was clearly wrong. It's either with the car itself or perhaps with his steering wheel. There we go. He bolts for the pits. Really the only option there, but that is really quite fatal to Baldwin Motorsport's chances of winning this race. Already the first hour almost complete, they hit trouble, and this puts Bond into fifth.
Back again, and it looks a lot closer this time. Is he having a sniff up the inside? No.
Because this becomes a battle for sixth now, doesn't it?
Yep. So Giefried stays ahead of the of below in the Mugen car, who's all over the back and has been for many laps now.
I have to see where Felix Neuberger emerges. Hopefully the damage can be fixed and it can continue in the races. Oh dear. And round the outside goes go below.
He's trying, but no, still no.
That was almost a Mick Hakkinen into Lecum kind of move. But I think he was going the other way around, whereas Hakkinen went for the inside. There we go. First hour completed.
He's definitely taking liberties now. He really wants to be passed.
Gogo Below really sniffs the chance at sixth place here. This is by far, I think, the closest battle on the track. As Neuberger remains in the pits. I think Ryan McKibben is now in the top 10. And about 4 seconds behind Pavel Pankovic. That could be quite close. Later stages of the race. Nico Barkley, meanwhile, remains 3 seconds behind Arkane, so the gap's still fairly stable. Oh, but meanwhile, the other Mugen, looking very aggressive here.
Below, but the problem about Below is he seems to take good entry speed in mid-corner, and then by taking that tighter line through the final corner, he just loses momentum coming out of the corner, because as he gets closer again, because Giefried takes that wider exit and gets on the power a lot earlier and is able to get a good drive out the final corner, so he loses about a car length or two.
Do you think this is Below taking loads of qualifying lines, maybe? Work over a single lap, but not when you're stuck behind someone?
Yeah, I think Below, he's just trying to see if he keeps the car planted to the apex and hope that Giefried makes a slight mistake, then that's basically him up the inside. I think that's what he's trying to go for. But then by doing that, it's costing him onto the start-finish straight. He's losing about a car length or two, and then by the time we're back into turn one, he's managed to slipstream that distance back, and it's back to square one.
Felix Neuberg still in the pits, I believe, so Emily Callison might have a chance of making up the lap behind that she is to the rest of the LM-P2 field in RS86. It's good news for her. Fight for it. And she has finally cleared all of the GT3 field. She's still led by 30 Roman, who is 8 tenths ahead of Mikhail Wozniak. So Wozniak has really been trailing GT3. That could be a really interesting battle if we get bored of this Below and GT3 stalemate, basically.
It's a stalemate, but it's been a very entertaining stalemate because there's been just about everything going on apart from a pass.
We could very briefly. That was just a bit of a wide line from the racing alpha there.
That's definitely a wide line there as he goes onto the grass.
Oh yeah, that's below. Yes.
Below.
Really pushing to get past and losing a little bit of ground in the process. Let's have a look at how Wozniak is doing. He's been chasing Ruman pretty much since the beginning, as far as I could tell. Obviously, we missed the very, very start of the race, unfortunately. But Wozniak has been really impressive in the 444 car. And I don't think Ring of On have a podium to their name yet. This is the best I've seen them running all season. So I don't think they have a podium in either class. Unfortunately, the best result I remember them getting was, I think, a 5th or 6th at Daytona. It was a very good drive. I think very strong in the closing stages that race in the LM-P2 squad. Wozniak putting Roman under some pressure, and they've well and truly dropped Donut Deissner, who's now 20 seconds or so behind them. Lodge still challenging Giefried up front, a little bit closer than Wozniak is, admittedly.
Yeah, and still looking to be the stalemate, although Giefried just moving slightly to break the toe down the start-finish straight, and once again.
He's certainly, Giefried certainly seems to be responding quite well to this pressure. I'm surprised he's held on for as long as he has, in all honesty.
Well, that's also one thing that if you're able to be as defensive as this, obviously a lot of drivers they like to be in the backseat. They want to be the hunter rather than the person being hunted. But sometimes if you actually do a good solid job of defending, you can actually unsettle the hunter as such, and they start to become frustrated and make a few rash decisions, which we have been seeing a little bit. And due to a back marker, we now see the below go up through past Giefried.
Oh, there we go.
Funny enough, the back marker was a Mugen GT3 car, so I wonder if there was a bit of team tactics going on there.
Yeah, there we go. So Below had that one moment that he'd been waiting for 20 laps or so, and took advantage. Well, good opportunism from Gregor Below, but Giefried will be disappointed to be knocked down to 7th as a result of that. Yeah, would have been the 888 of Deissner, perhaps. I haven't seen much of the 80 yet, as Wozniak and Ruman enter the pits in GT3.
Wonder how this is going to go in terms of the GT3 battle, because
and there's Newberger, who's got back out in 11th, so he did actually get out in front of RS86 because they changed drivers. Alessandro Valente takes the wheel from Emily Callison.
And Deissner as well in the 888 car is also into
the top 3 all pitting. Wesley Bukow is about 39 seconds behind, might be able to take advantage and take the lead briefly in the 35. All those cars, apart from the 44, all those cars are sort of fighting for the championship in GT3. I don't think I saw the 88 start the race, which is very peculiar, considering maybe they think they're so far ahead in the championship they can afford to miss this one because there's less points on offer for the 8 hours. I don't know.
Interestingly, 4th place Loic Munier is closed down on Hives to 7.4 seconds. Obviously, when we looked earlier, it was a 20-second advantage, and as we said, it's that gap's coming down quite nicely.
Okay, so 30 Roman maintains the lead from Wozniak. The Bukow is now ahead of Donut Deissner in the Mugen. So Mugen, I think this might be the least impressive Mugen race in GT3 at least, because they've only got one car, and it's really been struggling in 3rd and might potentially have trouble from Wesley Bukow now. I think Bukow can do a different strategy. There we go, Wozniak maintaining close gap that he had to the Iris of 30 Roman. Iris have not won in GT3, I don't think, so far this season. So this could be their best chance yet of taking a victory. But it's Ring of On of all teams. Looks to take that away. We know Michael Wozniak has had some impressive drives in the past, some podiums, or he's at least fought with some podiums. I can't remember which race he finished on the podium, but I guarantee he was on it at some point or other. Very quick driver. So 30 Roman has got his work cut out in this stint.
Indeed, and it seems that the Iris
look at this, as there's a penalty for Alessandro Valente. Having just gotten on board Iris 86. Is that the car that's just going through past Wozniak now in the LM-P2 car? But that might be the 87 actually. But there we go. It is looking very tight as Wozniak continues to trail Roman and is well in the slipstream now.
A gaggle of cars suddenly come shooting into turn one. We see the one of the LM-P2 cars hustling.
That looks like a Ring of On. That must be Connie Jansen. 5th place, of course.
Getting muscled off, and yeah, that's one of the major problems, obviously, with the battling in the GT3 is you can get yourself locked into a battle and all of a sudden be absolutely jumped on by some very fast-moving LM-P2 cars.
Hey, the thing is, these GT3s do not want to just slow down and let them by, because that could really disadvantage them in their battles with each other. As Nico Barclay.
The lead 2 are actually both in at the moment, and
lead
so
3.
is Hives.
Hives, yes. So Moyna is going to retake the lead now, I believe. There we go.
And then we should expect to see him continue for about 4 laps, and then we might, depending on how well he has been doing on fuel and tyres.
If there is a code 80 later on, that could really help Lloyd Milner. If it happens after the others have pit, because then he can pit and spend a bit less. Well, not spend less time, but he'll get essentially a free pit stop. As Newberger surprisingly sets the fastest final sector of the race, as Pankovic also enters the pits in Reading Game Studios number 72. What an eventful first hour, both on track and here in the commentary box. Fortunately, we missed a large section of the first hour, but we did see some great action and a very interesting battle for the lead that the rest of the race is really set up for, I think. Hives exits the pit lane.
And it'd be interesting to see what the gap is once everyone's completed their first lap, to see what the gap is from at the front, because it will be interesting.
Because now Varconi has got to make hay and close on Milner, so he's got the maximum gap possible when Milner hits in a few laps' time.
But it should be roughly based off of the last stint. It should be in about 4 laps' time. We should see look in.
It's saying 36, about 35, 36 seconds to the leader from Varconi, so that is the gap then. Definitely think that's less than a pit stop, so Moyna has done a good job. He's kept the gap about the same, I think, than it was when he originally pit. So he didn't get held up for too long behind Felix Newberger, of course, is now near the back, of course, after his own issue.
Yeah, so the gap's 33 seconds, and Barclay actually putting in a personal best middle sector and a fastest final sector.
Yeah, the final sector is where they keep getting quicker and quicker. Could this be the fuel wearing off, the track rubbering in, the tyres being used really well? As Gazbolik Erdeli has a bit of an excursion off track in the 753 machine. So that's the new boys, isn't it? As Connie Jansen also pits and relinquishes 4th place to Hives. 30 Roman, as Griebfried also pits from 6th position, as I think Gogo below hit with the others. So below should be able to jump Guthrie. Is Riley McKibben in RS87 going to pit? That will be interesting. If he can stay out a few more laps. Not too sure he can. Book out to let the Reading Games Studios car through as he continues on in third place. What's the gap between Bukout and Donat Deissner? It is 11 seconds. The gap between Wozniak and Ruman in the lead in GT3 is 1.4. So Ruman has held on pretty well and has been able to breach the gap a bit. There's McKibben in the pits, so there's our answer.
And below up into fifth now.
Yeah, there we go. Pascal Egger gets on board Ring of Bond 138. That's the first time in a while we've seen Pascal Egger in the LM-P2 car. So that's good to see. Lucas Bewald gets on board Raw Racing Alpha number 94. And I think Ryan McKibben is probably staying in Iris 87. So, but yeah, the strategy working out quite well for Mugen at the present moment for the number 20.
And second, third, and fourth all setting personal best lap times on their first flying lap.
Yeah, my throat is really starting to get a bit tired now, surprisingly. So I'm actually thinking I might take a break, have a coffee or something, because it's just been exhausting first hour in my opinion. But there we go. Zoltan Toff, the pole setter, falling down to fifth. Unfortunately, it's not gone to plan for the Dream team. Dream, it's not turned into a nightmare. It's more of a middling kind of dream, I guess. One of those dreams where you get offered a trophy for best employee, but then it gets given to someone else, and you get like second place or something. It's one of those kind of dreams. It's sort of average dream.
And based on my calculations, we should be seeing like our leader at the end of this lap, I think.
Yeah, well, let's watch and see what the gap is when he comes out, because Valkeni has closed about 5 seconds on him. There we go. Oh, is that Adeli in the pit? Sorry. There we go. Moynihan negotiates the track mate. And could be, as you say, Ryan, heading towards the pit lane.
Well, I'm only basing that because the drivers behind have been doing 24 laps a stint, and at the moment, our leader is currently on their has completed 23 laps on their current tyres. So, based off of everyone else, they should be coming in about now. And yes, he does.
Yeah, there we go. So that's going to mean Balcony retakes the lead, I'm assuming. Trying to improve my connection because I am so far behind, even though I'm using Parsec on the computer that's actually streaming. So it's really annoying that I may as well just watch through Discord at this rate if it's like so. But I've just got such a bloody complicated setup where I've got like fucking 6 screens or something ridiculous like that. As Ryan McKibben sets fastest first sector of the race. And there we go. So Moina drops to second. I think he will lose position to Barclay now too. But he should be ahead of Hives. Of course, 61 seconds down. The problem is, what I would usually do for breaks is wait for a code 80, and hopefully, usually the lap would be sort of quite long, and I'd have enough time to like get downstairs and make a coffee or something. But because it's a short lap, the code 80s don't tend to be so long here in Mugello. So.
We haven't. I think we've only had the one code 80 as well, haven't we?
I think there was one at the start as well for the incident that took out Chris Hopkins. And then there was another one later on.
I couldn't tell if that ended up being a code 80 or if that was just a warning that there was a slow car, because obviously the whole pack was very bunched together at that point. But Yes, it seems in the recent races we haven't had that much in terms of Code 80. I remember earlier races like at Daytona, it felt like we're having Code 80s every other lap at one point in Daytona.
Yeah.
But
And I believe Stan Valestra has continued his climb up the order in the number 33 Valley Esports machine. He's got past Pavel Pankovic. So this is the guy started right at the back in 12th and last in the LM-P2 field. And it's slowly but surely making its way up the order. Next target, Ruben Giedfried. Oh no, it's Lucas Bewald, sorry.
Bewald,
He's taken
yeah.
over Alpha number 94. Whoa! Pavel Pankovic's in even more trouble now as he spins off. Luckily avoid that was out at the final chicane.
I suddenly forgot which corner that is. That is one of the that is just coming into the final sector.
Yeah, it would have been that little chicane then. Sorry, I forget.
So it would be what was it? Scarperia. That's it.
Yeah, and certainly the rear scarpering at that corner for Pavel Pankovic, but he continues, and I wonder if they might think about changing tyres soon, because Reading Game are struggling.
He's not dived for the pits though, because he was very. The camera kind of cut away.
And now McKibben is closing on him in the IRS-87 machine, so I wonder if Riley might fancy a dive. He gets close enough to Pavel. That could be an interesting banner to keep tabs on.
Interesting. Munier is now under 4 seconds, or just under.
Yeah, so he did come out behind Zoltan Ives for the EAC Hackers, of course. But he is closing rapidly.
Still,
on that.
Yes, very, very impressive considering before the pit stop window began, it was roughly 7 to 8 seconds. So he's made up time, and it looks like potentially looking at his lap times, although their last lap times are basically, or his last lap time was an out lap, so it'd be interesting to see what he does on his first flying lap.
Yeah, for me, what's going to decide this in terms of strategy between Barconi, Barclay, and Molina is, or indeed Hives, we can get into into play, is when the code 80s fall. Because if it falls, say now, or like in the middle of the stint when Barconi's ahead, then him and Barclay can hit, and that sort of negates Molina's advantage a little bit. But if Molina can hit when he's ahead, then it's going to play completely into his hands, because you saw he had that 30-second gap. As look, McKibben all over the back of Pavel Pankovic now as they go around the outside of the Ferrari.
And McKibben has the slipstream as he coming into San Donato, and he's closing very quickly. He's going out the inside. That seems like taking candy from a baby, that into turn 1. But saying that, he gets it slightly crossed up and not stopped in time. They're going side by side up the hill, still side by side. Is he going to muscle him off as they come down into the second chicane? He's going to have the outside, and he still keeps the inside for the next part. He gets the back end out slightly, which slightly pushes off Pankovic.
Yeah, Pankovic's doing well to keep his foot in there, actually. But,
and yep, it's very close wheel-to-wheel racing there, although not 100% in control.
Yeah, I think McKibben just about held on to that one then. But my connection was really slow, so I was judging by what you were saying, Ryan, to decide the camera angles there. But anyway, that's a place gained into top 9 for Riley McKibben, of course, through to chase Stan Valestra. But it is big battle. Moina now right behind Hives as well.
Yes, and up the inside. Oh, and they touch ever so slightly going into San Donato.
There we go. He'd been closing on him for several laps, but Moina taking his opportunity there, but not quite far enough alongside. Did Zoltan squeeze him there, do you reckon?
I'm not quite sure. It kind of we just cut to it midway as the move was going on, so it's
Yeah, I thought he was a little bit over defensive there from Zoltan, but maybe he might argue that Loic wasn't far alongside enough. Far enough alongside. Sorry. I don't know why I changed the syntax there.
But he's still right on the back, and he's just got to be in this final sector. He's just got to be patient in this final section.
Yeah, he's got much fresher tyres than the DEAC Hackers car. So it really feels like it's only a matter of time before Burn Horizon burns their way back onto the podium.
Let's just hope he doesn't burn through his tyres in the process.
Indeed, yeah, because while this is happening, Barconi is sort of thinking, right, I can make hay now and pull out my lead a bit more. 12 seconds he's got over Barclay. I'm not sure the gap will be to Muna once it sorts of work out as they go down the inside of the GD car.
And they've got a really good slipstream onto this start-finish straight. He's holding the line. He's still going for the inside.
Very defensive from Zoltan Hives.
Oh, when they touch again, Munier getting it locked up going into turn 1 and basically clattering into the side of Hives. I don't think Hives would be particularly happy about that.
That felt like a little bit of a Formula 2 move that we would have seen in the show, but Moina makes it through. Very, very exciting action to watch there, wasn't that?
Certainly, obviously Hives on the older tyres. I mean, if he wanted to keep that position, he'd have tried to hold on to the inside a little bit more, but it's fairly obvious that being on the older tyres, his pace just isn't quite there, and there's no point in trying to defend a battle that you're going to lose. So, because there's still a long way left to go.
Yeah, but of course, the 95 is third in the championship and really needs to gain ground. So, from that perspective, as we see Wesley Buchhout sets a class best lap time in GD3. He's just pit, of course, and emerged back in 6th position, just behind Vazican, who's fighting with at the moment. Going to help him a great deal, actually. So impressive lap time by Wesley Buchhout.
It's getting very close again for the lead of GT3 actually.
Yeah, shall we get that a watch?
Yeah.
All right. Is that Valestra losing out to? Oh no, that's just that's him right behind B-Wall. B-Wall, and trying to make a move on it.
It seemed that is it? Yeah, it's still Rimmer at the moment in that car, or Riman. It seemed that they closed the gap for some reason, closed up quite substantially.
Look at this though, Valestra having another go at Keep Free, and Aurora Racing Alpha number 94 is about to lose another position. We saw the number 20 go past it earlier, go below, and now Valestra is going to try and move up the inside. Oh, and it cuts away, unfortunately, because I had it on auto director. Cuts to Pankovic, so I think Valestra has made it through though. There we go. So just a good move down the inside at the first corner.
Seems Zoltan Hives hasn't given up yet on or is this or am I getting mixed up with other positions at the moment?
Yeah, see because my connection to Parsec is so awful, I'm having to guess because I'm seeing stuff like a couple of seconds after it happens. So I'm having to guess that maybe it worked out because it looks like he's out on the timing screen, so I'm having to play CSI every lap, basically.
But as it stands, Hives is still staying within a second and a half of Munier after the pass a couple of laps ago.
Maybe a better way to think of it would be like real life minority.
And Lucas Boald is he's still close, obviously, just been passed by Valestra earlier, and that is the 94 just going into the wall.
Yeah, that's not going to help at all. So no wonder would have handed the position to he's handed Pankovic back through actually. So B-Wall heads back to the pits because on these long corners, clearly the tyres very easy to wear them out, which I think might be why we see Loic Muna have such an advantage pitting later than everyone around him.
Indeed, and is just waiting for the timing screens. it seems to
And
say that.
Bukout has cleared Vazican for 5th position after setting the best lap in class in GT3. He's now ahead, and he's going to start to gain on Zoltan Toff. So I don't think Wesley Bukout is out of contention for the podium yet. Very close in GT3. Because
I was just about going to say how look, Munier is actually just over 6 seconds off of Barkley now for 2nd position. So putting in a shift is 3rd place Loic Munier at the moment.
yeah, it's really starting to turn into a 2-horse race, isn't it? Because Barkley now 22 seconds behind Varconi. There he is now, actually. And you got to think, Brady Mulliner and that different strategy and Varconi that are the ones looking best poised at the moment. Barkley goes a little bit wide into the apex of San Donato, actually. And the Lestri started at the very back, is up to 12. No, up to 7th, sorry, started 12th. And I wonder how much progress the Lestri can make, because with Pascal Egger next up the road, below, and everyone behind him has been lapped, so Hyde is the last driver on the lead lap at the moment.
And Munier, actually, on those fresher tyres, is currently the fastest person on track at the moment.
Ooh, another mistake from Vazican. The 909 really starts to struggle.
He's running nearly a second a lap faster than our current leader as well.
Yeah, sort of impressive pace from Loic Mulliner. He's really set things on fire this race. I guess, given that they did so well in Portimao as well, which been finishing 4th, we shouldn't be too surprised that they're in the mix. But it's still, we haven't seen too much of them this season. Really. They're really a team that's improved as the season's gone on. Sorry, with Berner Eisen were like struggling to finish in the top 10 with some of the early races this season, and the 85 has really transformed the team really. I think they can get another great result. A podium would be just a reward for their efforts. As a Donut Deisner gets a wheel on the curb there, with Triple Eight struggling really to keep up with Mikhail Wozniak, 23 seconds ahead. There's Ruman. Just let some of the LM-P2 field through.
Yeah, going a little bit wide
there.
there.
Oh, and Ben Sporos has just gotten on board the 753 car, the PSB, the new team. I've seen Ben Sporos in action before, but there we go. Hit the rear. He was arriving rear end first, which was a bit concerning. But he gets going again.
Indeed, and so the gap for P1 in the GT3 categories come down ever so slightly again. It's now under a second, isn't it? Sorry, no, it is still at just 1.1 as we see a big lockup going into turn 1.
Yeah, there was someone coming out of the pits there actually. Like one of the Mugens actually.
I think it was, who was it that we saw going into the barriers earlier and then coming into the pits?
It might have been, it was definitely, the black and yellow guy. It might have been Raw Racing Alpha number 94 actually, Lucas Ford. Yeah. Got behind Pankovic of course, so it would be them just getting going again. So we've got Bukout continuing to make progress. That's the man he's trying to catch, Zoltan Toff. We should get the graphic up for battles, even though probably not all that relevant, but just makes it feel like there's a bit more going on. Yeah.
Oh, and again, we see, oh, that's a big impact going into the barriers. That looks like that's going, is that San Donato?
It's Boris again, yeah. It looks like, yeah, he just went straight on at the first corner.
Gone straight on into San Donato and into the barriers. And that
I think the PSB number 753 could be about to retire from this race. The only car behind it is a Evo ADN car of Christian Yao Lopez. Or, no, not Lopez, Lopez. Because it's an S at the end.
And who's that we're seeing going off there?
Is that Neuberger? The rear just went a little bit, but Neuberger seemed okay. I'm a bit behind. So, there we go. That was Hives. Sultan Hives in 4th position. Now 10 seconds now behind Loic Mulliner. Yeah, Hives finding himself in difficulties there.
But
Oh, here's the battle. This is Toff and Donut Deissner. So Salto Top is caught right up to Deissner. Not sure what's happened here.
yeah, it's been coming along for a couple laps now. He's right on the back as they pop over the hill. Obviously, two different models of McLaren.
I think the pole man in GT3 fancies getting a chance of getting back on the podium. What about you, Ryan?
Yeah, obviously he was. We saw this car being pretty dominant at Portimao, or from what I saw of the opening few hours of Portimao. Definitely looks hungry to get past this Mugen car in front of him.
Fortunately, my review's been slightly obscured there, but anyway, let's keep going. Toff continuing to challenge Donut Deissner. Yeah, I don't know what happened there, but Deissner really not shown the pace that we expected him to in this race so far. And starting to struggle as we cut to McKibben. Was that McKibben closing on Balestra?
I think he is. It's come down to 1.4 seconds, and apparently Pankovic is half a second behind McKibben. So, according to the timing screens, and yes, it looks like that is the case. So that's the three of them there, isn't it? That we can see in shot.
Oh, yeah, that's Pankovic being quite badly held up actually, as McKibben's ahead of him. And then it's Balestra, I think, up the road. So yeah, I think you're right on that, Ryan. That's a good read, actually. Although, actually, yeah, I think, yeah, you were right. Sorry, I got confused. I was looking at someone else. But yeah, it's very tight margins between those three teams. Pankovic's looking to get back up into the top 8. McKibben also on a recovery drive, and Balestra, having started right at the back, looking to consolidate and maintain position. As we look at Toff having another go at Donut Deissner.
And they have one of the LM-P2 cars looking to overtake them.
That's one of the valets, the orange LM-P2s just getting through. Oh, and
Yep.
Toff
Toff's
fancies to go down the inside.
Oh, the inside, they take each other off.
They both go into the gravel there. Toff sort of pushed him off there. Very forceful move. And Deissner just about gets it facing the right way. But that is really going to hurt him. He's going to be very upset about that one.
I feel that out of sportsmanship, he should kind of give that position back. Because, well, he gave the Mugen car nowhere to go and sent both of them off.
I'll tell you who is loving this. Wesley Bukout, who is about 36 seconds behind the two, having pit, but is closing. And he's going to close even more on Deissner now after that. But Toff not looking like he's going to slow down and give up position, because I think he would have to wait a couple of seconds. So, I have to see. I think Zoltan Toff is not the kind of guy who likes to give way if he doesn't have to. But he might say, well, I was ahead and he didn't give me room, and we both went off. It was definitely a late braking maneuver, though. It was interesting, exciting to see him try it. Maybe Mugen might have a protest at that. Just need to check the stewards' room, see what they have to say.
Usually, the stewards' room is having to juggle 1,000,001 different protests at once.
Yeah. There was a report about 20 minutes ago from Iris Automation number 7 against PSB 735, 53, sorry, for ignoring blue flags, and they're given a warning because of that. We know that Iris 86 got a drive-through penalty for lapping another car and causing damage, dangerous driving, basically. But it doesn't say what the other car was. Oh, it was PSB, actually. PSB victim in one, perpetrator in another incident.
And looking at the order, it's still best part 2 seconds between 7th, 8th, and 9th. That is Balestra, McKibben, and Pankovic.
Yeah, Barclay has fallen back a little bit, kept the gap fairly stable at 4 seconds between himself and Milner. But Loic Milner really looking like a favourite of those two to finish second and potentially could win the whole thing if he can keep up with Arcone.
It looks like Valestra has made a mistake because he's dropped 10 seconds all of a sudden from these two here that we're watching on screen. So this is McKibbin and Pankovic.
Yeah, it's down to 12 seconds now behind Pankovic. Pankovic's still right with McKibbin. So it is Breeding Game versus Iris. Penalty for Zoltan Toff. Oh, that's been the third place driver in GT3 has been given a penalty. Let me go and see what that was, if the stewards will give us some... Here we go. Incident involving Dream Team number 70 and Mugen Racing 888. Drive-through penalty for forcing another driver off the track for Dream Team number 70. So there we go. He's going in to serve it now, Toff. So that move on Deissner cost him in the end.
Yeah. And, you know, if he'd I wonder how the stewards would have looked at it had he have given the position back, you know, by causing that incident and just driving away. It's going to hurt him because you're going to...
Well, I guess they might say that even if he'd given the place back, it still would have been a net time loss for Donat Deissner. He pushed off track, so... They might have given they might have shown a bit more leniency, but like I said, that's not what Dream Team tends to do. They tend to just think, well, it's my position now, so I'm going to stay here. Yeah, we see the folly of that now as they get a penalty coming their way, and that potentially could cost them a chance on the podium, and it could put a Wesley Bukat into play. Although I think he's still about 20 seconds back.
They'll probably lose about 15 to 20 seconds by trundling down
I think
pit lane.
he's served the penalty now, hasn't he? Yeah, because he's dropped behind Deissner. He served it almost immediately. So.
Yes, so... and it is...
Vasican having another off-track moment there in 6th position in class. He gets going at San Donato.
Yeah, lost about 15 to 20 seconds. Through doing that drive-through penalty.
And meanwhile, the lead battle in GT3 is still raging on. It's the second in it, just over a second rather, between Ferdy Roman and Mikhail Wozniak. Wozniak still never quite getting close enough to make a move in this stint, but put Ferdy Roman under sustained pressure. So lap upon lap upon lap. You've got to think it's impressive by the both of them, but one of them is going to come out on top here. And is it going to be Iris with all their experience running up front, or is it going to be the challengers, the underdogs here, Ring of On, the Triple 4 machine? And meanwhile, Marina has actually cut the gap to 2.9 against Barclay, and it's really looking like Moina is really been setting the time screens alight. He's really been man of the hour, hasn't he? Of the last hour or so. Obviously, on the alternate strategy, he's had to cut positions, but his lap times have still been impressive. He's certainly given, as he cuts the gap to 1.5 seconds, he's given Varconi something to worry about. As we look at Wozniak being lapped by LM-P2s. Oh, Roman was a little bit wide at the last corner, actually. Let's have a look at the battle for... We've got a battle for first in GT3, and I think a battle for second in LM-P2. There it is. It's Valet number 90 versus Burn Horizon 85.
Yeah, not much between them now. Munier lapping... Well, he's lapped best part nearly a second and a half quicker than Barclay on the last lap. And also lapping nearly half a second quicker than our leader. And these two have slightly clawed back a bit on Varconier. He's dropped probably about 3 seconds on Barclay now since when we last looked.
Yeah, Barclay really starting to struggle. Because the gap on stream, as you can see, just under 7-8 tenths of a second. Unless I'm really far behind, right? I think that's right.
It's 1.6 on the live timing at the moment, but obviously for me that only changes per sector.
Yeah, there we
and
go.
as they cross the line, it is down to 6/10.
And look, Lloyd Murner has got his lights on. It's a little bit darker, but the sun is still out, so there's no rain on the way, I don't think, to the hills of Tuscany. But Lloyd Murner is certainly on a charge and putting the pressure on.
Obviously on those slightly newer tyres, about 4 laps younger than second position.
Yeah, and it's the same, I think, delta between him and first place as well, Varconi. Because Barkley and Varconi, I think, hit on the same lap.
And just receiving a message here from the guys at Race Control. If Dream Team number 70 had gave the place back, we wouldn't have looked into it.
Oh no!
Just some info regarding that incident.
So really shows that Dream Team, they've got great pace, they've got some really aggressive drivers, but sometimes that aggression, that maybe a bit of stubbornness there, and perhaps they would have lost a lot less time in the race had they decided discretion was the better part about that and given the place back. But yeah, you were right about that, Brian. It would have been the right call. Wouldn't have lost as much time. But of course, the pit lane fairly short here. It's not going to be completely fatal to their race. They're still ahead of Mugello. So in effect, they've only lost one position anyway. It's just a bit more time that they've lost. Yeah, stable at about 1 second now. So Barclay fighting back a little bit, but not completely out of the woods yet. I remember when I said about 40 minutes ago that I was going to stop and have a coffee. I think what I might do now is wait for the Northern Sprint race, have a coffee during that, watch that for half an hour, and immediately come back to this. What about you, Ryan?
I'm trying to talk whilst I've got my mic muted. That doesn't help.
Whoa!
Yeah,
Barkley had a big moment there.
Big moment, and then they've also found themselves going through the going up through the double double right-handers, of the Arabiatas, stuck behind an GT car, which has really allowed Munier to get onto the back of Barkley now. Now, can Munier have a good exit out of this chicane? It looks okay. What can he do into this final corner? How he is taking that tighter line, so what sort of drive is he going to get out of the final corner? It seems like he's got an okay drive, and the slipstream is definitely well and truly on down the start finish straight. As they come over the crest, he pops to the outside. He's going to try around the outside into San Donato. That is definitely brave. It looks like, is he going to stick it out around the outside? He's staying around the outside and has the inside for the next corner, and then also cuts off Barkley's. A brilliant piece of driving there.
Oh wow, superbly confident by Lloyd Murner. He had the grip to stick it around on the outside and wait for it to become the inside for the next corner. Also good planning ahead, basically, which is what you've got to do when you do these overtaking moves. You set them up several laps beforehand, although of course sometimes an opportunity might come out of the blue. Meanwhile, here's the GT3 battle. Wozniak closing to within 4 tenths of 30 Ramat. It's a shame we will have to leave this right as it's getting exciting around.
Well, I mean, to be honest, a lot of this race has been very exciting. I would probably put this down as one of the most exciting races of the season so far, because it's been.
That's a hotly contested fit as well. Sebring was a great race with all the rain.
They've all been very hectic and very fun to watch at the same time and commentate.
Yeah, Suzuka had a bonkers ending and a beginning, so it was a bit bonkers.
Le Mans, we had the leader spin out of the lead, or spin on the last corner of the last lap.
Yeah, that was the whole timing thing with Le Mans.
Yeah,
awkward. Where we were getting the wrong time on stream because we were using the wrong overlay thing. But I believe what we're seeing on stream should be accurate now. So, or fairly accurate with 6 hours, 12 minutes to go. At least it's 6 minutes left. That would be a bit. Oh, it's ending just in time for F1 sprint race. But no, it isn't. I'm sure these drivers are disciplined enough not to need to be updated on what's happening in sprint qualifying at Silverstone while they're driving around at Mugello.
So now, what sort of lap time we're seeing? Obviously, always we see again that looked to be the McLaren of
That looks like Ben Boris again
going off, and yeah, and joining in at the party is the one of the Ferraris as well.
Oh, that looks like a ADN maybe, Christian Lopez, the black and gold machine. But there we go. So it looks like Bent's got going again and rejoined the circuit. Oh, just in front of that was Millionaire, I think.
I think
and,
Barkley. If Lopez hadn't have made that mistake, he'd actually gone into taken 19th place off of Boris.
Yeah, it seems like they both just spun off near one another. But interesting, also Adam Schattler getting on board the 18th place Valet Esports 909 car. We did see struggling a bit earlier on as Wozniak continues to harry 30 Roman. He will not let this up, will he, Ryan?
No, he's definitely applying the pressure.
And behind Varconi pits from the lead in LM-P2.
Yep. And so how many laps has he just done on that stint? It's a bit of an early stop because he's only done 19 laps. And
Moina now takes the lead.
Yeah.
Much earlier than we were expecting.
And Barkley also pits. But yeah, that's 22 laps on those tyres. So he stopped 2 laps earlier than he has done on the previous
Maybe
stint.
he felt them. He used a lot of them at this stint to try and build a gap, and he felt them going off. So perhaps it was the right time. Nico Barkley and Zoltan Hives obviously following him in. EAC Hackers just behind, sort of trying to keep up with the top 3, aren't they?
Yes.
Below, sort of holding steady, he's about 80 seconds down on Nico Barkley in 5th.
But still, everything's all very close for the lead of the GT3 at the moment. As with the gap down to half a second, and they have and that is a spin for.
That's Adam Schattler, who's just gone on board really recently.
It looks like the car crabbing a little bit there as we cut back.
It looked okay to me. I think he just had a little bit of spin. I don't think he hit the wall. There we go. That looks like Gogo below entering the pit lane, just in front of the GT3 leaders.
And still the slipstreaming down the start-finish straight. They're going to have a slightly slow GT3 car that's just, or LMP1 2 car coming out of the pit lane. That's going to be getting up to speed nice and quickly.
And this, of course, this fight for the lead GT3, it is McLaren versus BMW.
We haven't
BMW.
Yeah, we haven't really seen much from
the BMW. The Iris is preferred all season. I remember them complaining after Sebring, where they finished second after leading quite a lot of that race. They said that they felt the BMW had been nerfed, the M3, by R factor, and that the McLaren was probably the better car to drive. Although the McLaren, I think, I think the BMW is still one of the faster ones down the straights, which is what Ferdy Roman is trying to take full advantage of, and he's done extremely well actually to not make any mistakes ahead of Wozniak, but Wozniak himself. As it's really, you can't really. There's not much to choose between these two, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, it seems both cars and both drivers have their strengths and weaknesses, and it seems that the BMW through the corners, although it seems fairly smooth through the corners, it looks to have quite a lot of body roll in comparison to the McLaren. And so the McLaren seems to be able to take a lot more corner speed in comparison. As they got, I think, is that Munier? Is that Munier that's just coming past them? By the looks of things.
Yeah, I think that may be the LMP2 leader. Yes, who is now 52 seconds ahead of Varconi after Varconi's stop. Oh, and looks like Wozniak not being terribly cooperative here.
No.
But why would he be when he's in a fight of his own? But he might be. There might be a few blue flag infringements here.
Well,
That cost him a second. Valconi gained about a second on him there.
Yeah. Although it seems whenever Valconi catches Rumen to put himself in a position to slipstream down straight, there always seems to be some pesky LM-P2 car to kind of break him up a bit.
That Valconi, I think that might be below a lap down actually. If it's one of the Mugens that's just lapped both of the GT3 leaders, because Valconi is about 48 seconds down on Mune. I really need to get like Mune's name right. Munier, yes. But yeah, Wozniak now a second down, so the gap ebbing and flowing between the two. But Wozniak always seems to know exactly when to put the pressure on, doesn't he?
Yes. And what we're seeing in this GT3 battle is it's kind of spaced out a bit on this past lap as we again see the BMW on the straights just powering out of the corners. But then we come into this final section where you can see that the McLaren is just about able to make a few inroads into the BMW's advantage, but by the time we come out of turn one, or sorry, at the final corner, the BMW just seems to be able to pull away.
Yeah, exactly. The BMW making good use of its traction and straight line speed. So I'm trying to think of where we turn our attention to now. It's really this battle in GT3 is the closest one on track, but we don't know exactly where Munier is going to filter out in terms of positions with Valconi. It's if he can, because Valconi's got the fresher tyres now, and of course with Munier being held up a bit, Valconi's going to make hay. So I still think Valconi is kind of in the net lead here.
Yeah, I mean, 45-second gap. That's larger than it was last time when we had the changes in the pits. I think it was about 32 seconds last time when we had the last pit stop window. So it seems Munier has been making quite some substantial progress in that last stint, or current stint actually, at the moment. How many laps has he done on those current tyres? So he's on 22 laps. So if he's burnt the tyres out like Valconi, he will be coming in now. If not, we'll expect to see him in the next 2 laps.
Yeah, exactly. So this is a hammer time for Munier as Miguel Wozniak, sorry, goes right back in on 30 Roman, as we've just been talking.
Yeah, and this is well, yeah, he's back close to him, and again, Munier, as expected, is in the pits with the 46-second advantage. I wonder, it would be interesting to see what the gap is when everything sorts itself out as we come back onto the start-finish straight, and again, following this GT3 lead battle.
Alright, I think I'm gonna probably stay for the next 5 minutes before I take my break.
I think, yes, I think I will be doing the same. In fact, well, for me it won't be a break, it will be a night for me.
Yeah, fair enough. I'll be back, but that's the last. Unfortunately, we'll be hearing O'Brien for the 8 hours. But we should have Joshua Birch and possibly his sister Megan Birch helping out a bit later on. And I think there was someone else who might have, or was it just, I think it might just be me and Joshua for most of the rest of the race. I'm pretty sure it's not gonna. There's not gonna be many people. There's Munier pits now, as we were just talking about.
Yeah,
and Valconi takes the lead, of course.
Yeah. So when it's a driver change, so Pajad is
Stanislav Pajad. Interestingly, there's also been a driver change at Valley. Bradley Sellers getting on board, so that is why Zoltan Hives is now ahead.
Yeah, that was actually a pass for position, I believe, because he was some 2.5 seconds ahead of Hives a few laps ago.
Yeah, so Sellers not quite as confident on track, and Zoltan Hives has been in since the start, took full advantage, and overtaken his arrival there. Although, are they on the same strategy? I think they are, actually. So this is for position. So Hives has actually done a pretty impressive stint with the EAC Hackers. So there's effectively now a fight for third and a fight for the lead.
Yeah, both drivers pitted on the same lap, so so both cars have got 4-lap old tyres on at the moment.
So the gap, I believe, between Varconi and Stanislav Pajard is 25 seconds, and that is including, of course, the driver change that Burn Horizon 85 have done, and Mugen and Sim Racing 21 are yet to do.
Indeed, so yeah, it's 25 seconds, so and obviously the previous lap got quite short. Let's just see how Pajard does. Is he as bang on the pace as it was previously? And,
we'll have to see, really. But Pajard, I think, has been one of the stronger drivers Burn Horizons lineup. But of course, they started with their best with Lloyd Moon. Oh dear, Benz Boros having another off-track incident. Now 21 seconds behind. He's last in his class now in GT3.
Yeah, and I think that is actually the second time we've seen him going off at
the long right-hander before the final chicane.
Correntino, I think that is.
So not going to plan for Benz Boros, but he continues on. 753 machine. DSB desperately need some experience under their belt, really, don't they? Given that they're a fairly new team. Lucas Bewald all twitching at the exit of San. I can't remember what first corner's called now. It's completely gone.
San Donato.
San Donato, yes, there we go. I knew you said San Devot and I no, wait, that's Monaco. But anyway, we're getting to the end, I think, of the second hour. So that probably indicates that it's a good time for us to take a break. At least 20 minutes, half an hour, just to watch the sprint race.
Yeah.
Whoa!
Yeah, that's Lopez going off by the looks of things, or Lopez.
Feels like Boris and Lopez, Paul Lopez doing a little swapsies. Like, you make a mistake, I'll make a mistake.
Yeah,
so
and that's
anything you can do, I can do better.
Yeah, and that was at the top of the Arabiata 2, so that's a very fast off there.
I don't think that's the first time he's done that.
No, we saw him doing it earlier, and obviously Mugello proving to be the very tough circuit and very unforgiving at the same time.
So, shall we briefly recap the order before we head off? With 6 hours left in the 8 hours of Mugello. At the end of the first 2 hours, lap 75, it is Zoltan Varconi leading Stanislav Pajard by 34 seconds. So Pajard has taken a bit of a while to warm up a bit, but it's still very close between the two on different strategies. Pajard pitting 4 or 5 laps later on average, possibly even longer, given that Varconi pitted quite early last time. Zoltan Hives is third in the EERC Hackers number 95. Bradley Sellers is fourth for Valley Sports number 90. Gogo Below is fifth. First Mugen Sim Race number 20. Second in the standings, of course. Pascal Eggert is sixth for Fringerbond 138. Hal Pankowitz is seventh for Reading Game Studios number 72. Chris Gitsov has gotten on board Iris number 87. They're running in 8th place. Robert Strachan is 9th for Valley Esports number 33. And rounding out the top 10, it is Lucas Bewald in Royal Racing Alpha number 94, ahead of Felix Neuberger for Baldwin Motorsports number 28, and Alessandro Valente for Iris Automation number 86. In GT3, Verdi Roman leads Michael Wozniak, but not by much. It's been nip and tuck between the two. Could go either way. Could even pass each other while we were away, finally. Donat Deissner, 43 seconds down on them in third position, with Zoltan Toth. He's closed back in, actually, to 6 seconds behind Deissner. Deissner not showing the pace we expected, and his podium looking under threat. Wesley Buchau only 11 seconds behind Toth as well, so look out for that battle for third place in GT3 as well, of course, as the battle for the lead. Then there's Adam Schattler in the 909 in 6th position, Paul Lopez in the 51, and Boris for the new team, PSB 735, rounding out the order in 8th in GT3. So that's all for the moment from Ryan, but I'll be back in about half an hour to take you through the remaining phase of the race, and hopefully Joshua Birch will join me. So thanks very much for joining us, Ryan. I hope you enjoyed what you saw. And,
Yes.
hopefully we'll see you next time at whenever the next race is. I believe it's in about a month's time. I'll just have a very, very quick look on the calendar just to inform you. It is calendar. There it is. 34 days exactly. It will be the 8 Hours of Korea, and that's 21st of August, I believe, the 8th month, of course. Followed by 12 hours of Laguna Seca in September, and 24 hours of Spa in October, rounding out the season. So we'll hopefully see you for some of those, Ryan. Pajab makes a little mistake there, but nothing too serious. 35 seconds down there. But anyway, we're just about to wrap up. So thanks for joining me, Ryan, and we'll see you again soon.
No problem, and this once again been a lot of fun commentating on what's been actually a very entertaining race so far.
Yeah, and hopefully, if anyone, we haven't interviewed any of the team's drivers yet, but hopefully we will do in the more quiet moments once I get back. But, bye for now, but it's still Varconi and Roman, the leaders in LP2 and GT3 here at Mugello. Bye for now. Hello and welcome back to the 8 hours of Mugello. My name's Ed, and there's been a few interesting developments that I last talked to. Namely, we've had another retirement, in the form of Lucas Bewald, fortunately having to retire from the race. We've seen some pretty close battles. Mikael Wozniak still 5 seconds behind. Hives in number 95 is retired in the recent past, which is big news, of course. Always been disconnected or something. And Hives, who was running in the podium positions, a fight for second place. Now, it's going to be much harder for them to score points. To the order then is Sultan Volcani leading Stanislas Pajal with Burn Horizon 85 car by 60 seconds. Bradley Sellers for Valley Esports number 90 is third, 46 seconds behind. Pascal Eggert for Fringavon 138 having one of his best drives of the season, or possibly EERC history, his career here, for that 138 car in fourth position overall, 62 seconds down on Bradley Sellers. Robert Strachan 46 seconds behind. Gergo below is about 9 seconds behind. Chris Gitzov is about 20 seconds down on Gergo below. In 8th, it's Forrest McCormack, who's gotten on board Balding Motorsports number 28, which is 2 laps down after issues earlier. Emily Callison has made it into the top 9, the highest she's ever run for Iris number 86. For Sultan Hives, who has just retired. And Joe Gorstistis for Reading Game 72 is going to move up into 10th once he catches up as Gergo below goes for the pit lane. In GT3 is Ferdy Ruman still leading by 4.9 seconds over Mikhail Wozniak. Forenzi has got on board the Dream Team car, and they've managed to get past the Triple Eight into third position. They're now leading by almost a minute over them. Could this become a freeway battle in GT3? We'll have to see, as below is being serviced. Possibly driver change going on here as well, as the 87 driven by Chris Gitzov overtakes them for position on track. Gabor Takacs has actually got on board the Triple Eight car in 4th position in GT3. Colin Saunders, it's Sanders I think actually, Colin Sanders. Evo Ultra Motorsports 35, 5th position, about 8.8 seconds behind Gabor Takacs. Good battle there between Triple Eight and 35. Avente Vazkin still holding on steady in 6th, about 3 laps down. Kovacs 5 laps down, and finally Alan Holden for Evo ADN rounding things out in the 51. 5 hours remaining. So strap in, folks. Yeah, a wild ride. I'm sure. So, with Hives and DAC Hackers basically out of the picture now for number 95, that does have big championship implications. Certainly helpful for Mugen. Because AFP aren't here either. So it's a big opportunity for Valet. The number 90 could really, third place could take a lot of points here. Burn Horizon, second place, could really probably not get himself into championship contention. Only 3 more races to go, but could certainly themselves in the thick of things in the midfield with the likes of Iris, Reading Game, Heimdall, a couple others as well. Bottling Motorsport, I think they've got a few points there now. But yeah, Boda is taken over number 20 now. For Mugen, number 20 still got to make its way through Chris Gitzov and Robert Strachan to get back into 5th position. And then, of course, Pascal Eggert. But the gaps are so big. You've got to wonder how this is going to play out. And could Pascal Eggert take podium for Fringavon? That would put the cat among the pigeons. This has been a brilliant race for Fringavon. Wozniak, the GT3 McLaren Fringavon car, running second the whole race and pushing the leader the whole way. That here is Frenzy, about a minute behind Wozniak. Catch up. Oh, and are we seeing another retirement here? Hankovitz in the pits, in the garage. Good news for him. Good. That'd be it for Reading Game Studios. We should really invite the team principal of Reading Game Studios, Tom Dillon. See if he can. Oh no, that's Sean. About to send a message to. Worried that with the car having just retired, that might be awful timing to talk to the team boss of Reading Game Studios, so we'll just check on that one. They were catching Ives, and I think Joe Rokotis has just got on board, so it could just be my I think I'll invite Tom in. Oh, there we go. So just joining us now is Tom Dillon, team boss of Reading Game Studios, and their number 72 car. I had a bit of a panic there because I was looking at the graphic, the RF2 TV client, and it showed Pavel Pankovic's DNF next to his name, but of course it's Joe in the car, and he's still going, I think. So a bit of a scare there. How's it going for you guys? Because obviously near the very back of the LM-P2 field, there's been a few setbacks here, but you guys have still been going. I'm hoping to get a few points, I imagine, by the end of this thing.
Yeah, we're just kind of going around now doing some mileage. We haven't had a particularly great run of form last couple of races, so we're just trying to get back at kind of early season form and hopefully get some points. But I think Joe's had a few issues with disconnects, and
I did think that might have been what happened, because I was worried about asking around. It's like, oh, is it a bad time now with the car in the middle of the pit lane?
yeah, so he had a disconnect, then he rejoined the game and had a disconnect immediately again.
We were there right at the start, actually, the spectating, which was
yeah,
a real setback.
He quite literally had exactly what the broadcast had, just twice in a row while he was meant to be driving.
I imagine with
frustrating.
Similar amount of swearing to what I was doing.
Well, I wasn't here actually. I was watching the F1. He just messaged me. It was like, "What do I do?"
Yeah, well, I just finished watching that too. Sort of timed the break to coincide with that. Just had coffee and a muffin while I was watching it. But luckily, it wasn't too long before I said, "I was like, when you're coming back, Ed, because no one else is coming on." Well, I mean, I'm hoping that Joshua can come on a bit later after dinner, and I think there might be something else that's commentating on today, or he might be just having a break himself from his own commentary on all the real life. Motorsport. Oh, I thought I saw someone spinning off there, but I think that was his Vazican, a bit close to one of the moving cars. It continues on. So Mugello, interesting circuit for a multi-class endurance race, eh?
Well,
whoa! Yeah, Emily Callison has a moment and finds herself in the gravel. Just on the entrance to near the end of Sector 2, I think. Yeah, because that's the corner just before the final chicane. Callison gets going. You guys are in a battle with the 86 Iris that Emily Callison pilots. So I guess that's your closest competition, isn't it, Tom? Sorry, I interrupted your answer about the second.
Oh, no. No, that's not very good either.
Yeah, being very unprofessional.
Oh,
Callison makes another hit in the wall in the 86. This could be big problems for Emily Callison, the American driver, who I think this might be her second EERC race, because she did participate in Le Mans and was very impressive. The car was running in the top 10 near the end, but then retired with a mechanical problem, I think. I think the engine blew.
Oh no, we're out.
Oh dear.
I've just realised.
So,
oh no, that's not great.
Joe Godzistis reaching to a halt. Could just be
disconnect.
Yeah, another disconnect. So that's 4 now, is it?
Oh, that's a massive shame.
Do you need to drive now, Tom?
No, I think we're literally out.
Oh dear.
No more.
Oh,
That's a shame.
That's a big disappointment for reading game.
We
But-
went from having no DNFs since Road America to 2 in a row now.
That
so
would be
that's
Road
not-
America, the season finale last year.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's a shame. But trying to think of a good thing that happened to Reading Game Studios in this race. There was a good moment early on where there was a battle with the 33 Valet car and who else? Someone else in the battle. The 33 and there was someone ahead. I think it might have been the 86 actually. Yeah, so the 86 was really there was a bit nip and tuck the whole way through, but unfortunately, the journey ends, and we won't be seeing Reading Game on track again, I guess, until Korea, the Pyongyang South Korea Grand Prix next month in about 32 days. Or was it 34 days? Sorry.
34, yes. And, well, it's not particularly disappointing. We've had a good run so far this season. I think we will probably go about 10th in the championship, which again is disappointing, but we've got Korea, Laguna Seca and Spa, 3 tracks that we should be pretty good at.
And I'm just watching Colin Sanders in the 35 really putting pressure onto Gabba Takacs in the 888. I wonder if Colin Sanders fancies a move in GT3 as the LM-P2 goes right around the outside of both of them on the main straight. Right behind him here, and my stream might be a bit behind what you're seeing, so I may be reacting quite late as Colin Sanders looks to the inside to the first corner. That's really tight hairpin, and he's through, of course. He's finally caught up. So I didn't see how he made it through, unfortunately, but you would have seen it on stream, so bit of a bizarre thing. The connection has not been great today. Not really much I can do about it, I'm afraid. I've tried cancelling all the stuff in the background on my machine to see if it improves my connection, but there's no one else in the house as well, so it's not really, I don't know why it is. But anyway, Forrest McCormack, Baldney Motorsport number 28, it's a pit stop. And he was particularly close to Zoltan Boda, so they're sort of in no man's land, the 28, a couple of laps down, I believe. But anyway, sorry, that was quite exciting.
Yes, excitement all around. There's been a warning for the 360-85 for driving dangerously while lapping GT traffic, which I think has been a big issue actually so far in this
Well, we
race.
thought it would be coming in, yes.
Well, yes, it is very, very thin. I mean, we saw the Formula 1 race here. No one could overtake, practically.
It was very difficult. It was only really down the main straight into turn 1, wasn't it? And we've seen a couple of those here too. Although, I think some of the drivers have tried, I remember, I forget who it was who was driving them. I think it was Gergo below was trying a few unconventional lines to get past the 86 and the number 9, not number 90, number 33, sorry, earlier in the race. As the leader pits, Varconi, so Pajald, 2 seconds down. Is he going to emerge? Because we've seen he's been on this alternate strategy with a bit of a delta. He's been able to stay out a few laps longer than the 21. Is he going to be able to emerge in front? Because 2 seconds down, I think that's not a bridgeable gap in a pit stop, unless Varconi is going to swap over to one of the other 21 drivers. Not the other 4 drivers in the moving squad, but it's car number 21, obviously. So yeah, it's been a bit nip and tuck there. But as I was saying earlier, Reading Game Studios will go no further. Like you say, aiming for a top 10 finish in the championship. Is it annoying that all these new teams, or these teams getting stuff together, like as David Coloccio indeed has get on board Mugello Sim Racing number 21? Is it annoying having some of these new squads performing really well and joining the series, the championship halfway through, and jumping you guys in the order? Or is it just them doing a better job and they deserve to be there? Or is it sort of, we've been here longer, we should get more, we should be there?
Well, I think it is particularly quite frustrating the way that there's not so much of a focus on returning teams, but I think, you know, they absolutely have a right to be there, and if they are outperforming us, then they're outperforming us. But I do wish we saw less one-time entries, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
and, more teams committed to the championship. But other than that, I think it's absolutely fine. I mean, we ourselves jumped many people last season when we joined halfway through the season. So I don't think we can moan.
Yeah, exactly. And it's good. Obviously, not everyone can do every race. There's a few scheduling conflicts and stuff like that. But it's good to see people coming back to championship, getting some experience under their belts, and seeing drivers grow. Oh,
that was a beautiful pirouette for the Mission car.
Oh yes, this is Colocho. He just got in. I thought he got a bit sideways, but he saved that really well there. And is this someone we cut to the? This is Gitsov who's just having his pit stop. But yeah, Varconi on cold tyres, making a few mistakes on his outlap, and this really puts his Bajard a nice little chance to jump him potentially when he makes his stop, if Colocho can't get it back together. We did see him so quick in qualifying, of course. Perhaps just a bit too eager on the throttle. Car's not quite at the right temperatures, but it's looking like the 21 is effectively the net leader at the moment. The 85 very much a challenging, like you say, getting the warning for lapping the GD cars. Do you think the GD cars get so caught up in their own battle? Especially we've seen it with Riman and Wozniak the whole race, fighting for the lead in GD3, but only a couple of seconds apart even now, I think. Yeah, 4.5 at the moment. Do you think GD cars are so caught up in their own battles that they don't always notice the LM-P2s in time? Or is it more on the responsibility of the LM-P2s to find a clean moment to pass?
I think, to be honest with you, it's just the nature of the track. You've got everyone running fairly oversteery setups. I know we were sliding around pretty much every corner. If you look at the cars...
Well, Colocho looked like he had an oversteery setup because he spun around.
Oh yes, everyone's basically sliding around all the corners. You know, they're very tight corners, it's very difficult to see. I think it's just one of those things where, as you go on through the race, it's going to happen at some point. And I don't think you can particularly blame either the LM-P2 or the GT3 drivers for that.
I think we're also seeing another retirement in the race. The number 86 is showing as being in the garage, so I think Emily Callison may have had a disconnection, some kind of issue here. So it seems like quite a common issue what Reading Game Studios were suffering, unfortunately, Tom. Affected the 86 Iris car as well.
That was a brake pedal failure, actually, from Callison. She said in the chat.
Fair enough. Maybe we can hear a bit more from Emily Callison later on. But yeah, very much a disappointment there. Hopefully, another driver in the 86 squad that can maybe take over. I know Alessandro Valento's driving that car earlier. We'll have to see though. But for now, it looks like 6 will not be going any further. 87 though, actually been having a very decent run, up to 5th at the moment. But sort of in no man's land with Robert Strachan 34 seconds behind, or 36 now actually, because Gitsov is doing a good job pulling that gap. But it's really just a matter of the 87 squad coasting at home. They do have a great chance to take their first win in GT3, which would be richly deserved, to be honest. It's been a very interesting GT3 race, to be honest. Did you see, by the way, the number 70? He made a move on the 888, which did really backfire with the number 70 being given the penalty. When Zoltan Toff at the wheel, he barged effectively the 888 car off track. And ended up, they could have given the position back, they didn't, and ended up getting a penalty and losing more places. Do you think maybe the number 70, there's been a bit of a habit of getting into incidents? They have been keeping it clean more recently. We saw that in Portimao where they were on pole and finished runner-up, I think, and had a very impressive race. Do you think sometimes it's very easy when you're trying to prove yourself to sort of make a marginal move and then you're really reluctant to give the position up? Do you think there are some teams and drivers that suffer with that, as we see Ferdy Roman pit from the lead in GT3 as Wozniak stays out, and so he takes the lead.
Well, when you're doing endurance racing, you have to really kind of set up a move. It takes laps and laps and laps of just hounding someone, hoping that it eventually comes down. The move does always come. It will always eventually present itself if you just keep at it. But I think sometimes people can get a little bit impatient. It's one of those things you have to really pick up and learn if you're going to do a lot of endurance racing, that you have to just wait and eventually opportunities will present themselves. And I think a lot of endurance racing as well is just kind of trying to work your way into the race. You can't just absolutely go for it every single lap. You have to wait for things to come to you, really.
Yeah, indeed. And we have seen the 85 Bernd Horizon, I think, did very well with their alternate strategy, setting up lots of moves using the extra grip of their tyres and the sort of delta that they had to make up positions. And that was very enjoyable to watch. Now for Gerald, retaking the lead, of course, but it's only a matter of 4 seconds between himself in Collockshire, as we see Colin Sanders making a mistake just after he'd gotten in front of the Triple Eight car, and now it's right on the tail of him once more. So not Deissner, of course, Gabor Takacs, who is looking to take advantage now. Be a very interesting battle. 0.6 between the two of them, but they've got an LM-P2 that's about to get past Takacs. That will split them up temporarily.
Looking down the order, it looks like traffic's been a massive problem for a lot of these drivers. Gistov 38.3, Eggert 44.8, and then the leaders 38.2. The pace is about 35s around this track, so it's a bit disappointing for some of these drivers that they're running into all these issues with traffic. And we see two of the valet cars there actually on the back of each other.
Indeed. I think they're a couple of laps apart though. Bradley Sellers in third position, of course, a lap down on the leader. And Pascal Eggert, of course, comes in the pits a couple of seconds behind Sellers. Well, maybe a bit more than that, actually. But that's the number 90 car in third. Where's the 33? The 33 is in sixth with Robert Strachan at the wheel, about 32 seconds behind Git. So, yeah, I think you do have a point. The nature of the circuit does lead to when you see the difference between cars that struggle through traffic, it means that the gaps do elongate out. And it's really only the GTs, the two leaders, that have been able to really stay close to each other the entire race, I think. It was very impressive to watch. But, of course, now that's over because of Jeff Close taking over the number 7, Wozniak continuing on. He will have to come in soon enough. Possibly relinquish the lead. There's Ferenzi hits in Dream Team from third position. And I think this will still hand it over to Colin Sanders. He being pursued by Gabor Takacs. The gap's gone back up to 2 seconds. Are you surprised that so many cars seem to have missed out this race, by the way, Tom? We haven't got Abyssinia Force Polonia here. There's only one of the two Mugen GT3s that are fighting each other for the championship. They've only brought the Triple Eight car with them. Did the 88 feel like it was so far ahead? As we see, David Kolchak overtakes Stanislas Pajal in position after taking the pit stop. So the 85 is now a pit stop behind, even on their alternate strategy. So the 21 tightens their grip on the lead of the race.
Now, Mugen have been in different class all season. I think they're leading the championship. They must be leading the championship.
They're leading both championships, yes.
They seem to have won everything. I remember they absolutely dominated at Daytona.
They did. That was incredibly impressive. And they've raced the game. They've raced the standard that everyone else has to keep up with, haven't they? Because before, it was in the first season, it was RSS Unison who won mainly through consistency, beating the Fancy Esports team. Fancy Esports merged, I believe, with a lot of drivers from the Pimps, what used to be the Pimps Racing Hungary squad, to become Mugen. They've got a really strong lineup now in both classes. They've been able to basically interchange between their two GT3s and their two LM-P2s, and the results usually end up being roughly the same with one or two exceptions. They've had a bit of bad luck here and there, so have not had things completely their own way. Especially in GT3, Iris have been giving them a really hard time the whole season, really. Iris now have got big trouble in the form of Wozniak, although Wozniak now pits in the triple 4 car for Fring of Ond. So Jeff Close, number 7, retake the lead in GT3.
Well, Mugen have really kind of just been perfect in every single league I've seen them race in. I raced in a league last week where they dominated an entire 24-hour race at Le Mans. It won by like a lap or something.
So it's not just here. It's not just here.
No, they're everywhere.
Dominant. So they're really making their mark on the not just European endurance racing, but international series as well, or possibly different lower regions maybe as well. But because I believe they're a Hungarian team. So.
Yes, I think they are. I know they've got a lot of Hungarians on their team.
Yeah,
And,
that's why I thought they were basically the Racing Hungary team. They're also the Fancy Esports team, which was also from Hungary. It's very different. The lineage of these teams is very complicated, even more complicated than, like, say, Formula One, where you've got Mercedes, which used to be Tyrrell, and then BAR, then Honda, and then Braun Grand Prix, and then Mercedes.
I suppose the downside is you can't go through company house records to find the lineage of these teams.
Yeah.
In Formula One, I suppose you can.
Yeah, exactly. Where you sort of just have to hear it off by hand. Like, oh, this team's merging with this team. Or, oh, this team's decided to stop turning up randomly. It just kind of ends up being like that. As Evan Pierron gets on board the Burn Horizon 85 with the team deciding to pit. Is that Boda in difficulty? I think he's stuck here. The camera seems to be static. What's happened to Gogo below? Or is this just a camera issue?
I think it's a camera
Boda,
issue.
Yeah,
Boda.
Boda is about 18 seconds behind Robert Strachan. And Strachan is just about to take Chris Gitzoff, who's gone into the pits.
Looking at the timing screen, it looks like that 20 Mugen car is going absolutely fine.
Yeah, okay.
And there they are. So,
yeah, 2 laps ahead of Forrest McCormack. Who they've recovered well, actually. They had an issue early on. They had to pit to repair. Then they've been really just hanging on in there and got back into the top 8. So good recovery drive by the 28. They've had their fair share of bad luck, but some impressive performances leading at Sebring was a highlight, I think, from the 28 Bottling Motorsport team. It feels like, even though Mugen have dominated, some of the other teams have had chances to impress. I mean, Reading Game Studios in themselves, as you guys, Tom, they've been able to get the odd top 5 this season where things have gone their way. Although in the championships it seems like Mugen are dominating, it's not completely Mugen's own way. We have seen a few surprise winners, surprise podium finishers, and people impressing.
well, yes, for sure. I think really we could get a podium towards the end of the season. I think that's definitely our goal. Of course, we haven't really done much since our podium at Le Mans. I think the class of the field this season has been a lot better than in previous years. Last season, it was an amazing field, but I think it was a lot closer between the sort of top 10. Whereas now, I feel like you kind of have Mugen, and then you end up with third, having a huge gap to the leaders, and it can be a little bit frustrating if you're kind of trying to knock on the door of a podium, and there's just that massive gap. But I think it's something that the rest of the teams have just got to get on with, really.
By the way, did you hear what happened to the number 95, the DAC Hackers car, which is of course third in the championship now, and destined to retire? And I didn't hear what happened to it, so I'm assuming that they just got disconnected and couldn't come back in.
I haven't heard anything at all from them, actually.
Okay. It's a shame. I always feel like they're a really consistent team, and unfortunately, today they ran out of luck. But we see a new best lap time from the number 70 Dream Team car, Songzor Forenzi. Of course, we saw going to the pits. They're running third in class, ahead of Sanders. And I still think Dream Team might, if they can, in the last 4 hours of the race, if they can start to close on the top 2, could potentially be a three-way fight for victory in GT3, which would be very entertaining. But it depends on the number 70 team keeping it out of trouble for the rest of the race. They've done a very good recovery to get back past the Triple Eight machine.
Well, this championship this season has got 106 hours of racing, so anyone who's able to complete 106 hours of racing without DNFing is something else, really.
And of course, we've got the final race of the season at Spa is 24 hours with effectively double the normal amount of points on offer for these drivers. So you'd be able to keep it just about in championship contention and have an amazing race at Spa. Somebody could snatch one of the championships out from under Mugen's noses if they're not careful. There is that possibility there. You see dusk start to fall on the Mugello circuit.
Spa is going to be one of the most interesting races of the season. I think that's probably where we could see less conventional winner, like your kind of Iris cars or your Reading Game or your valets. Because I think it's just going to be so attritional because the engines are going to overheat. You've got to go at Eau Rouge every single lap. And as well, it's LM-P2 cars at Spa. That doesn't happen in a 24-hour race in real life. So
yeah, it's only 12 hours. Yeah.
It's 6 actually with the LM-P2. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, that's true. Actually, yeah. LM-P2. I was thinking more LM-P1 for some reason. Well, the LM-P1 won't exist for too much longer. I believe it's becoming the hypercar class, isn't it?
Well, it's gone completely.
Yeah, it is gone. You're right.
Yeah. But yeah, it doesn't happen in real life. not really any setups for it either, because none of the big leagues particularly run. I don't think VEC's got a Spa event as last season. So, you know,
could become the jewel in the crown. I mean, if Mugello, Suzuka, and Hockenheim, they become the EERC jewel in the crown, like non-endurance tracks that become their premier events.
Oh, yes, and I mean, it's one of those things where people are going to have to start developing their own setups, because you tend to find with tracks like Le Mans and Sebring, everyone's got some old VEC Division 1 setup lying around that they bring to these kind of races, and, you know, you actually find a lot of the field run the same setup because of how they spread around. But a Spa, that doesn't really exist. You know, there's only laps that people have done or competition system events. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see how everyone gets along there.
Yeah, indeed. It's going to be quite dramatic title decider, I feel. Just like Road America was last season, actually. We had a lot of some of the most interesting stories, even though obviously it's a very long race, come in the 24-hour rounds, I find. They're the ones that really push the drivers and teams to their limits, especially those that make the decision to compete with just 2 drivers. That is pretty insane.
Now, that is not a car that was in a good position. I didn't see who that was, but someone without a rear wing. There might be a code 80 for that, I'd imagine.
Oh, yeah. I was completely distracted looking for
It's
some
P2.
retired drivers to talk.
It's second place, it's Burnt Horizon.
Oh, no. Don't tell me it's gone wrong for them.
Without a rear wing, Evan Piron is now crawling back to the pits. He just got a little bit of oversteer on the curb, I think.
Yeah, he is in sector 3, thankfully. So, yeah.
Oh, he spun it into the hairpin.
Oh, there he goes.
This could be unravelled the 85's performance.
That puts Bradley Sellers up to second for Valley number 90, which of course the car that won in Suzuka. Now 2 laps down on the leader, though. So yeah, this is really
Okay,
bad.
drivers, code 80 in 10 seconds.
There's the code 80. I think by the time the code 80's been called, he's going to be back in the pits.
5,
This could be a very
4,
short caution.
3,
Yes.
2, 1, code 80.
Fortunately, I can't get the graphics up. Oh, there it is. Get your code 80 up. The Parsec connection will respond to my inputs. Isn't?
Everyone's slowing down to 80 kilometers per hour. That is the speed limit around this track for the speed limiter. Back into the pits, it's drama.
Okay,
for
code
the
80 ends in 10 seconds.
Why? I'm not going to bother putting the code 80 graphic up then because it's taken me so long. By the time I got there, it's already ending.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, green flag.
We were just saying how consistent they've been all season, and then it's unraveled for that. It's going to be at least 3 minutes of damage, I'd imagine. That's going to put them. Well, that's 2 laps around here.
Yeah, the Burnt Horizon team has been improving all season, running in one of their best ever positions in second place, qualified on the front row, and now they find themselves trawling into the pit lane. And this is going to, but what this does do is it does promote Pascal Eggert from Avon Motorsport 138 onto the podium. The best ever position that I've ever seen Pascal Eggert run in. And Pascal Eggert was in helping me trying to restart the game when it crashed at the beginning of the broadcast, and I was using a lot of bad language because I was quite shocked and angry. But Pascal Eggert took my abuse quite well and is now running in the top 3 in LM-P2. Maybe I should swear at him more often, but not on stream, obviously. But yeah, that's great. That's great to see. They just got to hold off Evan Pierron and Burnt Horizon number 85, and potentially Robert Strachan as well.
Well, never mind that there's also potentially some rain later on.
Oh,
There was a
I've not
10%.
heard that.
There was a 10% chance. So it could play a factor. It's been cloudy all day, as someone in the chat has mentioned.
That could really spice things up in the last 4.5 hours or so, if it happens at some point. But it could very well stay dry as night falls over the Mugello circuit. What's the lighting like at Mugello during the night? Have you guys tested that far?
Well, no, we haven't actually at all.
Well, actually, you won't get a chance now because obviously out of
no.
but
I imagine that the lighting isn't really something that you have to pay attention to, as well, you've got headlights and they're pretty good on these cars nowadays, so it's not a particular massive drama.
The Pierron gets going again. in 5th position, 33 seconds down on Robert Strachan in the 33. So really, this is a great opportunity for Valet to score with both cars. And of course, as I was saying, for Fringer Bond. Have you been impressed by Fringer Bond? Because they've been around about the same time that Reed and James Studios have been around. They've always fielded a decent amount of cars, usually 2 LM-P2s. Sometimes, and we've seen now they've finally got stuff together in GT3, fighting for the lead there here. They've had some really good drivers, often sometimes a few... I know there's a couple of drivers that often would get into incidents and sort of would get a bit frustrated and bring along with lose praise, but isn't it great to see them, the Dutch team, finally delivering on all that promise they've shown? I remember they did really well at Daytona. They got like a 5th or 6th, didn't they? And they were gaining places near the end. But great to see them performing in a shorter distance race as well.
Well, FRA have been an excellent team, of course. Remember, last season...
I should start calling them that. I've always been referring to them by the full name.
Oh, yes. But they're an excellent team. I mean, everyone remembers the illustrious Cats car they ran at one point last season.
Ah, very vaguely. Since every team has a sort of special livery that they bring out. You guys have a special livery, by the way.
Oh, we've changed our livery slightly, yes.
Oh, you did, yes, I remember, yeah.
We sat down and realised it had been almost 2 years that we've had that livery. Decided maybe it was time for a little bit of a brand change.
Get the spray paint cans out.
Well, that's quite literally it, yes. I don't think it's changed a great deal, but it's changed just enough.
You know this, even if the audience doesn't.
Well, I don't think it's any more of a change than what Red Bull or Ferrari do every single season.
Oh, that's true. That's very true, actually. Oh,
and again
has another incident. Just have to come in a lap after the car was repaired. Now spinning. It seems that they always. Why do you think so many drivers have had trouble with that corner? Is it just because it's the exit of that sort of quite fast chicane early in the lap? And they're sort of getting on the rear left wheel onto the gravel and almost spinning out?
We've already mentioned the fact that everyone's running quite oversteery setups here. Tyre wear's a massive issue. And I think people are just being caught out by that, especially on the worn tyres that you get after a couple of laps on here. Our race runs, we were having tyres extremely
And there we go.
finished.
Zoltan Boda overtakes Evan Pierron for 6th position as Pierron struggles to get back up to speed. Also has promoted Chris Gitsov into the top 5 now.
They've gone from zero to hero to zero very quickly, have the Burner Horizon squad. And
Yes.
you have to feel very sorry for them.
Yeah, one of the mistakes had big consequences. The Frenzy continues to chase down Mario Valencia in the 444 Fringer Bond car, which is now just under 10 seconds behind Jeff Close. So, 444 starting gradually to lose touch and fall into the clutches of the rapid Dream Team Endurance Racing car. Man, just look at it through the Arrabbiata corners. Very tight lines there it's able to take. Of course, they were on pole, so the car is set up extremely well. And as this Evan Pierron returning to the pits, this could see them drop behind the very rear of the LM-P2 field if Forrest McCormack can make up a lap to them. Well, here's Buchhout. He's gotten on board the 35 and is challenging so they can get back past the 888. Look at them trying to go round the outside at the final corner and setting themselves up for turn 1. There you go, they're tucked right in. Are they going to go to the outside as Gabor Takacs defends? They're onto the brakes. Are they close enough down the inside? I think they are. And is that the 35 through into 4th position?
I think
Yeah,
it
my
is.
connections. I can't tell. My connection is pretty awful.
Yes, same.
Yeah. Are you watching the same thing that I'm watching?
I'm on the Discord.
Oh, yeah, the actual.
Really.
I thought you'd be on the actual server. But yeah,
No,
Discord
I
really starting
haven't
to.
quite got the patience for Iron Street today, which is why I wasn't racing.
Fair enough. Like there are others in the same boat. There's only 8 LM-P2s left, and 8 in both classes actually now. Although hopefully Pierron can keep going. Whereas the LM-P2 just gets past Wesley Buchhout. They've got now a slender advantage over the 888 machine.
just putting up with the game is about as attritional as endurance racing in RFX 2 gets. I think that's one of the beauties of it, actually. You never quite know when the game's going to mess up, a little bit like mechanical failures in real life, I suppose.
Yeah, it's a shame that some of the longer races increase the attrition to a ridiculous degree.
If you manage to get through 24 hours without one single technical issue, you've done a very, very, very good job.
Indeed. At least you've got a great connection. Anyway, Strachan, 31 seconds the gap between Strachan and Pascal Eggert, who we watch here. Actually, it's not Strachan. But do you think you would feel a sense of... would you be happy to see Pascal Eggert take that third position, or would you prefer to see the 33, which qualified at the rear of the field? It was excluded from qualifying after a kind of needless incident with the GT car. I think they hit the 35, didn't they, when the 35 had spun off. And it was deemed to be a deliberate, silly thing where they just kept the throttle on and caused a collision in sort of a practice session. So
Well,
go on.
to be blunt about it, considering they're now within range of taking our position from us, no, I wouldn't be happy to see them finish third.
So you you mean the Ring of Honor of in range?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Well, if they
Both of them would be. I don't think it would matter too much.
Yes, but well, I don't know. I feel happy with the team, but obviously, when you think of it from the championship perspective, it wouldn't be the best for us. But you don't wish bad luck on anyone, so.
And they've had their fair share, I think, the Ring of Honor squad of horrendous bad luck and fortune. Great to see them doing strong things, or very much to the inside of the final corner. We see so many cars doing that, especially in LMP2, and especially when they're trying to, in a bid to get past the car in front. Do you think it's just a case of setting themselves up for the final corner, or are they trying to psych out the guys in front by going for a sort of qualifying line, or do you think it's a sort of burning up the tyres needlessly?
I think at this stage in the stint, you basically do whatever the tyres allow you to do.
Okay.
Because they get that nasty and tired. Double stinting gear is practically impossible. It's a shame, really, because it means that you put down on tyre strategy a lot. But yes, it's not very nice at all.
Well, the 85 was trying to hit later than everyone else because they stayed out under an early Code 80 and took the lead, and that was their kind of strategy to try and make up places. And unfortunately, with that mistake, it's kind of undone all that good work that they were doing. But we did see some guys trying a different strategy. I think the 35 is still on a different strategy to the other GT3 runners. Book out now, putting the gap to 11 seconds. He's about 90 behind the Dream Team Frenzy, but he's starting to close. Valencia, meanwhile, Ring of Honor 444 has kept the gap stable to about 8.7 seconds. It's Frenzy's about 23 behind, but has been closing consistently over the consistently, not just consistent, but double so. Okay, I'm not sure where that came from. Yeah, I think. But anyway, I feel like I'm getting to the point where I'm struggling to find things to talk about. With it's starting to balloon out, especially in LMP1. It's on the double between a lap and 2 laps between Kolokshai and Sel. I think Kolokshai is only about a lap ahead, though.
Oh, you get to this stage in endurance commentary at one point when you just have absolutely zero to talk about. So I have a little book of cliches I like to go to in case the going gets tough.
I suppose we could talk about F1, what we think of the F1 sprint qualifying format, but I'm worried that we might end up inadvertently spoiling it for those who maybe have been watching this all the time, and I doubt there are many.
Without spoilers, I thought it was absolutely awful. I didn't like it one bit.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you, because it felt like the race ended before any strategy elements could be put in, and that's the most interesting thing about modern F1s, especially since 2017, really, in the high downforce aero changes that were trying to make the cars a lot faster, that sort of ruin any chance of them overtaking each other, really, at somewhere like Silverstone.
I just didn't particularly like it, seeing all these wheel-to-wheel battles. What they're actually battling over is a couple of meters.
Yeah, a little bit.
Tomorrow, it just felt a little bit, dull. As if they've kind of manufactured the entertainment in there. And I know you can say there's 3 points on offer and all.
But I think
all
it
of
was
that.
what I would say is I didn't think it was any better than a qualifying session. I actually thought Friday qualifying was more exciting.
Well, yes, exactly. And qualifying is meant to be, high stakes indoor. You want to see someone absolutely on the edge of the car for a lap, and that's impressive to watch. It's not particularly impressive to watch someone just cruising home to get pole position.
Yeah, and also just giving 3 points, extra points to the top three, which were no surprises there, unfortunately. I could imagine a scenario where if there's a battle for the podium that might have a bit more stakes with a point up for grabs, similar to how fastest lap, I think works quite well in modern F1, having a little bit of jeopardy and tension, but not too much to the point where it's overvalued.
I think the issue with awarding points on Saturday is that we could end up with a championship where it can be decided on a Saturday, and I don't like that.
Well, I think I watch a lot of Formula E, and they do give a couple of points for qualifying. And we have seen on occasion that championship contenders have dropped out because they haven't gotten the points they needed to stay in contention in a qualifying. I'm going to have the Sebastian Buemi once in a.
Oh no! Now that isn't very good at all.
Oh, what's happened?
That was, I forget what the car's called, but one of the GT McLarens went off there. He's back on track now, but he's a little bit mowing for a second.
Yeah, I've just caught up with that, sorry. So that's why I sound like I'm completely asleep at the wheel. This was Fredelli. We were just watching, trying to get past Alan Holden around the outside, and Holden sort of slammed into the McLaren of the 753, the new team. I think that's PSB, isn't it? Yes, it is. Skazbolik's Delhi from the PSB team. So that's not quite the welcome in the series they would have hoped from their rivals there. And they've done actually quite well to catch up to the 51, which I think has hit some of its own troubles. Very, very forceful from Holden. I wonder if the stewards might investigate that.
Yes, I think there's going to be some handbags in the stewards' room after that.
Oh, look at this! Holding Motorsport just lapping Jeff Close, and Mario Valencia has closed in with the traffic quite dramatically, actually. They're just 2 seconds behind, although, yeah, there he is in the background. As Jeff Close goes very wide and off track almost to try and get out of the LMP2 battle. As are they actually? This is Gitsov and Boda actually fighting for position. I think Boda has just got past Gitsov in all of this. Cormac being lapped, of course, but it's Gitsov and Boda, which is really the closest battle on track apart from the GD leaders. And Valencia now only, I think, less than a couple of tenths behind, actually, behind Jeff Close. This could be quite interesting.
Yes, sorry for going on mute a second there. Chris asked me to turn up my microphone, and, well, I don't know how, so I wasn't able to.
I could boost you on my end, maybe, see if that helps.
Yes, I think he's just going to turn off his TeamSpeak, and that should be sorted. Sorry if there are any slight grumblings on the stream. It's something we're always trying to improve.
Yeah, but look, Valencia putting Jeff Close under pressure here, right in his wheel track. But they've got the Fringer Vond car about to lap the both of them. Oh, and can't see what's going on now, so I'll just have to look at the timing screens. This is what happens when he tries to TeamSpeak up. It's right in the way of. Oh, look at that! Jeff Close tries to stay alongside, pushes the Fringer Vond LMP2 off track there, and that's Pascal Eggert, isn't it?
Well, if you give us a second, I've got the live pictures up, and well, they're still going for it and into the gravel. I've just seen on the stream, and well,
I think for once I'm ahead of you. So.
Oh no, yeah, there we go. I am back live now. So trying to make moves on this Iris is the Fringer Vond.
Yeah, so Jeff Close, I think, really under pressure here because he's literally just pushed the Fringer Vond off track there. I wonder if the stewards will again take a dim view of that because that's I think that's Pascal Eggert fighting. Yeah, it's 138. It's the only LMP2. Fringer Vond still in the race as it tries to go around the outside of Mario Valencia just before the chicane and then backs out. These two
down the inside, and they make a bit of contact. Jeff Close almost onto the gravel. It was the Burton Horizons car. Apologies there. That's trying to lap these two.
And it is, yes, sorry.
And there it is. Valencia through on the GT3
lead.
At
the last corner.
With 4 hours to go.
That was a brave move by Mario Valencia. Oh, banging wheels as well he was. And that has actually let the Fringer Vond car through past the both of them, I think.
that wasn't a particularly nice way to overtake someone, as Jeff Close is trying to get back at him. And I think he might just have a run at him into the chicane. Going very defensive is Valencia, and he's not quite able to make anything of that, is Jeff Close. But he's going to stay tucked up behind. He's got the largest car on the grid in that BMW. And, well, it must look very menacing for the McLaren. He's now got to keep his head down. Keep going through, as I think we had a little issue there. But,
yeah, don't worry. I think they might have just heard us drop out temporarily, but we're back now. And so Mario Valencia taking the lead that he's been stuck behind. That car, the 444, has been stuck behind the GT3 BMW Iris car of Jeff Close for the number 7 for the entire race up to now. Finally, they're taking. I don't think Formula One had ever led either class, so this is a historic moment for the Dutch team. Can Mario Valencia pull off what would be a huge victory for Formula One? He's still got 4 hours to go, but if they can pull a gap on Jeff Close, then that will greatly improve their chances. But of course, Jeff Close, it's in the name. He likes to stay close to people, so Mario Valencia is not going to get rid of him that easily. But maybe this LM-P2 traffic can help us. He goes off track into the gravel, just brakes too late. Through goes Jeff Close back into the lead, and a huge mistake just as I was talking him up. Commentator's curse strikes. Mario Valencia is facing the wrong way in the gravel and has to extricate himself. What a horrible mistake there, and that really allows the Dream Team machine of Songs of Frenzy to close back in, and suddenly the 444 car goes from potentially looking at a race-winning position to fighting to hold on to second position there. What a catastrophic error there, Tom.
Well, that shows, I think, just pure mistakes under pressure. He knew he had to get his head down, and sometimes when you've just made an overtake, you're so desperate to make it stick that mistakes can happen. I don't think it will phase him, though. I think he'll just get his head back down and get back up to Jeff Close before the end of his stint. He knows now he's got the pace. He's just got to do all of that hard work again. He's got 4 hours to make it work, though.
Indeed. So he's going to have to get his head down, focus during this next stint. I might accidentally turn someone down. Hopefully, the audience can hear you okay.
These GT3 cars have got such large fuel tanks. They can go for about an hour. And I think unrestricted, some GT cars can go for like an hour and a half or something like that. And, you know, you have to have your tyres, keep them in the window for that such a long time there.
So what do you think happened? Did Mario Valencia just use up his tyres trying to get past into the lead of GT3 cars, past Jeff Close, and ended up costing him basically through that long corner where the tyres cried enough?
I think he just got frustrated and flustered under pressure. I think he knew he'd made it stick, and now he's in such an important position for FRA. As you said, first time they've ever led a class, and then it kind of just unravelled for him from there. Really, really easy mistake to make, and I think it just caught him off guard. He must have been pulled out of the zone now. He didn't have that car to follow. Maybe the dirty air not being a factor anymore kind of, you know, made him overuse the tyres. Kind of go off. But I think he'll get back up.
But of course, we've still got quite a long way to go in the race, as you said. And also, Jeff Close, let's not forget, pushed off the 85 Burn Horizon car into the gravel. There could be an investigation which might hand the lead back to to FRA, sorry. To call them by their abbreviated name. As Sellers hits from second in LM-P2.
I don't see there being any penalties given out there. I think it was too wide between the two GTs, and the Burnt Horizon car just stuck his nose where it wasn't really wanted. And, just a racing incident, really. There's not much you can do. And that's the Val car onto the grass. Not ideal from then, but he's back up running now. And lost a minimal amount of time from that. So now it's just all about this final one car. Mario Valencia getting all the way back up to Jeff Close.
That would be Strachan running fourth in LM-P2, who just did that as he was going around the car of Mario Valencia. Should we put the auto director on so we don't miss anything? But they've been trying. I've been fighting for control with Chris, unfortunately. He's not really made it clear if he's happy with the sound or not, because he keeps coming in to change it, whereas I'm trying to control the cameras. So that's why I haven't done anything with the camera, because I've not been able to. Key thing. Move, damn it, move! It's like watching a tortoise.
50% of the race still to go, so it's not over yet at all. Well, if I'm not mistaken, we could
Well,
see.
it is over for a reading game, unfortunately.
Oh yes.
So we see the leaders pit. David Kolokshai pits in the number 21. Robert Strachan also pits in the number 33 in fourth position. McCormack has just left the pit lane as well. Bazican and Takax also being serviced.
So it should be about 9 minutes till we see the LM-P2s properly stopping. The ones who have stopped on this lap have got a bit of fuel saving to do before the end of the race. 40-minute stints should be quite safe around here.
So Strachan now drops behind Zoltan Bode, the number 20.
Interestingly, despite the issue with tyre wear, there's still no cars in the LMP2 field on the medium tyres. Mario Valencia and Levente in GT3 are both on the medium tyres, but all the LMP2s and all the other cars are on soft tyres still. 18 laps on that last stint, Zoltan Bode did.
Now, Nico Bark, who qualified third and was running third for quite a lot of the race, has worked his way back up to just over 11 seconds behind Pascal Eckert. See, I'm talking very weirdly because I can hear my echo very loudly now. He's incredibly distracted. But anyway, I'll just persevere. It's just... Whoa! Is that Kolokshai who spun? The leader has spun at the final corner. We're not sure why that happened. But Kolokshai gets going again. Looked to me like he may have dropped that all on his own.
No, that wasn't Kolokshai, that was Eggert. It's a yellow, it's an orange car, sorry. And this is very, very tight now. 7/10 of a second between second and third in LMP2. They've got a gap of a lap to the car ahead. So now it's going to be Val versus FRA. And that's two FRA cars that have almost bottled their lead. Or their particularly good position in the last couple of laps.
Yeah, let's watch that battle, because Pascal Eckert under real threat here. Bradley Sellers closes in. No, it's Nico Barkley, sorry.
And, well, it's going to be quite a tough scrap here. The LMP2s, downforce-based cars, they've got all the downforce in the world on this track. Everyone running on standard aero, unlike most tracks where you want to run on the Le Mans aero package, getting a bit caught up in the dirty air there.
Whoa!
Nico
Barkley
Barkley.
goes really wide.
Now keeping it as tight as possible, heading out of the hairpin. The next corner should be almost flat. It's perfectly flat, actually. He follows in the dirty air still. He might go for a move here around the outside. I wouldn't put it past him. No, he's waving, trying to find the room, using all the engine braking possible, trying to set himself up perfectly for the straight and the run down into turn one. Any real overtaking opportunity in the slipstream. I think he might have enough here.
Yeah, Eggert sticks to the inside, though.
Gonna try and use this to the best of his ability. They're still side by side all the way down into turn one. He's just got ahead. Has the Val car.
Oh, he's going to break around the outside. There, he's ahead before they even get to the first corner.
And that was an excellent overtake. Textbook from Nico Barkley. And he's just got
and of course, the number 90 was running second for quite a while. And sort of, because of the pit stop, fell out behind. But of course, Eggert's spin really helped them catch back up. So, Ring of Honor still running in the top three in LMP2. It would be a best ever result. But Eggert really falling behind now. And it won't be long before Bode might become a threat.
And if you don't mind, Ed, I think it's about time I left and got some dinner.
Oh, that's true. You have been on for quite a while. I was sort of hesitant to ask you to leave.
Yes, I was a bit hesitant to leave, actually, because I don't want to leave you alone for all too long. But I think we've got someone coming in shortly.
I'm actually going to leave for dinner soon, too. We should have Joshua Birch joining us quite soon.
Yes.
Might even have his sister joining in, which will be fun, because she helps him commentate on... They commentate on real motorsports series. So Josh is the lead commentator on Formula 1, Formula E, and a couple other series. And I help him commentate on Formula E, because this usually doesn't clash with this. And his sister is the lead commentator on W Series when they cover that, obviously with their commentaries of the channel on YouTube. Quite fun. Guys, even their dad helps out. We can even get his dad to commentate on this. That'd be quite fun.
I'll as I leave, I'll give him a little bit of a tag, and hopefully he can get in before you have to have your tea. But other than that, that's me signing off for the little commentary stint. It's been a load of fun.
Cheers, Tom.
Best of luck.
Best of luck next time. We'll see you again
Thank you very
at Korea.
No, I should be racing
time.
that time, so that'll be even more fun.
Yeah, fingers crossed and get the R-Factor 2 issues sorted out. But
Yes.
Pleasure. It was a pleasure to have you on. Enjoy it.
You too.
Cool, thank you. So, as Tom Dillon leaves, continue into lap 145, and darkness well and truly falls over the Mugello circuit. Roller coaster ride, and what a roller coaster it's been. There we see ballet number 90 continuing in second place, a lap down on the leader as Pascal Eggert pits, and I believe falls behind Gogo, but yeah, they fall behind Zoltan Boda and Chris Gitsov due to this pit stop. But with the fresh tyres, Eggert should have a big advantage in the next stint. There he is being serviced. Moscato taking over valet number 33. Get past Eggert. Interestingly, Evan Pierron, the number 85 Werner Eisen car, 4 laps down, still has the best lap. 1 minute 33.925. So, well, it seems the number 90 is one that's setting personal bests at the moment. Quite best that we've seen. Number 90's best lap time, 1:34.994. That's our last lap. Their best was 1:34.195. There you go. Get that right. Gitsov, only about 16 seconds behind Boda. That should be interesting. I wonder if Eggert may have had a more serious issue because it's still showing him in the pits. It'd be a big shame if Ring of Honor lost the chance of a podium here. It would be a big deal. We continue. At 147 now. And Marconi has a pretty dominant lead here of over a lap over Nico Barkley. Like that's changing anytime soon. I did think Marconi made a mistake, but it was actually Eggert. I had a somewhat confusing graphic up. The battle between two drivers, but it didn't show which driver actually was. Never mind. Yeah, very dark now. Where even more important to stay out of trouble. PD cars. Now Eggert drops behind Evan Piero. Real problems for Fringavon. Yeah. That lead, all the advantage that they had, completely evaporated. Now, of course, promotes Forrest McCormack in Bowling Motorsports number 28. 7. Said earlier, a very good recovery by then. Ooh. But like Frenzy has caught up to Mario Valencia. Of course. To focus on this GT battle now. Like, with Valencia having fallen 11 seconds behind Jeff Close. He's now all over the back. Oh, Valencia really sliding around on those medium tyres. Right, tucked in the gearbox here. Is he going to get a good run onto the main strip? That's the big question. No idea, because my connection is really awful. I think Chris has got the bandwidth up way too high for me to actually connect properly. Playing white, setup so awful. Okay, so did have a go at the inside, and he's through. Oh, bit tight, and he went back through down the inside. So diving in a bit deep there, the number 70. Sorry about that. It's just connection's so shit. I can't actually watch this race. So fucking slow. There we go. The battle continues. Number 70 making another attempt. So here we go. Renzi having another go at Mario Valencia down the main straight. Pulls out to the left. Going to have to go around the outside. The one car makes it as difficult as possible, and the screen freezes, so I don't know what the hell's happening. I hope you at home can see what's happening. Did he get through? Did he not? I have no idea. Let's have a look at the timing, maybe that'll tell us. Completely frozen now. Brilliant. There we go. Looks like he did get through. But we didn't see that. Maybe you saw that, I don't know. I can't watch 60 streams. I'm supposed to be watching just one stream. That actually tells me what's going on. Bloody annoying. Anyway. Okay. Sorry. I'm so annoyed there that I forgot to introduce our new commentator, Joshua Birch. Hello, Joshua. Oh. Apparently not. Preemptively joining. Not quite with us yet then. Got better things to do.
Hello, Ed. Can you hear me? Because I can so far not hear anybody.
I can hear you fine, Josh. In fact, I can hear you twice. I can hear myself doubled. Obviously from my actual voice and the computer that we're running everything through at the moment. So, you know what the classic thing of, oh, I can barely hear myself thing? My problem is I can hear myself talk twice. And that's really annoying. So if I trail off at the end of the sentence, it's because I'm hearing myself and it's really throwing me off. And because I had to turn it up because people couldn't hear me, so now I hear myself. It's almost the echo is louder than me actually talking. So yeah, it's really annoying. But anyway, you sounded fine.
I'm sorry.
Trouble before. You remember Le Mans at the very end where you were watching it, and because I wasn't there to constantly update it, what ended up happening was there was this thing where we thought the winner of the race, Mugen 21, had crossed the line, and on their screen it said the race was over. The last screen, because it was so horribly delayed and out of sync, we thought there was still another lap left.
Oh, that's a nightmare. I don't like that. I can hear you, by the way, now, Ed.
Okay, that's good.
So we've at least got half the stream working. Hello, everybody. Sorry I wasn't at Portimao. Formula 1, MotoGP, Formula E, everything was on that weekend, if I remember
that's true.
correctly.
I was on holiday in Scotland. I was able to do only about an hour and a half or 2 hours or something like that.
And a remarkable thing you did as well for that. I've never stopped saying well done and thank you for that.
Oh, no worries. Well, it's more for organisers and the audience's benefit. Anyway, this has been an interesting race. You've missed quite a lot of it, but it doesn't matter.
I've come in at my favourite time, the night shift. That's really nice. And in the last 4 hours as well. So I've come in exactly at half distance as well.
You can tell it was an evening start because it's not dark yet in Europe. So it's still evening.
I'm being thrown out of it here. I mean, we started at 2 o'clock normally, but usually these races go on until 2 a.m. and this one's only an 8-hour one. We've got 4 left coming up as well, so not bad at all. And hopefully, as you were saying, the graphics will come back at some point as well for me on my coverage. But I've got a YouTube up as well, so I can see that as well.
Okay. Because I'm hearing you twice, I'm going to mute you just to peace of mind, so I only hear you through one end rather than both ends, if that's okay. So don't feel offended.
No, I don't feel offended at all.
Okay, good. I was just checking that worked.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to remember to undo that at some point.
Yeah, hopefully,
anyway,
the next time we do Formula E, that might be a thing, yeah.
Right, I can get the on-stream graphics to the UI in-game, but
anything
the
will
problem
do.
then is that if I do that, then I think people watching the stream will see basically 2 sets of graphics. In fact, I think we disabled that earlier, so I'm not going to be able to do that. So I'm afraid you're kind of stuck with your lot.
So it's a
because otherwise we'll be completely out of sync with the timing. So this is the solution. I know it's not a lot of fun, but in terms of not having the graphics telling you who everyone is, but this is what that trusty spotters guide is for, Josh.
Yes, and you sent me that, and I've never been more grateful in my life that you've sent that over. And how 1990s is this now? I know for the viewers you'll see the graphics, but in my commentary box at the moment, I'm sure Ed might be the same actually, we've got no graphics. So it's a very 1990s F1 feel at the moment where you don't know what lap you race you're on, you just sat there watching the cars go
We
round.
are on lap 156.
Okay, and I've got the timing up now. Okay, so it's David Kowalski in control again.
Yes.
Kolocha, thank you.
Leading by a lap in the 21. And it's a good recovery through the 21 because at Portimao, they had a pretty awful race where they didn't score any points, and the 21 dominantly and caught up with them.
That is amazing, actually. I've got to catch up a lot more on Portimao, but wow. Been all go then, isn't it? In the EERC.
And this race has been quite interesting because some of the more fancy runners have either retired early on or they haven't shown up. So Absinia Force Polonia, AFP, the Polish team, look at Dream Team, just moving offline. It's to Frenzy in the number 70. Izzy's lapped.
Very close there.
LM-P2s.
That's the problem as well with racing in the night. You sort of lose half your night shift as well.
Yeah, it does hurt visibility ever so slightly when these LM-P2s just sort of come out of nowhere, out of the darkness.
And yellow sector 3 somewhere out there as well I've just spotted, so hopefully that's not going to cause any code 80s. For how many of those this evening?
Not that many actually.
That's a surprise.
We had one near the beginning,
right?
One fairly recently, and I think there might have been one when we were having issues with the broadcast. The game crashed and we missed the start basically, where we were trying to sort it out. It took us like 20 minutes or so.
I know exactly. That must have been an eternity. I've had streams crash right at the start, and you pray that something at least gets broadcast out there. But so far it's all up and running smoothly as well.
It was a bit embarrassing. I was swearing a lot, so I thought it'd be better just to end the stream, and then that created more problems because we had to restart the stream again, and it wasn't set up properly. So people were getting Portimao, I think. With commentary from here. I don't know what the hell happened because I was just told about it because I just started commentating and assumed it was fine, but apparently it wasn't.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
A confusing day then. Blame it on the British Grand Prix. Blame it on the British Grand Prix. That usually helps.
Yeah, I basically commentated for like an hour and a half and timed the break I was having, so it coincided with British Grand Prix qualifying sprint race thingy.
Did you see it?
I did, yes.
What did you make of it?
I was talking to Tom earlier, and he said he wasn't really impressed by it. I felt like first lap was fine, and then it felt like it never really got going.
Yeah, that's how exactly how I felt. And I blamed Alonso because he let everybody get in front, and the field was massively spread out and then too bunched up. I wasn't a fan, but I said I was just on the Grid Network actually before coming on here.
The American guys.
The American guys, yeah. I was talking with them about it, and I said I'm looking forward to seeing the next two. And I'll give my full assessment after we've seen all 3 races at 3 different tracks.
It'd be interesting to see if it works on a second-line Monza or a different one to Silverstone at least.
That's
I'm not saying Silverstone you can't overtake it or anything. It's just that it may not necessarily be the prototypical modern F1 circuit, because obviously it's been on the calendar since 1950.
It's a different breed, yeah. I'm hoping
maybe more of a tilt drone. That'll probably be more of an acid test. For the way the format can work or not.
Sadly, I've heard the third one might be Saudi Arabia, which is worrying me if that determines the title.
Anyway,
no, I know you won't, but I'm worried if that's going to determine the title.
Well, you're breaking up my mind, Josh. You okay?
I hope I'm okay. Can you hear me?
You started talking about Saudi Arabia, and I thought, oh no, we're going to interrupt the transmission.
Oh, right. I said the last sprint race I've heard could be Saudi Arabia, which I'm worried about could affect the championship.
As far as I can say, they shouldn't even be going to Saudi Arabia, but that's
the track
that's the way it is. And I know
there
was the news that PIF, the Public Investment Fund, have taken quite a large investment stake in McLaren.
Yeah, 50.
But obviously, Bahrain owned quite a lot of it, and the Bahrain State Bank or whatever it was.
50,000, isn't it? 500,000, isn't it?
It's a lot of money.
Yeah.
And I have no doubt it's oil money.
Yeah. That's unusual for Formula 1 this weekend, is going pretty much carbon neutral.
It's interesting as well, because there are a lot of Newcastle United fans who are annoyed that, weirdly, they were really upset that they didn't get bought out by a Saudi sheikh and the PIF investment fund. But it's a bit of a misnomer, public investment fund, because it's more of Saudi state government fund, basically.
Been that way, isn't it? A lot, really. And I'm hoping that Formula 1 at least keeps its roots.
The good thing is at least it keeps McLaren afloat.
It keeps them on.
I mean, I won't be supporting them anymore, needless to say.
Dear me.
Forrest McCormack and Bottling Motorsports goes off, loses his rear wing at the final corner. I think he's lost it. It's very dark. It's hard to see. I don't see a rear wing on there, Josh.
No, I don't. I think I saw it flying off and just where the lights at the back corner. So he's lucky he's right alongside the pit lane that he can go in there and get it fixed immediately. But it's going to cost him a lot of time and losing that 9th place at the moment.
Peter Schoenman might have a chance of getting back up into 7th place. It was 138, was competing for the podium earlier, and unfortunately spun. Pit trouble. I think they were having some kind of issue that they had to pit for.
And he's back in the pit lane now, so absolutely, I think they're going to drop right down the order as well. And tell you what, as well, all this sprint race stuff is coming through right now with Perez starting for the pit lane, the penalty reports. My phone has not stopped buzzing for the past 5 minutes about all this as well.
I'm not sure why is he being penalised? Is it because the car was damaged?
No, Russell hit Sainz at Brooklands, and that put Sainz down. So they're now talking about giving him a penalty for tomorrow's race. So Russell, who starts 9th, might start 12th with a 3rd place. And
it's a good thing they decided to penalise him after the race, because I think, kind of full commentary, they were basically saying that the crowd would riot if they penalised Russell. Because apparently he's the golden child now.
I can definitely see why he's the golden child. Been up there so much, hasn't he, recently? So, I know you don't like saying this, Ed, but Mr. Saturday turned into Man Friday yesterday. He did fantastic to get up there.
Man Friday.
I went one further in the commentary. It was a bit weird. But yeah, where did he...
sounds it, yeah. Maybe we just call him a brilliant racing driver rather than someone who only performs in specific sessions.
Yes, yeah. I think he wanted to poorly, didn't he, in practice? That's only because he's got his lap time deleted, so it was up there as well. George has been consistent this weekend as well, so I'm hoping he's going to be quite quick tomorrow, despite this penalty. I presume we've been talking through some of the penalties that I've just got my stewards chat open up as well, and a few Code 80 infringement coming on as well.
Okay.
On the 87. of the Giordano Iris automation, and it's
That'll
actually
be the car driven by Chris Gitzer that's in fifth
Yeah.
at the moment.
and he's okay. So he's been cleared, and it's been a warning for the fine Avant Motorsport, the 444 car, for failing to stop on time for the code 80. So he's been given a warning only. Yeah, so
that
that's
might
okay.
have been something to do with them spinning.
Jude's been a bit lenient today, actually, looking at it. They've just been given warnings and recommendations of what
Yeah,
to
we're
do
expecting
next.
way more carnage from Mugello, and there's been a bit of GD cars fighting amongst each other while the LM-P2 cars are trying to lap them. There was in one point where the class leaders in GD3 were fighting each other, and the guy in the lead of GD3 cars pushed off one of the LM-P2 cars that was trying to lap them because he was so worried about the guy in second getting past him.
That's down at, is that just at the exit of Vaca Minerali? One of the GT cars
That's
spinning off there. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I didn't quite see that. There must a pair of headlights disappearing in the darkness there.
So difficult as well, and this is
Whoa! There's Alan Holden.
Yeah.
I think I'm finally seeing what you were saying.
Yes,
because, for some reason, my connection is completely awful. I don't know how to fix it. I turned off VSync and everything.
Yes, it was Alan Holden spinning off. Yeah, it was Alan Holden in the Ferrari 51 spinning off. Forrest McCormack's coming to the pit lane in the 28 as well. So we joins in 7th, so that's good news for them. We've got a couple in the pit lane. How many have we got left? Because I'm seeing 22 cars scheduled at the moment.
I think... Oh. Has the AAA dropped out while I wasn't paying attention? Because that's big news, because they're a championship protagonist.
Definitely, I'm only seeing 22 cars circulating at the moment. So
I'm seeing 15. Although Reading Game Studios have, I think, just restarted.
Yes, they've just come back up the track. Yeah, so we've lost 4.
There were 22 runners that started the race. Yes,
and we've lost 6 of them. Yeah,
16. Although Joe Gostistis is so far down, there's only really 15 that are kind of in it.
Well, next how many laps is he down on the next car? About 23. So he might get them in the next 3.5 hours.
I believe he's 61 laps down on the leader.
Yeah,
he's
so
on lap 162. So yeah,
and 14 laps down as well. Race director Chris Tompkins, he's out of the race as well. What happened there?
At the very start, I would love to tell you, but we didn't.
Oh, of course, yes, yeah. Yes, sorry about that.
But it was just as well, really, because he helped us restart the stream immediately after that happened. It was a bit chaotic, yes.
It's all been chaos there as well, and I'm delighted I've managed to get in, actually, for this broadcast, because Silverstone's playing a right havoc with the weekend as well. When you think, oh, it's only one championship, and then the championship springs a whole new format on you, and suddenly you've got way more work to do. For
into the pits come the 2 class leaders in GD3, Jeff Close and Mario Valencia, Iris Automation number 7.
And we've frozen on our side, but Jeff Close was leading, but now Mario Valencia's taken over a position.
Because the pit box is slightly further forward for Ring of Honor Motorsport.
So they've changed over, yeah. So that happens quite a bit,
doesn't it? He did very briefly lead. And get past Jeff Close, and then he spun off immediately after I was talking about how well he was doing and how he could potentially pull away and win this race. They spun off and put everything into doubt and uncertainty again, and let Jeff Close back through. But Zoltan Toth has brought himself into the fight. He was the pole sitter, had a horrible opening lap or stint to the race, and dropped back down to 4th. Now back up to 3rd, and. Not too far behind either. I think he's just about to inherit the lead if he decides to stay out here.
I think he is, actually.
He's got past Valencia. Yes. And Roman. Yeah, there we go. So Roman has gotten back on board the
number 7.
Yeah, there you go. There's our new class leader in GD3, Zoltan Toth. Was the pole sitter. I don't think he's led a lap until now. He's had to wait for more than half the race to do that.
Changing positions massively as well. So yeah, it's Rimmon back in Valencia. Back down into 2nd at the moment in class, and Toth moving ahead of them both to take the lead of GT3. Not bad at all. And he's got an advantage now of, what was it, 1.3, 1.4? It's increasing as quickly as I said. I can't see at the moment. 2.9 seconds, but it's going up as the for Ryman and Valencia getting used to new tyres, of course, out there as well, and for Ryman back in the car. So that
and
got 3
I was
seconds.
talking to Tom earlier, Tom Dillon, who's the team principal of Reading Game Studios. He was saying a lot of the cars are set up for oversteer, and consequently, this is a very tyre-hungry circuit, where if you abuse these tyres, they can really go evil on you, spin you out, as we've seen happen to a number of drivers. But oversteery setup is the best lap times here, so because it's such a direction change, we have to have the car on a knife edge for a lot of the faster flowing chicanes and corners.
And of course, with Mugello, we have the advantage of it's an uphill run to the line, isn't it? So you're slower out the last corner, and with the rear tyres, it'll take a while to get up to temperature because there'll be more spinning on it as well, more power goes to the rears to kick it up. And as well, with a force feedback wheel for some of these guys out there, tired arms tomorrow morning would be definite. And absolutely, for someone who just bought F1 2021, to find out his wheel isn't compatible with it and has to buy a new wheel, I know how much expense those force feedback wheels are and can be.
I'm sure you do.
Yeah, I'm regretting it.
So this is interesting. We have Mario Valencia racing 30 Roman, in turn chasing Zoltan Tov. That's the closest battle on track. Zoltan Tov is a bit out of sequence, I think. That's why he's leading. But it's all to play for the lead in GT3. Contrast to LM-P2, where David Kolokshai and number 21 seems to have checked out of there.
Further a lap ahead as well. Faster sector 2 time as well at the moment, 27.543. Quicker at the moment. And yeah, definitely has checked out massively. I'm expecting as well. Only 165 laps completed at the end of this, so we're going to see in about another 300 lapper. I'm going to hopefully, cross your fingers, that we're halfway through this race and anything can still happen. And with only 22 cars starting this race, we might see a couple more dropping out towards the end. It could be a Suzuka situation again. Back to you, Ed.
Yeah, sorry, I thought I was confused by the darkness there. I thought there was a car on the grass.
Yeah, these lights as well. They're cheeky, aren't they?
Plays tricks on you. Yeah. I also had a conversation with my mum where we agreed we're going to have dinner at 6:30. So I'm hoping that I'm trying to listen out, but I have got the door closed, so I'm not sure if I might have missed cool down for dinner and I'm going to be in trouble. But I might just open the door and
give a shout out. Yeah.
So hold on a few seconds. I'll be right back.
No worries. And at the moment, car still circulating. Here's the BMW watching on. Beautiful purpley pink livery here as well. And it really shines under the lights here of what we have at Mugello. And as well, I didn't expect a night race actually for Mugello. I thought we were going to have mainly an 8-hour day race. But absolutely nothing to say that we can't have a night race. And it's looking fantastic out there. Lap now 166 at the moment on the boards. With, as Ed said, 16 cars left. Realistically, it's 15. With the number 72, Oceana Reed Game Racing with Joe at the wheel is 65 laps down.
That's Oreca.
Thank you.
Which is the LM-P2 chassis manufacturer.
So far down on the list as well. Do you, Oceana? I know, do you know why I said Oceana? Because I got Ocean Man stuck in my head. That's
Oh God!
Yeah.
That reminds me of what was it? The first race I ever did in EERC in Hockenheim, as we look at 30 Roman closing in on the leader.
Oh,
this is a good.
So Toth is back.
I'll tell you this story later because I've probably told it before.
Possibly, yeah. I'm not too sure. You could have said it at one of the Formula E's or even pre-season testing, which we simply had to cover a long time, didn't we? Well, how long did you do? You did about 3 hours, did you, testing that weekend? I think so.
I didn't watch any footage. I was just looking at a time.
Yeah, that changed quickly because in those days as well, we didn't have the HDMI splitter, so that now when you're in the complex as well.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, we watch it all. Back to you.
Oh, so both of them being lapped by the Bottling Motorsport number 28 and Roman. Looks to the inside, but isn't quite able to get alongside Toth.
Coming through the Luco corner as well, and Nico Barkley pits as well from second, and he's going to drop at least a position, I think, or maybe
number
even
90. I think they've had a very good race. They're looking good for a podium, to be honest. The big threat from behind is Zoltan Boda,
and
number 20, looking to make it a Mugen 1-2.
Moscato's in the pit lane as well.
So I think they've just got
men,
past Diego Moscato.
Yeah. Oh, and the race leader's in. The 21 team are in. So,
unfortunately, this is the part where I leave you. So I'll put the camera on auto director, and I'll be back after I've finished dinner.
Fantastic. See you soon. Enjoy.
Yeah, thanks, Josh. Talk to you later.
Talk later. So race leader dives in. So the top 2 in from this race as well. But Davide Koloskai is the 21. Is already a lap ahead as well. As we see the GT field now flying through, completing their racing laps as well. And Barkley actually didn't lose a position to Zoltan Boda, and Chris Gitsov is now in control of the car for P4 as well, as he's backing ahead of the 33 of Moscato, who's currently spent 49.8 seconds in his pit box. He's now rejoining the track as well. He's got a battle here as well in the GT3. Battles at the front as well as Toth in the McLaren trying to hold off, diving inside the BMW down towards turn 1. Very late on the inside. Can he get a move? Oh, Riemann really does want the lead of the GT3 and takes it. The McLaren trying to hold through as well. Didn't pay off. Zoltan Toth moves back down to second in class, but Riemann goes into 9th position. And that move was so telegraphed early on as well. It was nice to keep on the inside there. And holding down. Late on the brakes as well, as we see a replay of it in the comments box here. So there's a GT3 battle. We've got an LM-P2 coming through as well to take over a couple of positions. To be lapped as well. And holding off down on the back. So Koloskai leads. He is a lap ahead of Nico Barkley. He is in the 90 esports for the Valle esports team at the moment. And we do even have the track map now in operation as well up here in the comments box, which means I can see a couple of things out there on the track. Maybe not as much as I would like to see it, but it certainly does load quicker. As without any earphones of hearing the track action either out there at the moment, because something's decided to go a little bit odd. But I can't hear anything from the pit monitors. There we go, with the driver tracker as well. The number 8 car as well, with the initials SCH. Reminds me so much there of Schumacher, but of course it's Peter Schuurman is in the number 138 at the moment, running 8th overall in this race. Championship. The race leader looks stationary across the board, actually. I can't see why that's changing, as Zoltan Toth, who are on board with now second in the GT class, who a couple of moments ago was changing positions. And hopefully we're going to have an interesting one. This is start and finish line. Just the exit there, the last couple of corners. And it's lap number 169 of this EERC's round of the second season here at Mugello. We're under the lights with just under 3.5 hours to go. I'll definitely try and sort out the hearing as well on the stream as well. I have got the YouTube chat open though as well, so do get in touch and let us know what you think of the race so far, if you've watched it all so far tonight. Let's have a look. And yep, we've got Tolosa saying Alton 35 has gone from 2 laps down to 70 seconds from the lead, so he's starting to improve slightly as well. And Alton is awesome. So Alex DA 678 as well. We've got a spinner into the exit there. That's just coming out of the back half of the track, actually, and they're very tricky after. That's just after Aquafibiari in the little downhill segment of the track. It was the test team 173, I think, who's gone off. It was just behind, actually, so let's see if we can. It was only 6th in class. And there's another one in the wall as well, so they're all getting all over the place. It is the 909 Ferrari running 5th in the class, and another one off at the last corner as well. coming straight into the pit lane. I think it's the Ferrari as well with bad graphics at the moment. So yellow's out in the third sector. Let's take a look at the second Ferrari now. Lovely livery at the moment here in the racing car. Hopefully you're going to be better as well, if I had to get my microphone working correctly. Jumping over the back there. And it was the 753 off the track at the last corner and back into the pit lane as well as several other cars. Can't see who that is. It is the 753 McLaren into the pit lane from further back on the list as well. So time's improving with just under 3.5 hours to go. Going back up now at the front, as we see the Valley Esports racing together, the 33 and the 90 on the back half of the track as well. The gap now between the two at the front, the 21 and the 90, that was 2 laps. It keeps fluctuating. As Aloza says in the scene there as well, it's going down to less than a lap. So a lot more improvements to do. Can they find the time and find the pace they need to here in the EERC Endurance Championship? It's round 7 of the second season, the 8 hours of Mugello. You can watch it all here now as well, as Blue Hat saying cringe out there as well at the moment, because Alex, who's the team manager of Alton as well, saying he's absolutely awesome. Bit of biased out there, but don't blame you whatsoever at the moment. Fastest up at the moment for the 33 Valley Esports team, Diego Moscato in the control there. He's done a 134.869 on the board. So big ups there and big improvements. It's nice to see. It's brilliant to see these guys improving as we take a look now at the back half of the circuit. Zoltan Toth was just circulating as well. He's P10 overall in this race and running second in the GT3 class. Hopefully as well, throughout the race, we're going to have a better understanding of how these cars are going to adapt. Flash of the lights there at the moment from the 86 Giovanna Iris Automation. Getting through on some lap traffic out there. Absolutely needs to get out of the way of lap traffic. We've had weapon after weapon after weapon of flashing the lights. Get out of the way. I'm faster than you. No, you're not. I'm definitely faster than you. And F1 drivers don't seem to... Sorry, eSport drivers and any drivers, actually, don't seem to know when to quit when they're ahead. You can tell I've been doing Formula 1 all day. You've got the brain on for the F1 lots. Okay, so as I just finally get my iPad on charge, that way I will not lose my crucial driver tracker, which you need and I need as well, to inform me of everything I need to know in this race. Still out there at the moment. And keep your fingers crossed as well, actually. We saw this back in Portimao. The race went into a little bit of a lull in the centre half, and it took a while to sort of zhuzh back up. But when it does zhuzh back up, oh my goodness me, is it exciting motorsport. Is that a rear wing off there at the back there for the Ferrari number 35 in the Alton Motorsport? No rear wing off. It's too dark, as Ed said as well. You struggle to see the lights at some points as well. You struggle to see your own dashboard at points. It is that, I don't want to say bad, but it is really that bad. You struggle to understand what is real and what type of positions you're going to have, exactly where on the track you need to be going for. It is an absolute nightmare at points of this race. Off. Someone's spinning and hit the wall as well. Hasn't taken off the wing. I believe, looking at that, if I can just get the graphics on correctly, it's the 753, the Paul Street boys, who have flown into the wall. And definitely not how they wanted their race to go. They're having a terrible one down there at the moment. only pitted a couple of laps ago, of course, and now they're circulating even worse out there. So we'll keep an eye on who needs to change going forward. And yeah, it was Zoltan Cox in the 753 test team. And the Paul Street boys, they are on the entry list as well, having the errors they need to, and hopefully circulating a lot quicker. Under 3 hours and 18 to go now, just a bit less than that. Hopefully you're seeing it at the same time I am. And hopefully if I just trying to get everything correct in the position as well, and it's not wanting to play ball at the moment, as I understand something's gone wrong at the moment, as we try and adjust that. And that test team car returning to the pit lane very slowly, the Paul Street boys having a little bit of a slow run as well. Maybe they need to find a little more I don't want to say altercation, because that's not really fair on the board, is it? They need to find something out there that's a little bit more easier for them to deal with out there. Hopefully you're hearing me a little bit clearer now, actually, as well, as we unhook several items that always inhibit our earphones. Watching now, briefly, that was with the Burns Horizon, the 85 squad, in the LM-P2s, as I lean back as well. Well, a nice fan on the commentary box is right on board as well. The heat here in the United Kingdom has been absolutely horrific this weekend, and if you have been out in it, I hope you've been having some sunscreen as well. I've been out in it briefly, but honestly it's too hot, so I've been having numerous ice creams today as well, and keeping up with the heat, and as well commentating the commentary box is more like a sauna at the moment as well. So I don't want to say lucky, but lucky that I'm even here to be in the box. That was on board with Zoltan Road in the number 13, running 20th in the Mugen Sim Racing 20 squad at the moment as well. And there's the Mugen Sim Racing, who usually are quite dominant here at the moment, but it's the 21 who's dominating at the moment, followed by the number 90. And that is of the Valet Esports. A wonderful Dutch livery as well that you see on the LMP2 cars as well. And it's been qualifying day today, of course, for was it 8 hours of Monza, I think, as well, over in Italy. So that's why we've had the 8 hours of Mugello here today as well. That Monza race tomorrow is certainly going to be an exciting one to watch, and hopefully people will enjoy that, and the British Grand Prix for Formula 1. That's on tomorrow as well. Lapped cars now getting out of the way, as we see the number 28 of the bottling motorsports at the moment as well. Bottling is such a motorsport phrase, isn't it? Oh, you've bottled it, you've thrown it away, you've bottled it, all that lot. It's such a unique phrase that only really any motorsport drivers have. So in terms of the DNFs, 2 of them have come from Coulson and Hives in the LM-P2s, and in the GT3s it's Takis in the 888 squad, who has dropped out. Ed was unsure if they had, but we've got confirmation now they are out of the race. Followed then also by the 93 squad and the 45 squad. They're the 5 cars officially eliminated for this race. 16 still run here. 8 and 7 at the moment as well. Well, it must be 8 somewhere along the board, otherwise they don't make sense, does it? 8 would be 16. So it is Joe Ghostis, who is running in the Reed Game Studios Racing 72 squad, who's jumping out there as well. Car in the pit lane at the moment as well, and that looks to me to be the Giovanna Iris Automation 86 car. Is it 86 or 87? It's 87. It's Chris Kitskoff who's in control of that one. So Chris back into the pit lane now for the 87 squad as well. Teams sharing liveries this weekend, which wasn't something we saw previously at other rounds of the championship, like at Portimao. But hopefully it'll be okay. And we'll get some good ones as well. Yeah, it's Chris Kitskoff in there. Remember, when you are watching this stream as well, I'm watching with no timing graphics. I've got a live timing monitor, and Ed sent me the driver tracker, the spotter's guide as well. I've got that up on the iPad, which means I can just about see enough of the screen to know what is going on. I've also just realised I could use the other monitor as well I've got here in the comms box, which I can put the tracker on as well and have the drivers out there. So not using all of my brain at the moment today. It has been a long one. And a long 24 hours as well. We're getting everything sorted, but hopefully as well, we all know exactly what's going to be like tomorrow. I think I've got a heat stroke, you know. So hot in this box. As we just adjust now. Hopefully we'll get to see as well more of the action out there. It's like 176 in this race so far. Yes, there we go. I can see more of the monitor now, which is great news. I can see the live tracking of the cars out there finally on a big enough monitor. Move the water out of the way. So right now, stewards' decisions. We have had nothing since 8 minutes past 6. So they've stayed in relatively the same position, which I suppose is the best news possible. We didn't want them changing over. The teams also out there, you can talk to the drivers as well and drag them in if we need them. A lot of the field congested at the moment as well as we look at the 33 running in down the order in 7th place. Sorry, 4th place in the standings, 7th place overall. Just trying to find out who's going to have the best opportunity for an overtake. There's a load of gaggle of cars from 8th all the way down. I'm trying to have a look. Yeah, from 8th to 12th, there is a big chain of cars. So that is the 28 car, the 138, the 7. Out there are 2. Zoltan Toff also in a battle there in the car. So they're all in it as well. Mo Valencia, Wesley Bullocks. That's crossing over from the GT3 cars and the LM-P2 cars. There's a move going on side by side as well. Nicely up the inside for one of the Mugans. I think that's David Colocci lapping one of the cars out there on the circuit. Oh, off! That's a Ferrari. And I think it's the 93 squad just running off ever so slightly. Or is it the 51? Can't see much at the moment. Who was it? It's the 91. It's the 91. It's the 51. It's the 51. It's the ADN racing team. Alan Holden in control of that car for the whole 8 hours. He was the one who just slipped off the track there down at turn 1. Don't forget as well, if you're wondering why I'm making so many errors, it's not because I can't see the graphics that you are. It's well, I can't see the graphics. I'm graphicless. You are seeing more information than I am, and I'm seeing about 20 seconds delayed. So cut some slack there to the commentators today. They're still running, which is great to see. And Edward Hunter will be rejoining the commentary team in a few moments as well. Hopefully as well. He will have a close... He's been keeping an eye on this race as well. And he'll be able to come in with some stats that we might have missed. Because he's been watching with graphics, of course. As he's been watching on the YouTube. Don't know a word on the teams at the moment. We are still having a little bit of an incident involving the 85 squad and the 7 squad. No further action. So no further action either at the moment on the boards. So that lapping incident happened on 1, 2, 3, just before I joined the box. No further action. And that was the message that was given at 52 minutes ago. On board now with one of the Valley Sport drivers. I think this is Nico Barkley running in 2nd place. I'm having a look now for you. Yes, it is. It's Barkley we're on board with now. 2nd overall. He's got the 4th car just behind him as well of Moscato. And Boda. Right, but Boda's actually dropping. Boda's down the order according to this timing screen, so I'm not sure what's happening there. But Nico Barkley, let's go. Oh, I was going to go quiet. I need to listen to an onboard, but I don't know if the esports has got him. Spinner, LM-P2 driving across the middle of the field as well. Who is that? Spun off the circuit. I can't see at the moment. It's too dark to get a good picture. And hopefully I'll be able to tell you in a second who it was as I get it radioed through to me. Continuing out there on the circuit, though. LM-P2 having a spin. And it was the 85, Ivan Peroni, who's running in 6th place at the moment. 5 laps down, he was the spinner. Crossing through as well. hopefully everyone's going to have a nice, relaxing couple of sessions for the remainder of this one. There's absolutely zero need for more action out there that doesn't need to be. And who's that? It looks to have had a little bit off. And back to the pit lane, actually. So who's that? The number 20, Zoltan Boda's just returned to the pit lane. Has Boda gone off and been forced into the pit lane? So have we missed something that could be crucial? Oh, I've got graphics. Okay, brilliant. So that was the 85 back in the pit lane. Okay. So, Ed, I know you can probably hear me. I can see graphics again on my monitor. 3 hours, 7 minutes, and 25 seconds to go. Class leaders is Koloski and Toth as well. As here comes the 909 car at the moment of Adam Shatler out there too. And brilliant, I can see graphics out there as well. So, yeah, you can see it now as well. At the same time, you saw graphics, I saw graphics. Fabulous work, Ed. Fabulous work, Chris, behind the scenes as well.
Yeah, I think Chris did that one.
Oh, Chris, well done, Chris. Oh, Ed, you get the credit. You get the credit too.
Oh, that's true, yeah. I probably should have done it before I went down for dinner, but
No
there
problem.
wasn't really quite enough time.
No issues. We've had it quite okay so far. It's a relief to have graphics. Now I know how James Allen and Martin Brundle must have felt in
Yeah,
2004.
so I think you saw just there was Ferdy Roman retired in the pit lane, so I wonder if he had some kind of connection issue.
Right,
It's
so
big,
yeah, it is, yeah.
A big drama for the number 7 Iris car, which is a title contender, especially with the AAA out. There was a big opportunity, and unfortunately, it looks like as they drop down the order, that's been gone now. Yeah, my commentary is I sort of start off sentences quite well, and then I sort of become really self-conscious when I hear myself echoing,
Oh,
and so I'll sort of
yeah.
trail off because I just lose confidence and just sort of it's sort of like you put yourself off. It's weird.
I know what you
I probably
mean.
would never work in broadcasting because that's kind of de rigueur. It's normal.
No, it's not. You hear yourself back almost live, but with the echo, I know how bad that can be. Because back in 2015, when I was commentating on MotoGPs, I used to record them to the computer, and our computer broke, so we got a new one, and I could never get that set up the same as it was on the old one. So there would be an echo. So I would sit there with headset on, and I'd start talking, and then I'd hear myself a split second later, and it put me off so much. I ended up having one ear on, one ear off. And oh, God. I guess what happened at the end of that year as well when I had that? I ended up with a boil inside my ear.
Oh, dear. It was Adam
yeah.
Shatler. Oh. Oh, no, wait. He's just going over the hill.
Yeah,
I thought he was heading for the wall there.
It looked like he was going to the wall. So, yeah, I'll give you that one. But, yeah. I know definitely how it can be. But don't worry. Just start shouting. Everybody knows what you sound like, and it's fine.
Just shout randomly when you think things are happening. Because I've got the slight latency issue, which I've not been able to fix. I try and fix it now, actually, but I sort of see things that are either about to happen or have probably already happened, and I have to sort of guess. And I think what I described it to another guy as is sort of like Minority Report, where they sort of try and predict crimes before they happen.
Yeah, I know what you mean there. It does feel like that, doesn't it?
Yeah, except Tom Cruise isn't here to help me out with this one, which is probably a good thing on balance.
Tom Cruise is on Channel 4 this weekend anyway, as I'm sure.
Oh, he was a
you've
good one
seen,
as well, wasn't he? Yeah.
He was
and
everywhere. Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was everywhere. Tom Cruise last time out.
I decided to turn on Channel 4 for their commentary for the first time this season because it was live. And,
How was it?
And also because I was a bit fed up with David Croft.
Yeah. No, I don't blame you there. Channel 4 is rated live.
Trying to lap the. That's not for position, is it? It is.
It is.
This is Boda trying to. Oh, this is him trying to get by Moscato in the 33.
Well, this has changed tune, hasn't it, at the moment as well? That's
and there we go.
They've closed up.
Gone past him already.
Yeah.
And that was latency again. I was reacting to something after it already happened because that was when I was seeing. Really annoying. I should try and get that fixed. We never had this problem before. I don't know why the hell Chris's computer is suddenly
having
become one
failures.
that my internet can't keep up with for some reason.
Has he changed over to a Mac?
I don't bloody know. It looks like Windows to me. But I think he had this weird thing where he was trying to use Mac with a Windows keyboard or something. I don't know. You'd have to ask him about that. Anyway.
I've just turned the
bandwidth. Maybe
telegram
that'll help.
position. Yeah, there we
Maybe
go.
I turn the bandwidth down because it's at 20 megabytes per second. If I turn it down to 5, that'll go better. I don't know how these things work. Well, I can hear it.
Do you hear
Same
everything?
as
Yeah.
before. But now I'm just looking at a static screen. Very bad, actually. Oh, there we go.
There we go. David Karski on board now. Side by side through turn 1 as well. Car off Wesley Bullock in the 35
Bukout.
Ferrari. Bukout, thank you. I've been behind.
Is it Bukout or Boekout? Hoot. I call him
yeah.
Bukout because
Bukout, yeah. Bukout
that
says
sounds
Bukout,
right
yeah.
to me.
Let's say
I'm
let's
sure
do it with
Wesley
Bukout, yeah.
Well, he hasn't complained yet, so I'm assuming that it's fine.
Yeah, I presume he's all right. He's got back on, didn't damage the rear wing, so looks to be A-OK, which is the news he needed, and certainly the team as well. And I presume there'll be a few little nervous moments back there as well, saying, "Oh no, what's happened now? Have we lost time? Do we need time? What's going on?" But no, you just stay fine. You'll be fine. Relax. You're with an expert.
Dude.
Bring up. Alan
Never more
Holden.
comforting with the experts.
Yeah, absolutely. As Alan Holden's had a little bit of a 360 coming out of the last corner.
Oh, wow.
And continues on in the 51. Back
I just
to
thought that
Jay
was
Hatch.
normal.
Yeah, it looked normal, didn't it? Yeah. Yeah,
Because,
it's just spinning around.
Because I've called it wrong before just now. Cars, they're just normal, but because they just sort of come out of the darkness, you think, oh, he's just spun. But no, that's just because you can't see the track because it's so dark. And it's Mugello, it's not the best lit of circuits at night because it's mainly designed for daytime racing.
Of course, yeah, and I'm surprised we haven't actually gone to a track that's fully lit yet. I know we've been at Daytona and that, the banking.
Well, we went to
is-
Le Mans.
Yeah, that wasn't very much lit, was it? We need a Singapore type.
And Le
type
Mans
of
is
track, yeah.
designed for like night racing. Though.
Yeah. We need. I would love it with a fully lit circuit. Just
I don't
go
think,
for it.
I'm
yeah.
not sure a street circuit would work too well for EERC with like
It would be chaotic.
like a dozen cars from 2 different classes. I don't know.
yeah,
But, it's pretty chaotic here so far. So
it's literally disaster waiting to happen, isn't it? If that happens.
I think it'd be even more of a crash fest than normal. But
Nico Bartley watching on as well.
a lot of
As
drivers
a-
negotiating the traffic.
These headphones are starting to clip on me. I've had them on so long today. It's also, I don't know about you, Ed, in your commentary position, but it's so hot today.
Yeah, I've had both windows open. I just had an ice cream, so that helped.
Yeah, I've had so far today a Magnum, as well as a big bowl of Cornish clotted cream ice cream, and I'm honestly considering at the end of this broadcast going into a shower that is freezing cold, just in order to sort of cool down a little bit more.
Yeah, indeed. We just hit the 3 hours remaining mark. So I'm assuming we'll be able to stay for the remainder of the race.
Hopefully, I will be here for the remainder of the race. Fingers crossed, unless I get called away, because we've been surprised by more people visiting this weekend as well, which isn't. Don't you just hate? Don't you miss lockdown when nobody can visit you? And now people are visiting unannounced. So hopefully, I'll be able to stay with you for the end of it. That's my plan anyway. I've locked the door to the box, so no one can get in. And Megan is going to make an appearance at some point, hopefully, for a little
Oh,
while.
that'd be great. Does she
Yes.
want to do the finish?
Megan at the finish probably would be
She
good.
wanted to do the start, and it's just as well she wasn't there because
Yes,
we
yeah.
had the issues.
We were just finishing W Series when the start happened as well. Megan actually said when we came off air, we've missed the start. And I said,
well,
bad
we
word.
missed it too because
Yeah.
I did sort of think, oh, when is W Series going to end? And I saw it was like 5 parts, and I thought, well, she's probably going to miss it, but we'll see what happens. It doesn't matter too much. It's not like a strict schedule. It's not like
Yeah, when are we
penalty
next
points.
out? Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
South Korea. It's the old Yonggam circuit.
I missed that track a lot. It was unique for racing.
It's interesting. I don't think I've ever seen an endurance race there.
I remember the 2010 race very fondly.
Well, that-
and
It was a
the
bit
rain
like an
one.
endurance race.
Yeah. Oh, I hated it because I was due to catch a train at 9 o'clock in the morning, and I just got that train from watching that race as well because we had the hour red flag as well, and standing by. The race took actually about 3.5 hours to finish it in total. So it's the 2 hours plus the hour we had. As off goes Adam Shatner and hits the wall again as well. So that Ferrari 909 now stuck in the gravel doing a 360. And almost
straight for the barrier there.
He's written an R. He's literally written an R in there as well for racing. So the Ferrari with good spirits there. But yeah. Laura says, you'll find out how well a street circuit works in the final couple of corners of Korea. Yeah, that's a street circuit.
That's true, actually, yeah.
Forgot about
They're
that.
originally going to build a city around that, and then that kind of fell through, so it's just a parking lot, basically.
The whole thing fell apart, which is unfortunate because it was a really great idea to bring the city, like they did at Shanghai, at that circuit, bring the city to the track and make it more of a street circuit. And it's worked, actually, in Shanghai. If you look at the pictures of 2004 to the last race in 2019, the skyscrapers have gone up, there's more cities coming closer to the circuit, there's more open roads. China very much have done a Dubai and have turned a wasteland into a thriving city. And that's a shame that Korea couldn't do it. Maybe if the north and south sorted their differences out, it would have been a little bit easier. But yeah, that's the problem. And
you talk about it like it's just a matter of, you just share a cup of tea and then you can fix 50 years of bad relations to North and South Korea. I don't think it's quite that straightforward.
A little bit more, isn't it? A little bit more. And that's the problem as well. It's just, where's the Bohawks? Should we call him Bohawk now? In the 35 as well. He's got definite problems out there, hasn't he? It looks like definite problems. There's that Ferrari. So it's sounding alright, I hope. I'm going to try and fix my audio, actually, because I can't hear much. So I'm going to try and fix that now. And hopefully get that back and operational. And
Buka is still a lap ahead of 30 Roman in RS number 7 after the RS's issues earlier. So I think there's still a chance of a podium for the number 35, even with some of their issues, because they are about 48 seconds behind Mario Valencia in second. But I don't know. I think with Iris falling away, I don't see the 35 as in that bad a problem at the moment.
I feel so dumb at the moment because I've just clicked my laptop speaker to show the audio and it was stuck on internal speakers, not the TV I'm watching on, so I can now hear the cars again. Oh, it's been one of those days, isn't it? There we go. I can hear the cars now. That's better.
Oh.
That's Forrest McCormack in.
I think it was, yes. He's just coming from 6th position. And Che Hat, interestingly, we didn't mention this, but he has gotten on board the RS-87. Brilliant driver, Che Hatch. I've seen him always excel, no matter what machinery he's put in. GT3 or LM-P2.
So that moves him up then for P5 at the moment as well, and hopefully going to be okay.
Yeah, he's about 61 seconds behind Diego Moscato in Valley number 33. So still a chance of a Che Hatch podium here.
I'm going to run in and correct my iPad charger because this isn't working. So I'll leave you for 2 minutes and leave you in the very capable hands of Ed.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, Josh fixing his iPad. I get stuck in to this night stint, even though it's still bright and sunny evening where I am. That's a British summer for you. You can never predict it. Right. So, Bottling Motorsports number 28 exits the pit lane with Dan Brusen. Dan with 2 A's, funnily enough. Dan got on track. Now 4 laps down on Che Hatch. And a real close battle to really speak of, particularly. Valencia, about 15 seconds behind Zoltan Toth in the lead of GT3. Then, the next closest, much closer actually, is Moscato to Boda. Diego has actually done pretty well. Of course, he was instrumental in Valet number 90's win in Suzuka. The Alan Holden hit from the tail end of the GT3 field. But Diogo, at the moment, coming off second best, Sultan Boda and Mugen number 20. And number 20 has done a pretty good recovery job. Obviously, they've had drivers ahead drop out. They've still fought through when they needed to, and things go their way. It's a long gap to their teammate, though, 3 laps. There's Jahan. We were just talking about him earlier. And doing a brilliant job at the moment. Although, last lap, 136.4. Oh, that's just him. It looks a bit like he was off track there, but it's all fine. That's the man he's trying to catch, Diogo Moscato. Now 11 seconds behind Boda, so Diogo to lose touch at this phase of the race with the podium. We've got 2 hours, 51 minutes left to go. So we'll probably watch one of the Lord of the Rings movies and still just about come out of it and in time for the finish. But of course, if you did that, you'd miss all the great night action that's no doubt on its way. Just got the gap below a minute. 59 seconds to Moscato. Sultan Top has pulled 21 seconds on Mario Valencia. Was really free. Nico Barkley, I believe we're riding on board with the moment. There we go. I can see it now too. So that's how far behind I am, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, sorry, just trying to resolution. My shitty laptop can't really keep up with this for some reason. No idea why. Mr. Adam Shatler has retired while I was fiddling around with that. So, clearly decided with 2% of the race to call the day. Over halfway through, certainly. So, what that's all about. Ooh. Hey Hatch, I was actually past Diogo Moscato somewhere. I don't think we saw that on stream. The Hatch up to 4th. Moscato as the leaders pit. Barclay, but Barclay calls a lap down.
Hello, Ed. I am back. Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine, Josh.
Fantabby
Everyone else can too.
And what? Yep, I'm back, everybody. Hopefully, you didn't miss me too much. Was that being a bit too? What was it? Pragmatic? No, not pragmatic.
No, I was just messing around with the resolution because he was moaning at me that Chris's computer has a resolution it can't keep up with, and then it's moaning about the internet connection not being good enough. Lower the bandwidth. Lower the bandwidth. Jesus Christ!
It's not one of these. It's not one of these days, is it, for technology today?
Not really, no.
Yeah, I'm half tempted as well to.
Yeah.
How long
I was
until
annoyed
then,
because I
so-
missed Diogo Moscato being overtaken by Che Hatch, who I was bigging up earlier. So I assume Moscato made
yes.
Moscato made a few mistakes. Sorry, William. No, it is
8.5 seconds.
It is
the gap between
Moscato,
them, yeah,
not
yeah,
Moscato. It's Diogo, but I keep calling him Diego.
Yeah, it's Diogo Moscato, isn't it? It's very tricky, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's because it's not what you expect.
Absolutely, no, it's not. You would expect it the other way around. I'll tell you one thing, I'd walked back into the commentary box. I thought I'd cool down in the house as I had a quick drink of nice ice cold water. And I walked back in. I've already started sweating. The humidity must be off the scale. And for any of our drivers here who race in the UK,
I mean, like Che Hatch.
Precisely, yeah. They're sitting there in a simulator. They're going to be hot and sweaty with moving a force feedback wheel. They'll probably have gloves on as well so the hands don't get too blistered. They're going to be roasting.
I'd be surprised if all that many of them had gloves on.
Yeah, I kind of wish we had a camera where we could see the drivers and just see who and who hasn't got the gloves on.
I'll tell you who's still pushing. It's the leader in LMP2, David Koloksha. He used to set a purple final sector.
Well, he remembers
but
what
he
happened
just
to
hit as
Suzuka.
well,
Yeah.
as does Nico Barkley.
He remembers what happened, of course, back at Suzuka, where he had a spin and a retirement with just under an hour to go and gifted the win further down the LM-P2 field as well.
It was the number 90, the Ballet, the car that's running in second at the moment, that picked up victory that day, if I remember correctly.
Oh, how it could echo back as well right now. That's something that's going to be playing in their minds an awful lot. I know it'll be playing in my mind. Is that Colin Sanders in the 35?
Indeed it is.
Running third overall in GT3. That Ferrari had a little off earlier on in the race.
It did, yeah. Also recovered fairly well, actually.
They have that knack,
It
don't
is,
they?
although Freddy Roman has cut the gap to 35.7 seconds. It was a lap earlier. So, the pressure is on the 35 crew. Can the EVO Ultra Motorsports team hold on to that podium? As we get a new best lap time from David Kolokshai.
Wow.
This is another purple final sector. 133.533.
That is amazing. Simple as a quick sector
And
1 and
this
2.
is really
fast sector
going
3.
to give them a big championship lead, even though the number 20 has recovered up to third at the moment. It really is playing into the 21's hands now, so definitely looks like Portimao was just a fluke, really.
Yeah, and I hope it was, because they've been having a great season so
I
far.
missed most of Portimao because I was on holiday.
I missed Portimao.
I wasn't in the
Yes.
house. I was literally just in between walks that I was able to get on the computer. As he said, "Oh, Moscato! Oh, no wonder Che Hatch passed him. Look there, he's in all sorts of problems." That's a second Arabiata that he spun out.
Oh, that's a fast one as well, and a nasty one to get you. You can do a lot of damage to the car suspension there as well, because there's a lot of hidden bumps going up the hill. That's where, of course, MotoGP riders know that, of course, more famously. A couple of broken legs we've had there.
So Moscato has fallen out to 23 seconds behind Che Hatch, but he is 4 laps ahead of Dan Rusen, Bottling Motorsports number 28 driver. Of course, it's Dan with 2 A's, so he's Dan. That's like Alan Partridge, I guess. The scene where he shouts at Stephen Mangan from the car park.
Have you seen his new TV series, Alan Partridge? Just to go off topic to the viewers, but that it is an endurance race. So have you seen his new series? Was it This Time with Alan Partridge?
I saw the previous series. I've seen one episode of the current series of This Time with Alan Partridge. I remember the previous series ended with Alan being fired. Most series do end that way.
The radio on, yeah. Every series. It would be funny if he doesn't get fired for what he does. I think, it's a couple of other people. I know in my lifetime I've been described as an Alan Partridge as my commentary style, which is interesting. I would like to put it in the direction of other people doing Murray Walker, but I'll take what I get. I'm not modest in that respect. Blue Hat saying that he thinks it's a disconnect as well for the Irish squad.
Well, that is a big shame.
Game over.
They were leading a lot of this race, and off has kind of got into the lead by stealth.
And Muscat,
snatched it from them last time in Portimao, but now for a 24-second lead over Mario Valencia and Fringavond, the Dutch squad. Looking good for Toff.
Not bad. I'm liking this one. It's a bit more relaxed feeling at the moment, but you know, at a second, anything can change. It's a different feeling to what we had, especially back at Le Mans. When Le Mans was, everyone was a bit strung out, wasn't there? Mugello was a shorter circuit, of course, and it's playing into that factor.
I think maybe also the lower entry list, or as Nico Barkley aggressively laps someone there.
Off!
Schoonman!
Oh, hit the wall as well. Is the wing damaged? No,
I think
it's
the wing's
not.
still on.
Yeah, it's still on.
Fringavond, they've really put a lot of titanium holding that wing together or something.
Aqua Beata too, as well, as you said.
Yeah, it feels like they're losing it big time in like the middle of the 2 Arabiatas. Or just the entry to the second bar.
I wonder if that's something to do as well with the curb that they've got there, the exit curb. Sometimes you catch it out. It happened to Lance Stroll, of course, last year. The exit curb
no, he
there.
got a puncher, didn't he?
Oh, it was a puncher, right, yeah. I was going to say, because the exit curb there, you get on it and you put a wheel on the gravel because it's so blind and it's a short curb. Sometimes you can just fly off into the wall. Who's that off now? Colin Sanders going wide at Aquafibiari, that's the other one. At Aqua Beata.
Yeah, you're thinking of Imola again.
Yes, yeah. And Imola really is the
is the corner built around the little lake, and they didn't they used to sell it as like mineral water or something? And
I think it was, yeah. It was a mineral water bottle, wasn't it? Yeah. I've always found mineral water an interesting one as well. I mean, actually, let's have a look at the water bottle.
We shouldn't be talking about water on a hot day like this. It just
I know.
Thirsty.
I'm literally considering that Megan suggested, because I spoke to her about coming in. She said she's going to try and she's just writing her notes for the F1 race tomorrow, so she might pop in. But I said to her as well, it's so hot in that commentary box. She says, I know. I'm considering bringing the hose in and just spraying you to cool down. So that's nice. But the equipment could get a little bit of a blowout there.
Well, if it works.
If it works, yeah, cool down and all. That'll do me fine. I don't mind. I've already said I'll jump in. We've got a river just 30 seconds away from us, actually, on the field in front of our house. So I can just literally go run and just jump in that for a little bit of a refreshment.
Yeah, I think there's one near where I live too, but it's not a very big one. I think it used to be a lot bigger, and then they built a housing estate around it.
It spoils it, doesn't it? Yeah.
Well, not so much. I'm trying to remember, because there's a lot of stuff that I shot before the housing estate was built. Sorry, I'm cutting out, am I?
Yeah, you're fine. I can hear you.
Okay, sorry. That might be me cutting out my connection to Chris's computer not being great, but my connection to you being fine. So I got confused. So I thought, I'm cutting out to myself. So I thought, oh no. Anyway, what was I saying? There was a housing estate that was built about 10 years ago near where I live. But before that, I used to shoot a load of video with my friends from secondary school. And it was like before the housing estate was built. There's one winter where it snowed. I think literally very early on where they were building a housing estate, or just before it. And it's like, you're like, that's someone's house now. We just walking through this field. And I don't think to be fair, I don't think they destroyed any rivers or anything. It was more just their house is near where one of the rivers is.
Yeah, I'd say if that was the case, they did destroy any rivers, so somebody who I used to know might not be. She won't be very happy with that. I don't think. We're destroying rivers. I mean, that's something that Sky F1 have been doing this weekend as well. There, if you've watched
destroying rivers.
Yeah. No, not destroying rivers. No, that's a rouge. They've been on their Sky Zero campaign, their net zero carbon footprints.
Had a little feature. Pre-race and stuff.
They've all been wearing sustainable clothes, which it's confusing to me, because aren't clothes normally sustainable? If you wear them on, you'd like them to sustain on your body. I don't know. It's something to do with the processing or something, how they're made. So I've got to look more into that as well. But their microphones have gone green this weekend as well, and it's very strange.
Little Sky Q. For Sky F1, I guess. But,
it's very bizarre, the situation where Simon Lazenby every 5 seconds keeps saying, if you're wondering why our mics are green, it's because of this. It's like, find a better plug for promoting it than your mic covers are green. The only time the mic covers trick worked was when it was the American Grand Prix a couple of years ago, and everyone changed to a pink sound screen for breast cancer.
Yeah, it was the what was it called? It was not Mayor Curie, but the other one.
Was it Macmillan? No, it could have been Macmillan.
It wasn't Macmillan. It was.
No, they're green, aren't they? I can't remember. But it didn't really work then, did it? If you can't remember, but yeah,
Susan Kamen, wasn't it?
That's the one. That's it. Yeah. And everyone turned their windjammers pink for the weekend.
Look at that. Che Hatch being lapped by the leader, I think.
Yeah, it was actually. I can see on the driver tracker.
That was quite close.
Yeah.
He didn't give a lot of space there for culture.
All the time, you got to leave it the space. But yeah, I mean, the one thing I was hoping that weekend as well was that they didn't turn the F1 logo pink on the stream, and I would have liked it if they had 5 pink lights instead of 5 red lights for that one. If we can have Heineken stars as the start lights, I think we could have had the pink as well. And it bugs me that they sort of go half into it, don't they? They never go fully into it.
Nico Buckley, second place in LM-P2, sideswipes the barrier. I thought he was okay because the lights were just. I forgot which part of the track he was on. Oh,
has he lost second to Boda?
I think that was that Boda lapping him or overtaking him?
I'm trying to look at the driver tracker.
Boda is about 25 seconds behind, so I think that's Kolokshai.
Yeah, it's Kolokshai.
He's 2 laps down now.
Boda's stuck with Moscato in P5, and they're on the same lap time, 3rd and 5th. 4th is running way behind at the moment. I can't even see him on the driver tracker at the moment. Of Jay Hatch, yeah.
He's 9 seconds behind, yeah. He's sort of inherited quite a gap and has been gradually plugging away at it. If you look at his lap times, it's been pretty solid. His last lap, 1:39, was where he was lap. But
all over the place. Oh, God, it is all over the place, isn't it? What is it? 1:39.0. And Moscato's time 1:45 as Clay Hatch actually boxes now. So Clay Hatch into the pit lane from 4th place.
That will let
is
Moscato back through, yes.
Yeah, and Zoltan Toth pits as well. So, and doesn't lose a position, I don't think.
He's got such a gap
Sanders,
over. Well, he's lost to Valencia, but his gap over Colin Sanders in the number 35 is such that there's no risk of losing 2nd position.
So Moscato's just coming out of the last corner now, as well as Boda. So that has now put Moscato ahead of Hatch. Yes. So that's Moscato to P4 and Hatch down to P5 now with that pit stop as Peter Skirnman is under attack. He's attacking. Is this a lapped GT3 car?
He was, yeah. He's just gone around the outside of number 35, actually. And Peter Schumann recovering, of course, from losing his rear wing earlier. And he's currently ahead of Pajal, who had a big disconnect earlier, the 85, which was in the fight for the lead earlier. So it's good to see them, despite being 7 laps down, that they've bravely, or is it more just endured?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of the right words. They're not quite coming.
I threw it there with foolish, so you were doing better than me there.
No, I don't think it's foolish to carry on, because there's still points up for grabs.
Oh, absolutely. And
sort of,
cars have dropped out, so yeah.
Yeah, they're showing a real kind of strength of character and ability to endure, and they need experience, because they've been here all season, and they've been getting better and better, and they were in the fight for victory earlier today, which is not something that should be discounted. They really gave Mugen a run for their money. Kolochai was sort of on a different strategy, and it was nip and tuck between the two.
At the moment, he's
until the 85 crash. But
yeah, at the moment, I think the 21 is in a different stratosphere because he's 2 laps ahead.
We've seen this so often this season.
Yeah,
it really is turning into, especially with the number 95 in trouble, as Toth retakes the lead now. Valencia pits. It really feels like it's turning into LM-P2 at least a battle between 21 and the 20. 21 is winning at the moment as Adam Schaffler is building sandcastles.
Oh dear, come on, playtime's over. It may be a sunny day in July, but come on, get back on the track. Oh, Sector 3, last corner, wasn't it?
I think he's Zandvoort and not Mugello.
And off goes, that is Adam still. Speaking of Zandvoort, a race I'm desperately trying to get to cover. Because
steering on Adam Schaffler looks horrible. He's lost in class. So it's just a matter of keeping going and banking the points.
Yeah, keep it, repair it, take the time out, and just get that car. It's some good practice as well to get to know the car a little bit more. Speaking of Zandvoort as well, a race I'm desperately trying to get to for the F1 as well. But it is only 1 hour 5 minutes away from my house. I think I said to you that in Formula E over the weekend. As I'm really hoping as well. That they lift the paddock restrictions, because otherwise I'll be stuck in the media centre. So that's even worse.
Yeah. It's interesting when you see things from like people who work in the media centre, and they always act like, the glamorous life of someone in Formula 1. They do like, this is just my desk, and this looks like a normal office. It's just a laptop.
You've spent how much money getting there, and you're stuck in the media centre watching through a television screen anyway. So I would really like it. It's like I did at Snetterton, if I could get out there and be trackside. A bit like the plan I wanted to do with me and you for Formula E at London, but unfortunately can't do it this year. Yeah,
I hate being critical of Formula E in our broadcasts on
various
different channels, but it was a bit. There's a lot of people that like, are tickets on sale or not? And it's a very valid question, I think. And they haven't. All they've done is they did an interview with Sam Smith of the race, where Ollie McCrudden, the event director, basically said, "Well, we won't be able to invite the massed hordes of British motorsport fans that we would hope for Because as Moscato has a moment there through Arabiata 2, I think.
It's that corner, and we just saw it on board. It's midway through. You turn in, you sort of lose grip, and the understeer sort of has to be corrected. And
I think it was
because
oversteer.
Was it oversteer? Looked
Yeah,
oversteer,
because he turned in a little bit too soon. and
Right,
had
so
to
yeah, it was
immediately back
oversteer. Yeah.
out.
Yeah, so it was the oversteer that was causing it. Yeah, for the rear to go. It's been a long day. But yeah, so yeah, it's the oversteer. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. I know what you mean now. My brain's caught up with my mouth. So yeah. Anyway, back
That's
to you,
that's a
Formula
good skill for a commentator to learn how to do.
Yeah, think before speaking, or speak. But then, what was that famous line from Murray Walker? I can say I can say anything you like, but don't expect you to remember it 30 seconds later.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's just gone, as so often is the way when commentating.
Well, Zoltan Boda hits from third,
Yeah,
so that's going to lose him. He was about 25-30 seconds behind Nico Barkley. So it looks like Valley number 90 has a good chance of splitting the Mugens, which will be a brilliant achievement.
And Zoltan Toth now gets a lap back on that Boda car as well. But Boda, not wanting to be a Boda seer, and doesn't want to go ahead of Moscato being a mosquito.
Okay, we're talking about
I don't know.
mosquitoes and ancient
Boadicea,
Celt
yeah.
leaders.
You get anything on this channel.
Yeah, indeed you can. Anyway, so Boda still being serviced. Moscato isn't going to catch him, I don't think, because he was about 80 seconds down.
It's closing, isn't it? But they'll be out of the pit lane before then. They'll be about a...
Yeah, the big
Minute
battle,
gap,
I
yeah.
think, is between Che Hatch and Moscato, the fourth. 40 seconds is the gap between the two.
And Hatch, we know, despite he just pitted, didn't he, for new set tyres and some more fuel. So Moscato has had a couple of offs today. Hatch
Yeah,
be quite
the other
quick.
close battle is Saunders. Oh yeah, so Saunders is about, what's that? 39 seconds behind Mary Valencia. Second. Mary Valencia is about 30.6 seconds behind Zoltan Toth, who's leading GT3 class. So that's really the main close battle on track as Pajal continues his difficult afternoon.
Afternoon gets even worse and worse. You do start to wonder. I wonder when they'll say, "Okay, folks, that's it." But
I don't think they will, because they're down in 8th, yeah, but there's still a fair few points on offer. There's no reason to give up now.
if they finish,
And what's the gap to? It's 7 laps to Peter Schumann, of course. But there's still a couple hours to go. You never know.
yellow
Top 6
63. Yeah.
entirely possible for Bernd Horizon.
Yeah, we've seen races change on a hat, so you definitely right
On a
there.
dime, indeed.
Yeah, that's the one. Oh,
On a
where
hat.
is my brain today? Honestly, it's this format change for Formula One. It's completely thrown me. Honestly, I've experienced jet lag, and it's the British Grand Prix. Explain how that is possible. My brain is just not concentrating on where we are.
Well, to be fair, this is a completely different race that has nothing to do with the real life British Grand Prix.
Oh yeah,
so
but it's
I'm
like
surprised you're able to follow it at all.
It's like you miss. It's like when people have their days so structured, you change one little thing, it throws the entire day off. That's what's happened to me. You change one little thing on Formula One, and it throws everything off, and you don't know if you're coming or going at the moment. So yeah, as definitely on with the EERC at the moment. We're gonna go back and look at this, and I'm going to sound drunk, even though I haven't had anything and I've been working all day. It's heat exhaustion, and your brain is completely fried. As Ted Kravitz explained once, he once went on air, did an interview for Sky Sports News, and only realised when he came back he wasn't actually talking about Formula 1, he was talking about Formula 2. So yeah. No idea.
Interesting.
So I thought you were saying something. You just cut out on my phones.
Oh no, sorry, I was a bit far away from the microphone. I'm just trying to look for the YouTube stream that's supposedly live at the moment. So I can see if anyone's left any interesting comments. Agreed. Some kind of accident that I've not noticed until now. Let me have a look. Or could it be? No, it's still live. We're still live. Okay.
Yeah, we are. Okay, that's cool. So everyone's hearing that conversation as
30 Roman
back in the pit lane now.
enters the pits. Here we go. Iris is having a bad day right now, says Blue Hat. Well, this is with a... It's 7:45 p.m. How is it 7:45 p.m.? That's from Chris. So, yeah, no comments actually. 7:45, of course, which is a minute ago. So of course it wouldn't be, because it's only just happened.
Yeah, it's yeah. It says 7:45. I tell you why it's 7:45. It's because everything's been on so late today. Even this race as well. It's not a 12-hour race, so your brain looks
Well,
at
it's
it.
ending early from my perspective.
That's it. Yeah, you look at the clock and it's 2 hours 23 to go. You expect it to be what 12 o'clock in the morning now at this point. It's not. It's changed.
I do think, in terms of championship battle, the big fight is going to be GT3, and I think it's going to be between number 7, Iris number 7, still. Well, they've just pit now, but they've built a big gap to 5th. I really think that the championship battle is going to be between number 7, Iris, the 2 Mugans, 88 and AAA, number 70, Dream Team. It's actually a Dream Team win. That would be quite a story. It'd be an even bigger story, arguably, if the 444 team won Ring of Honor. When they led earlier, it was the first time any of the Dutch team's cars had led either class. And then almost immediately after I was praising that performance, he spun out onto the gravel.
Well, that's
and
always
lost
the
the
way,
lead.
because the commentator Ed.
Yeah, but still holding steady, 31 seconds behind Zoltan Toff. I think second would still be a brilliant result for the 444 team. They've worked so hard to get the car into a more competitive position. And there's Colin Sanders has a moment for Arabiata 1, I think? Or is this a different part of the track? No, this is a different part. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, it's no need to get worried about the curse there at Acri Beata.
Whoa! Is that 30 Reman in trouble?
At Acri Beata.
Yeah, he's
Okay,
facing the wrong way.
that's how you do the curse of the commentator.
Well, he did have a big gap,
Oh, Chef
and he
Close.
still does
No, is it?
over Hal Lopez. Someone said, it's Lopez with an S, not Lopez with a Z. And I was like, but how do you say the difference? How do you pronounce the difference between Z and S at the end of a name like that? Lopez and Lopez, I guess.
So Jose Maria Lopez, because it was a Z, and
Christian Hal Lopez.
Lopez. So Lopez. So you put more references in the O and the P.
Yeah, more Pez than a Pez dispenser.
I remember those. Oh, that's something from Carrie Fisher
but,
as well.
he's 6 laps down on Close, so there's no threat from behind there, like I said. But Close is now 2 laps down on Sanders and the number 35 cars, so podium seems a bit unlikely at this point for Iris,
Sadly,
unless something extraordinary happens.
You saying about the Peds dispenser reminded me about Carrie Fisher, and she said how when she was doing a comedy roast against George Lucas, she says, and George, I'd just like to thank you that every time my daughter is angry with me, she can literally pull my head back and get a sweetie.
Yeah, it's a brilliant lines from Carrie Fisher.
Oh,
there was an interview archive where she was asked about it was like in the 1980s. Oh, is that Shetland does a big spin and is facing the wrong way in a dangerous position, but gets going
Beata,
neatly, extricates himself, and the 909 not having a too impressive race.
Needs to call 999.
Yeah, this is the GT3 valet car basically. And they're just getting experience, some miles under their belts. I don't think they've done too many races. So Adam Schattler doing well to sustain the race, considering how many dropped out. 22 started, 15 are still in it at the moment.
I didn't care for his murder mystery movie. We're still going out there at the moment, isn't he?
I was talking about Carrie Fisher. There was a great one where she was asked about, you married a guy and it didn't work out. What happened? Well, it turned out he was gay and didn't tell me.
Yeah, and I honestly miss Carrie Fisher so much, and I'm so annoyed as well that she was never a guest of Martin Brundle's On the Grid. That would have been up there with some TV gold moments as well.
Yeah, although To be fair, I always kind of found Martin's celebrity interviews slightly kind of embarrassing.
Yeah, what was the one with oh, what's his name? Oh, Ozzy Osbourne. There we go.
Oh, yeah, Ozzy, to barely know where I am, Osbourne, yeah.
He was completely confused on that grid, yeah. Oh dear. Such a bizarre one, and I love Martin's quick-witted response at the end of it. Okay, I'll try to think of a question for that answer. Like, yes, Martin. I've only ever had that once happen to me, and when I was doing a live show as well, actually at Spain. And somebody came up to me as well and didn't have a clue what was going on as well, and just started. I said, "How are you? Are you enjoying testing?" I put the microphone to them. Oh, hang on a minute!
Whoa!
Close has been taken off by. Is that Zoltan Toth? It is.
That's not Toff. That's one of the Ring of Honor cars from LM-P2. That must be what's his name? Not Valencia. That's Peter Schumann.
Okay, so that's close. Okay, good. So the time.
Yeah, that's Schumann.
Yeah, there's Schumann. Yeah, right. Okay. So yeah,
Toff
throw
is,
away the yeah.
Still in the lead by 32 seconds over Mario Valencia. He just went through the scene of the accident there. But that's not helping. Jeff Close has had, like, what, 2 or 3 incidents very close together there, which is horrible luck, really.
Absolutely throw away this driver tracker because it's not working at all at the moment. And maybe it's, I feel that's fine. No, lap.
Jeff Close is now a whole lap down on Sanders. Oh, he was a lap down earlier, I think. It's not changed significantly. That car damage. Let's have a look, shall we?
Must be steering. Let's have a look. Looks okay. Does it? Oh no, it's a bit snappy there.
Yeah, let's see if he goes to the pits.
What's he like in this last corner? It's a long left, double apexed.
Oh,
He's fighting it.
Make a small adjustment there.
I'd say flat spots only. He might have got very, very lucky. Oh, he stays out. Okay.
Yeah, there we go. So I think Peter Schumann just sort of did, unfortunately, his usual trick of barging into the side of people, especially GD cars is trying to lap. He's had a bit of history with that, unfortunately. Getting penalties for that. Often it's kind of marginal, though, you know. There's a fine line between hero to zero when it comes to lapping the GDs. As all over the curb there.
He's a bit restless, isn't he, to this part of the track as he comes down into the San Lorenzo corners. A little bit wide at the exit as we now look at Moscato. 3 laps down. Wow.
69 seconds down on Boda as well. Che Hatch, 18 seconds down. So, Che Hatch, the battle for 4th is still on, and it seems to be the only battle that is.
Loza says we have no contact. Was no contact between Jeff and the flying Avant. They did a synchronized spin. Wow.
Okay, so that was just a mistake from Jeff Close. As Pajal, has he retired now? I wonder if he has.
I can't see.
Or is that him in the pit lane? Yeah, it's like showing
retired.
Yeah, there he is.
Oh, spin him again! Shatler.
That's Adam Shatler.
I almost said William Shatner.
He's driving a bit like William Shatner writes.
Yeah, and speaks as well. Yeah, jumping across the screen. My God. Fuck.
Out of control.
I've got that Family Guy scene in my head now with him jumping around the captain's chair.
He's sort of a combination of Adam West and William Shatner. Yeah.
Yeah.
Adam Shatner. I'm sure he'll love that. Let's make sure he never hears us say that.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. Che Hatch having to go right around the outside of the IDOS. Of the Iris. Sorry, not the IDOS. It's the Iris. Oh no, that was a Ring of Honor. As Adam Shatler continues to be in difficulties at the first corner.
It's worse than that, Ed.
Yeah, he's beached and trying to find a way back on.
Well, I don't know, but he's trying to find a goal.
It's racing, Jim, but not as we know.
Oh, damn it! You got there perfectly before me. I was making a Gorn joke, but never mind. Yeah,
phases set to spin.
Mazepin could we throw in there? Apparently, he's even in on the joke now, Nikita Mazepin, about that. Apparently, he's in on that joke about Mazepin. And there's like, you can't be on a joke of things criticizing you. Yeah.
I think it's more convenient for him to play into the
absolutely.
Look what an incompetent driver I am.
Yeah.
Rather than, I don't know, I'm a person who did something really inappropriate in the back of a taxi cab.
Yeah.
And basically didn't really apologise for it or make any kind of concerted effort to make amends. And
as I've said on my
it's easier for him to joke about
yeah
what happens on track rather than him, his behaviour off it. Hasn't been great, and admittedly.
Who's that flying towards the wall? Oh no!
Oh, a less dramatic moment, but just avoiding the wall there, or maybe he did bounce off it. I didn't quite see because there was a hill in the way.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of that song now. He's trekking all over the grass, isn't he, at the moment?
I thought you were about to say, what was that coming over the hill? Is it a
Yeah,
monster? No,
what
it's
was that coming over the hill? Yeah. I went with the trekking everywhere joke, but I think that was even worse.
Yeah.
You've got to have 30 minutes. You can't change the law of physics. I've been trying to get that into a commentary for years. I've been quite lucky this year, actually, with things I've wanted to say on a commentary stream. I've been getting quite lucky and said quite a couple of things I've always wanted to say. I've been able to say back to the studio. That's always a lifelong one. What is it? Oh, there's a couple of others I've wanted to say. Something about Hamilton. I can't remember. They all sort of blur in when you're trying to think of them. But yeah, I think there's a couple to say as well. I said go, go, go as well for Moe on the first race of the year.
Well, that's kind of the go-to.
Yeah.
Excuse the terrible unimaginative wordplay there.
Yeah,
it's the go-to race start response. I didn't get to do one of those.
Didn't you?
No, because not here. Because A, it's a rolling start, and B, we weren't there. Sorry, unfortunately, because of the crash.
Oh,
They
nuts.
crashed on us. But it wasn't too bad. We were going 20 minutes in. The endurance race is more important to at least cover most of the race. We should be there for the finish, which is arguably the more important bit.
Oh yeah, completely. Yeah. If you want, you can take one from London. You can have a lights out of London.
Oh, thank you.
Well, it's only fair. It's a home race.
Yeah. When we were doing our commentary in New York,
Yeah.
there was sort of randomly this idea came to me of interview. Oh, as we see Adam Shatler
Oh, for God's
taking
sake!
another wide line at the same corner.
He's looking for more. He's looking for more sequels than William Shatner did for the Star Trek movies. What is he doing out there? He's always in Acrobiata. Anyway, back to you.
He's
Ed.
going off track more times than those weird. What was it called? Didn't Shatner do a series of sci-fi novels that he tried to turn into like a game as well? What was it called? Tech War.
Oh, the Tech War stuff. Yeah.
And Tech War infamously just really badly written sci-fi. The most 90s thing ever. The most 90s Shatner thing ever, which is a category all of its own. But anyway.
He had so much. He ended up going back to Star Trek. Anyway, back to you.
Oh, yeah. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. So one of the things I mentioned in commentary for the New York Racing Formula E, I have to explain this because most of the people watching this probably weren't watching that.
Yes.
But one of the things I mentioned was that I was thinking of doing an interview with all the residents of Battersea Park who were in the action group who did this big campaign for 2 years to try and move the race out of Battersea into Excel. And they got all the blame when the race was cancelled in Battersea, but not the credit when it moved to Excel, which I thought was a bit harsh. But
Yeah, that is definitely harsh. Yeah.
well, I know
you
it
said,
took like 4 years, and then 5 years the race actually happened because coronavirus took an extra year. But which maybe didn't help. But I've invited them, and they agreed. We're doing it tomorrow at like 4 p.m. or something like that.
Oh, fantastic!
Yeah, so looking forward to that. The only problem is I also recorded a Formula E Zone show. I didn't quite finish that off before this race started, so in terms of editing it,
Oh
so
dear.
I'm very busy. But I'll hopefully be able to finish it quite late tonight, and then instantly get to the next video. Recording that. So,
One to the other. Yeah.
yeah, it is all a bit one thing after another, but I guess life has gone a later. But anyway.
You have to send the video there, and we'll put it on our show for the London next weekend as well. We'll shove it on ours.
If you want.
Oh,
I
well,
don't
may as
mind.
well. Yeah.
They'll have the Formula E Zone logo on it, probably.
Don't mind. Cross-channel promotion.
Yeah.
Yeah, just send it. Yeah.
So, Moscato's pit emerged about... How many seconds behind Shane Hatch is that? My text has got 92 seconds. So Moscato's hit trouble somewhere while we were engaging in
The pointless debate, yeah. I'll tell you-
surreptitious and supercilious banter.
I tell you what, though, Lorenzo is one of our race directors and admin on the YouTube channel. Just said, "Well, this is a new one. Someone just asked for a DQ/undQ. That's a disqualified to undisqualified, to be put back in the race because, and I quote, and they are quoting, their partner's government just surrendered and they smashed the car." Close brackets. And Lorenzo saying as well.
So they reacted to
yeah.
a political thing.
Yeah, they say that's got to be a translation error, surely. Their partner smashed the car? That must be it. Their partner's government surrendered and smashed the car.
Okay. Maybe we should look at the news. Yeah. So, search for government surrender. And
I'm on it now. Where would it be? Twitter?
It might be some, like, it wouldn't be Hungary, because Orban, I think, is still in power there. It must be some other sort of Eastern European state somewhere.
I'm having a look. Unless it's...
Because I can understand if it's like the government that their partner, of the country that their partner comes from, surrendered to like...
Oh, I think it's France. It's something in France about... I think there's a protest today as well against the COVID passports in France, the vaccine passports.
Okay.
And the streets are packed, so I don't know if it's something there over in France, but that is the only one where I tried into Google government surrender, and it came up with something in France. If I want to get a quick joking about the French, maybe not the first time I've seen government surrender linked to France.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate, I guess. Of course, you never get a protest movement like that on the streets of the UK.
I think that's so unheard of, isn't it? Yeah. Speaking of, as we're in Italy as well, congratulations to Italy for winning the Euros. It went as close as it could. It was a great match. I enjoyed it. Disappointing England didn't win, obviously, but it went to sudden death, which is the best anyone could have hoped for as well. But yeah, and I had a point in that. But what was my point?
Lando Norris got his watch stolen.
That's the one, yeah. Lando with his watch getting stolen as well, but
and no doubt given to the Italian manager as a gift.
I
doubt it, but we shouldn't joke about that because
yeah.
that was quite, serious. What happened to Lando, sort of. He's responded pretty well so far this weekend. Fifth in the effectively the race that decided qualifying. I guess that's what we have to call it now.
Yeah, I don't like it. I said it as I'm looking forward to seeing the next two, but my first opinion was like it's a good system, but put everyone on soft tyres, and we'll have a better race, I think.
I kind of agree.
Yeah.
Because then there would be a challenge of get the tyres to last. And
yeah, we had Alonso buggering everything up as well because he literally just sort of he let everyone go through, and everyone top six just all were way much more around the track. So,
well, the problem was Alonso had to fight for position.
Yeah,
what could he really do when his tyres were getting good grip at the start, but just degraded so quickly because they were basically qualifying tyres?
I would have put them all on softs or all on mediums, really. Just something that could have made them 17 laps. It's not that long. And
I think the problem is you put them all, if you force them all onto a fresh set of mediums as the leader pits, if you do that, then basically there's no difference between any of the cars. It was interesting because I'm bringing it back to London E-Prix, XL. One of the things we were reacting to in our Formula E Zone show, which obviously hasn't come out yet because I've not finished editing it. Quite lazy. But I guess that's why. But one of the things we talked about at the very end of it was the energy reduction. Just happened because obviously
down 48
they didn't race last year, and they decided to change the layout of the circuit to try and make the braking zones a bit longer, a few more technical sections in terms of the back end of the circuit, I think, particularly just before it goes back inside. And it was interesting because we were having a discussion about, because the fear was, if they're flat-out races, it's going to be processional, and the only way to overtake will be to sort of just dive one in the upside and hope the other guy doesn't turn in on you, basically, from like ridiculous amount of far back. But they thought, well, if we reduce the energy, it's more likely that it will be, in terms of management, who manages it best will be able to make moves near the end, basically. And there were a lot of people who complained because it was like, if they can't go flat out, then what's the point? And it's like, guys, have you not been watching Formula E since like Beijing 2014 when it started? It's always been an efficiency formula. And they're like, but it doesn't have to be this way. It should be
does for a while.
Just going flat out. And I don't know. I don't think if it's the same usable energy for anyone, then it's proving you can get the end on that energy. It's always been a economy formula, and I don't get why people are treating it like, oh, is Adam Schattler has another excursion. Not too bad, just about avoids the barriers.
Not a goal.
As Barclay is now in the pits being serviced.
Lieutenant Barclay, you mean, of course. Who's coming in there? If we want to go through all of
well, actually, now he's changed over, so I think actually it's time, finally, that I refresh the overlay, because I haven't done that in a while.
Is it Boda now taking over according to this monitor on my screen? No, it's Sellers. Bradley Sellers.
It is Sellers, sorry. Yeah, I clearly forgot to update it.
Yeah, no, it's just changed over on the driver tracker, so it's not your fault there. So, yeah, because Boda's just got up now into P2, and Bradley Sellers now takes over at P3. I don't know anyone who I can make a thing about Sellers' name as well.
Peter Sellers, maybe?
Yeah, I was thinking Peter Sellers, in my mind. Yeah.
The good old Bradley, continuing on. And number 90, of course, still fighting Boda. It's just the case that they're 10 seconds down at the moment. I think Boda is yet to pit, though, as we look at Christian Howell Lopez going off at the same corner that we saw. Well, who was it? It was Schattler, wasn't it?
Yeah, Schattler went off there as well. Yeah.
That's the funny thing, is that it feels like Lopez always trades mistakes with whoever's just behind him, basically.
That's been seeming alright. There's been a couple out there today, haven't there? Who've been done similar mistakes, and I think I remember him doing it at Suzuka, the first race I commentated on.
Oh yeah, could well have done that.
Was it the accident at 180R or 130R? That was it, the 130R. They had the same incident, both hit the wall at the exit, and one of them had a wheel off, the other just lost the rear wing and damaged part of the suspension unit. I think, if I remember that correctly. I'll have to check.
Right, now the overlay's up to date, but we can only see top 5 in each class, so let's do that again. There we go, that should be a bit better. There
we go.
Lovely stuff.
Oh,
the only time I've had to refresh so far.
The 138's out.
Oh, yeah, looks like was that Listola who's gotten on board and hit trouble according to this. Because on my live timing, it shows
7th.
Listola still on track, I think.
Yeah, in P7. Let's have a look at the... No, stopped in the pit lane. Yeah, he's out. Yes. Listola's out.
It's
showing the pit
next
lane.
to his name. Oh, so...
Oh, no.
It's been disconnected, and that's such a shame, because earlier on they were fighting for a second and third, and had made a few mistakes, dropped down the order, but it was good to see them still in the race, so shame to see them stationary in the garage.
Well, if it is a disconnect, the stewards might allow them back in. We've seen that happen
We'll
before.
see, yeah. But,
so I hope they get back in.
Only 7 cars in LM-P2 and 6 in GT3. This is
Wow.
only an 8-hour race. So Mugello taking its prisoners. Obviously, we didn't have that many starting the race, because obviously it's middle of summer, and I guess some serious... I do get the sense that there are some people who are still in contention for the championship, but they think, nah, Mugen have sewn this up already, let's focus on different series.
Yeah, that's the one worry. That's the one worry, isn't it, as well? And
but with the last race, is Jeff Close goes off, and is he about to... That's just him being lapped by Valencia again. So, not going to plan for Iris.
He's giving...
They were leading this race, let's not forget, as Boda laps a back marker.
Yes, it's the other one in the LM-P2 as well. I'm just trying to see who it is. On the monitors...
It was Bukout that Boda's just lapped here.
Hard to tell, isn't it, at the moment, isn't it, with the giant with the light screens, yeah.
Is it Bukout or is it Saunders? It is Saunders, yes. Colonel Saunders.
There we go.
Not Colonel Saunders, Colin Saunders, of course, yeah.
Colonel? Yeah, don't. I haven't eaten, and you're making me want chicken now.
I said COL, and I thought Colonel. But it's Colin, obviously.
I'll tell you what, as soon as this race is over, I will be going
I shouldn't make fun of other
chicken.
people's names, because my last name's Hunter, so, yeah. Imagine if I was ever in a sim race chasing someone, it was like, oh, Hunter. The Hunter is chasing him down, and then I overtake, it's the Hunter has become the Hunter Ed.
Yeah.
Hunter Ed, get it? Yeah.
Oh, that's so... Please do
I'm
a
here
race.
all week, folks.
Yeah, I tell you what, ditch the commentary, go get in an esport car, and just, go get on the simulator and go give us a race.
I did have a very brief, well, not brief career. I was actually in Trackmania. I was a Trackmania driver for like what was it, 7 or 8 years or something like that.
Oh wow! Yeah.
In the 20 teens, as I guess we have to call them now, because it's not we're not in them anymore.
Yeah.
And that was quite fun. And I remember also, I ever tell you about the time I beat Kurun Champok in a simulator?
No, you have not. And
Okay.
why have you held this back for the past, 8
Okay,
months?
I believe it was the Mahindra Formula E team in the build-up to first ever London E-Crew at Battersea in
Nice.
2015. They did a kind of random draw, inviting fans of theirs to a place called Simulator Place, which I believe they have gotten rid of the simulator since, sadly, but it was called Let's Race at the time. I think it's now more of a children's play centre that also does like virtual golf.
Yeah.
But, which is a shame, but because I really enjoyed it. But it was called Let's Race. I believe it was actually owned by whoever Max Chilton's dad is. Because I remember Let's Race was always on the side of the Marussia back in the 2013, 2014, basically, and Chilton was in F1.
Well, the Marussia stuff. Yeah, Marussia at that point, yeah.
And they, I think there was like a mod that they did for R Factor at the time. I don't think Let's Race did it, but it was just publicly available.
Yeah.
And they had, as we can hit the 2 hours remaining mark, so not long now.
Flying by.
Although 2 hours still quite a while. I think we'll get. There's enough time for me to finish this anecdote at the very least.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so.
And several others.
Sure. So they invited a bunch of fans. They had this mod for Formula E, and they had the Moscow track that was, I think, was used in season 1, but then never again
Loved
because
that
of
track.
politicians.
Yeah.
And I think they did it at Moscow because they didn't have Battersea in the mod, or I think they changed the direction because originally it was going to be in the other direction. And, and
Yeah, it
changed
was, wasn't it?
So
Yeah.
this
It was
all a bit
supposed to be
haphazard.
the right way around, yeah.
And what ended up happening was the idea was they would have, like, I think 10 or 8. There was a certain number of fans that they invited, and Karun was going to come along and show us how it was done, so to speak, and have a race against us. Or I wasn't originally picked, but someone else who was picked couldn't come because they had something else on that day. I forget exactly the specifics. But I heard about this, and I sort of said, "Well, I live in the area, so if you need someone to fill in, then." And then eventually they did ask me.
Oh wow!
Because it was.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Really, because it wasn't a long journey for me. I could literally walk there and back, basically.
Easy peasy, yeah.
Right next to the old wacky warehouse where I used to have birthday parties back when I was like 7 or 8 and stuff like that. Ages ago, of course. But I'm not sure if it's even still there. But I remember going, and I remember being called lastminute.com by the photographer who they brought there to cover the event.
Yeah.
And Rune, I think, had a bit of trouble turning up there because he drove to the wrong place originally.
Already in a bad mood then.
I don't think he was in that bad a mood. I think he thought I was a bit awkward, because I was. But I remember doing pretty well, and I think I qualified second to Karun. Karun decided he was going to let us all through and then overtake us on a tight, narrow street circuit, so how much better he was than all the rest of us. And that meant that I effectively started at the front. I remember having this really big sideways moment on the first lap after the first... I think is it the second corner or first corner after the start line? Like a right-hander, I believe, where the rear let go and I was just about able to save it, but it was a bit scary. And then Karun had a lot of trouble just getting through people because a lot of the slow drivers were more obstructive, and I wasn't the fastest in the race. My time was about a second off of Karun's, but I was able to win and had a lot of fun and got a nice little goodie bag out of it, including like uniform, which I've still used years later from like the first season. But and this was about the time where I think Karun knew was going to be replaced for the next season because he sort of talked about it like a kind of, I'm probably not going to be around, guys. Well, he didn't say that, but you know what I mean. There was
back at Mahindra, wasn't it? Yeah, in those days. Yeah.
Just before I think Nick Heidfeld was hired and took the seat for season 2 or whatever.
And
Karun was very nice, and It was a very nice time, and something that I remembered for years later. Oh, that's my dad texting me. Sorry about that. I might have been a bit sharp. My phone just went off. But, I'm going to read my dad's text message out.
It's all right.
Just because we're not that desperate.
Yeah, no, that just forgotten. Yeah, but yeah, I do miss Karoon driving as well, and he never really got a fair shot at it either. And he's been doing quite well when he was in the World Endurance, but
Well,
I think he's gone
Karoon's
broadcasting
problem
now.
was in Formula E Mahindra was that the team was pretty inexperienced, and it was run by Carlin,
Yeah, those days.
who didn't really. Not everyone said they didn't really know what they were doing, because they definitely knew how to run a motorsport team. And I think Mahindra, since Campos went on board, as we see Colin Saunders
Running
doing
wild.
grass cutting, but continues because he's
Damn it.
worried about the LMP2 coming, the big green LMP2. There, he goes off track to let it
Oof.
through.
Always Acrobiata too as well, that they all seem to run wide, and there's the problem as the 138 spins out.
Yeah, so more problems for Listola, who has at least got going again.
Yes, restored then because they were registered as DNF.
Yeah, you called it absolutely right in terms of them being disconnected and allowed back in, I think.
That's great news then to see them back. I didn't want them going anywhere. There's on board with the race leader, lapping traffic out there as well. One of the Valley Sport cars in the LM-P2 field. Let's listen to the last corner, how flat he is. A lot of downshifts at the exit, but gets it uphill.
Yeah, some grunt in that LMP2 Orica.
Definitely see why it's the class of the field and championship leader at the moment.
Yeah, it certainly shows. Kolokshai, I remember he qualified on pole.
How close to
It was quite
Kolokshai,
close
yeah.
with the 85. But
Oh.
Horizon car,
Lopez.
Lopez has what was that, 540 degrees spin?
Yes, yeah, that was almost Villeneuve-esque back at Hockenheim, spinning round and round and round. I think,
Spin.
yeah, was that the Spice Girls who did? No, it wasn't the Spice Girls. Who did Spin Me Right Round?
Dead Alive.
That's the one, yeah. I'm going to
It's
get
been covered various times by.
it has, hasn't it? You can't really work out the original one.
Well, the Dead Alive one is probably the one that gets memed a lot and is one that everyone likes. I think Pitbull did a cover, which is really awful. They changed a lot of the lyrics to be about, like, I don't know, the sort of things that Pitbull likes to rap about.
Non-BBC words. Non-BBC guideline words, which
Yeah, exactly.
YouTubers have to
I'm
work to,
I'm
yeah.
glad you specified that was the
Yeah.
BBC you were talking about.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, God.
Okay,
Yes.
there's Toff.
Yeah.
Leading
yeah, okay.
class. Was that 37 seconds over Valencia?
Yes, yeah. Just by quick calculation, yes, 37 seconds. 37.9. And off with a rear wing off is Adam Shantler
Could that be another
Acro-
Code 80?
and an Acrobiata.
Got quite a way to get back to the pits. The valet.
I've yet to hear Chris Tompkins come over the earphones today, so I'd like to hear him say Code 80, Code 80, if possible. Oh,
Moina
five off.
in trouble. He was doing so well in his first stint. And
Wing off,
Moina
I think.
Heading to the pit lane.
Can't see a wing.
That looked like a damaged car to me.
Yeah. Flashing yellows, but we'll keep an eye out as...
Yeah, he's made it.
Yeah, back in the pit lane then.
But it's a DNF, unfortunately. Showing on screen.
Yeah, it is DNF'd. Is it? No, just
Well, hopefully
turn
he
off
can,
down, yeah.
Could be that the car's crowded enough after taking so much punishment. It's a big shame.
1 hour 53 to go. You get what? 5 hours 10 minutes in, and you get shut down by that. That's not great news at all. And I'm looking at now where Adam is on the track. He's just coming in towards. He's just finally got out of Acrobiata, and he's just, I think, approaching the hairpin before the. Oh, we'll see him now. Actually, here he is. He's just approaching the hairpin before the Biandetti chicane area. And this looks like it might have to be a code
Yeah,
80
Shallow's really going very far off the circuit.
suspension. Oh, look, there's damage to the front of the car as well. So Chris activated the.
Attention all drivers, we come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
There's the
There we
confirmation.
go. That was pretty inevitable.
Yeah, it had to be. He's crawling on the
5,
outside.
4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80, code 80.
And away we go then.
Right.
Code 80.
There we go. I think I pressed the button and it should have registered.
Yep, got it. Code 80. As Moscato holds on in 5th place as well. Third time lucky, says Alonso again as well.
So this could really work for Boda because he's 25 seconds ahead of Bradley Sellers. Pitt
Yeah.
and comfortably come out still in second. So 1-2 for Mugen. They've really recovered well, especially with the 20 car.
I was wondering who was going to dive into the pit lane round about now. Who's going to take that risk? The race leader in.
Yeah, makes sense.
I love the little, the generated computer marshals there. Picked up his little radio to tell them that he was in. The detail on our factor is quite funny.
I do like the kind of robot marshals that sort of turn their heads, look busy, basically.
Yeah.
They're there for decoration. They don't actually serve any kind of function in the game.
That's where Grand Prix 4 came in handy, because they actually
all
did,
the Grand
didn't
Prix,
they? Yeah.
the Grand Prix 2 onwards, they use the marshals really well.
I wish that would be for Codemasters and F1. But then again, I haven't actually seen anything yet, because I haven't crashed yet in the new game.
All drivers back to green in 10 seconds.
Oh, well, that's bad news for those in the pit lane. Oh, if we
And
crash.
for us.
Yep.
5,
Well,
4,
turn code 80 off.
3, 2, 1. Green flag.
And the race is back underway. The field now circulating as well as the race leader leaves the pit lane. And at the moment has 2 laps advantage over Zoltan Boda as well in the 20 squad for Mugen. Mugen a 1-2 in the LM-P2s as well. And fastest sector times actually coming on the last couple of laps by Robert Scratchen Scratchen. A frog in the throat moment
I
for
call
the
him
Valley
Stratchen.
Esports. Stratchen, that's it, yeah. Robert
Like
Stratchen.
stretching.
Yeah.
Or distraction.
Distraction, definitely distraction, yeah. On the Valley Esports 33 squad, setting personal best sectors, as actually Nick Homewood also has dropped down into 10th place. He's taken over in the McLaren as well, setting fastest sector times at the moment as we wait to get access once again.
I'm doing my
pictures.
best. Just unfortunate.
Yeah,
We
well,
crash right as the code 80 ends.
it's all right. At least we know what's happening because at least we've got
We
the
should know
traffic
what's
trackers.
happening. Not
Yeah.
much. This isn't like the start where it's probably a little bit more embarrassing. But hold on.
Well, at least we're not.
At least I'm not swearing and upset like I was at the beginning because I was a bit.
I don't blame you. My headset once broke at the start of the Russian Grand Prix, I missed the lights out, so I had to go back and do it. This is the days before we live streamed it. I was so angry. If it wasn't for the safety car coming out, I wouldn't have caught up back to live. But I was so angry that broke. And I think it's a habit of commentators because when you get in the zone, you think of things to say for the start of the race, and something goes wrong, and it really does annoy you. And it gets under your skin. The adrenaline plays up, and you feel so much like, okay, let's go. And it hurts when something goes wrong. It really does. So,
Well,
yeah,
now the screen's all white. So are we going to heaven or to hell?
Well,
This seems to be single player that I've managed to get myself into.
Oh, we're racing now. Oh, fantastic. I'll get my wheel. I'll have to pop out to
I
a
am on the
supermarket.
verge of... there's a little exit game button at the bottom here. I'm kind of thinking of pressing that. Christ.
Well,
Right.
stand by. Get
The
in
problem
touch.
is that it's very slow to input my responses because
Yeah,
I'm using Parsec, so it'll be a while. But thankfully, we've got 2 hours to get back in. Probably nothing much is going to happen, apart from
And-
maybe...
Yeah, Zoltan Boda comes into the pit lane. He was running third.
Oh, he's coming after.
Yes, and
That helps Bradley Sellers.
yeah, Sellers has taken second place. So Zoltan Boda, though, not going to lose out to Che Hatch at the moment. He is branded pretty much of a good gap there at the moment, and 90 seconds between them. So a good brand there for Hatch to work on. I thought that was quite good. I wonder if I can get a Silverstone reference in somewhere. But yeah, as we work on, still circulating out there
That's
at the moment.
harder. You need a driver called Stone for that to work, really.
Do we have a Stone?
You're out of luck. We got a lot of retired drivers. We got Toff.
No, I haven't got any, have we? That's a shame. Somebody's last name beginning with Stone during the EERC Championship, please. I think. I promise.
Well, maybe we can mention like an Oliver Stone movie and like what's the Who Shot JFK one? I don't know.
Who shot
It's a
JFK's movie? Oh yeah.
Because he did. Oh, was it just called JFK?
I can't remember actually. Yeah.
Because I remember in history class, we were trying to learn about the assassination, and we actually watched like the first half hour, I think, of Oliver Stone's JFK, and the head teacher walked in right during a passage where Kevin Costner is interviewing someone talking about Bay of Pigs, and he's basically slagging off JF Kennedy and he's not holding back with the language he's using. And it's the most awkward thing when the head teacher walked in. But anyway, so that's my experience with Oliver Stone's JFK. I do also the famous line in the movie, like where he's looking at the footage and it's like back and to the left, back and to the left. That's all I really know about it for cultural.
Back off there, yeah.
Right, yeah. Probably not the sort of film you should be watching in like secondary school when you're like 15 and you're not a little bit too young to really appreciate, especially like in a class where people are a bit too noisy. It's not the sort of film you would watch because it's quite in depth. It's not really all focused on education. It's a drama, right? Oliver Stone's JFK. A lot of Oliver Stone's movies are kind of like that, to be fair.
Yeah, well, going off topic from JFK for a second, and onto topics of films you watched at school. One of the best sports films I ever watched, and I watched it at school, Cool Runnings.
Ah, yes.
Such a good movie. I loved it. And actually, the next time I went out, I can't remember where we went, actually. Can't remember if it was either Meadowhall or Hull Shopping Centre, actually, but one of the two. Next time I went out on a day trip to a supermarket, to a shopping centre, I was in HMV, and I brought Cool Runnings for myself. And to this day, every Winter Olympics, just before, I watch Cool Runnings. It is amazing, and of course, it's based on a true story. Of course. And that's my favourite line of all time as well. When they tip over in the bobsleigh, and one of them goes, "Are you dead, bro?" "Yeah, man, I'm dead." It's like, yes, comedy.
My foot's gone. I can't feel my right foot anymore because I've been leaning on it.
Ow!
You know, I think we put one knee on top of the other or whatever.
You should do the Moe Walker
also,
standing thing.
R Factor 2 has become completely unresponsive. So it'd be nice if Chris could come get off his butt and help me fix this. But
so we might have to go for a break, it seems, if we have to.
Yeah, because I'm trying to stop it.
Yeah.
So that I can... let me sort it. Okay. Just told me that, so I'll... Yeah.
So if we need to go for a break, you can signal that.
I didn't want to end the stream just because of this, because I did that before. And
it's caused all problems, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we'll turn into a radio show. Not much is happening at the moment.
We're basically that already.
Yeah. It's been that way.
Radio show with a couple of pictures, yeah.
We need Jenny Gow.
For me, it's more of a slideshow.
Yes, yeah. We need Jenny Gow, who's out there trackside today. BBC's been really confusing me this weekend. 1 minute it's Ben Edwards, 1 minute it's Jack Nicholls, and neither two are mentioning where the other is. It's a bit of an interesting one. And for Ben Edwards as well, I must say, for Ben, a man who retired from commentating on Channel 4 this year for saying that it was all too much for him and said he wanted to pursue other subjects and other times. Out of the 10 races we've done so far this year, he's commentated and been involved in 7 of them.
Well,
yeah.
Well, the thing is, I think it's a bit different when you do radio because there's less spotlight, there's less people listening to you, and we do like to, make fun of and slag off David Croft a lot, but it is a high-profile job. When you make mistakes there, it's amplified. And so a lot of people, when Ben Edwards was Channel 4 main commentator, people criticised him.
Yeah.
Well, the general thing that saving grace was, well, at least he's not Crofty. He doesn't make ridiculous blundering errors, and he doesn't stubbornly plough onwards. And Croftshire's teammate, the number 20 of Zoltan Boda, is in third. A little bit of a fight between Jay Hatch and Robert Strachan. You're looking at on screen at the moment in 5th place. 71 seconds down though, so still the fight is maybe a bit disingenuous. And then it is Dan Rusen in number 28 Bottling Motorsport, and last in the LM-P2 field, 20 laps down, is Cal Listolo, recovering from a disconnection. GT3, your leader is Songzor Ferenzi for number 70 Dream Team Endurance. They did start on pole, they've not had things their own way. even penalised at one point earlier in the race. But they're looking to really gain ground in the championship. With Nick Homewood. Is that Nick Homewood in the 444 car?
I'm looking at the screens, and unfortunately, my giant
It is Nick
isn't full.
Homewood.
It is
Yes,
Nick Homewood.
sorry.
Yeah.
I was confused. I thought Nick Homewood drove for Evo, Alton Motorsports, not not 444. But there's clearly either been some shuffling around, or he did actually join Fring Bond, and I just forgot about that. But anyway, he is about how far behind is he? 31 seconds. It's the closest fight on track between Team First and Second and GT3. To be fair, it's been close the entire race, really. Never really exceeded about 31 seconds or so. But Frenzy looking very good as he sets a class best lap time of the race is, let's have a 146.445.
Wow, fastest first
for a
two
GT3
sectors.
car.
Homewood set the fastest first sector for him as well, so he's improving. So the tyres that they've all changed onto now starting to work into their cycle. Yellow sector 3.
Oh, not sure what that is. Or who that is, rather.
Not sure. Yeah, it's got off now, yeah.
So behind Nick Homewood in the 444 Fring of On car, which could be on for a first ever podium in class. Don't think they've been on the podium before. They've been in top 5 before. Never better than that. Saunders in the number 35.
Who had a couple of
Colin
Boston,
Saunders,
yeah.
The Evo Motorsports car. They're for a podium, which is rare. They've not been on too often, but they've been very competitive the whole season. They are sort of one of the outsiders for the championship. Then is Jeff Close for Iris. They've had a really difficult race, but they could still be set to get a lot of points in the championship because their rivals all hit trouble. Then it is the 51, Alan Holden. Several laps down, followed by even more laps down by Adam Shatler, being serviced in the pit lane at the moment for Valet in the 909.
Got a couple of them in the pit lane. We saw Shatler had a rear wing off after going off at Aqua Beata 2, which has been a favourite spinning pot of quite a lot of the drivers this evening as well in the night shift.
So just 13 cars still running. Further down, Joe Gostistis is still showing as circulating on track, I think. Or is
Still
he,
circulating, yeah, according to my one, was he? Actually, he's caught up to the same lap as Zoltan Hives.
Yeah, to DAC Hackers number 95.
So finally, he'll get ahead.
But the leaders are on lap 240. I believe Joe in 72 is 239 laps down. So
Yes, yeah, 230, yeah. No,
that puts him on about lap 100.
Oh dear. I'll tell you what, when did I join? Lap 150 something or other, about halfway throughout the race as well. And it has been a race of pretty much calm racing from what I've seen of the Mugans. More
the beginning
domination.
was a very different story.
Yes, yeah.
We didn't get to see more of that, unfortunately.
With Chris.
We could have a close finish, you never know.
I'm
An
hoping
hour and a
we do,
half
yeah.
left to go, just under an hour and a half. Who knows, maybe even Miss Birch, your sister, might be coming in to join us.
I'm messaging and saying, get down here now and all that lot, so hopefully she'll be here soon.
It's a shame that Emily Callison retired really early in the race for Iris, because I think it would have been cool for Megan to have someone to cheer on.
Absolutely, yeah.
Because she's brilliant. She's from the United States, and they were running 10th there. She was with a team that was running 10th in Le Mans, and then they retired near the end with a blown engine, which is a real shame.
I remember that race in Le Mans as well. That was an upsetting one, yeah.
Off the back of that performance, which was pretty solid actually for a rookie, she's gotten the seat at Iris. I'm not sure if she's filling in for someone else or exactly how it works, but it's good to see her there. And I thought her performance here was pretty solid. It's just a shame that the brake pedal broke, apparently, from what I heard.
Yeah.
And
was that the what happened? So a Verstappen issue.
That wasn't what happened at Le Mans. That was what happened earlier today. Yeah.
Yeah. So a Verstappen issue. Oh dear, we saw that in a while. Yeah. Megan will be joining us later on, so she will be here.
We might just join us just for the finish.
Yes, probably.
She's got an hour and 25 minutes. Well, she's got an hour, so she'll.
Yeah. That's a good point. You've got an hour. I'm texting her that now.
But we are getting to the point where we're just reading out text messages on air now.
We are, yeah. Would you like? I got one from Amazon the other days. Yeah, so that's been on there. And yeah, she said okay. Yeah, so she will be here at some point as well.
And my dad texted me earlier. I feel comfortable telling you this, that he was saying about watching the F1 sprint race because he's been travelling today, so he hasn't had a chance to see it yet. And he says and he's going to watch it online using Channel 4's catch-up. So is it going to be as dull as I expect? He's about to get an ice cream from the fridge and watch it.
Yes, it's going to be.
Ago,
well, the start was good, and then it's the Alonso train. So,
well,
dull.
I sort of said there were some interesting things that happened, which is sort of damning with faint praise, I guess.
Yeah, Perez's spin was sort of the interesting part of it all.
Well, yeah, that's the consequential mistake that sort of happened, I guess.
Although he's in a Red Bull, and he starts at the back of the grid. So we've seen Bottas be out of position as well. As I'm being told, George Russell has been given a 3-place grid penalty. So we'll start the race 9, 10, 11, 12th. Yeah.
Well, that's still pretty high up, considering that Williams should be, in all honesty. Although Nicholas Latifi did say he was like losing 6 tenths down each straight, or 2 tenths down each straight, which will add up to about 6 tenths. So he says he would have made it through the Q2 without that. So I don't think the Williams are horrible. They've definitely been doing something, and George has found a way to get it to work. But pointing to lose that top 10 start, all because of this one collision, which a bit of a racing incident, but I can sort of see because it really hurt Sainz, basically.
It's a qualifying session as well, so it's not, in my opinion, at the moment that it has been a success. I want to see.
I've seen some really interesting qualifying formats in esports over the years. Do you remember? I was taking you back about Formula E Road to Vegas. They did.
Yes,
ended up commentating on. They had a format where you would have Saturday. You'd have qualify during the week, and if you were in the cutoff of like the top 100 best times, and towards the end we weren't getting 100 people qualifying because the people realised that only 10 were going to the final in Vegas, so they thought, well, I'll just give up. And you get like maybe 50 if you were lucky. But although we did have a few guys who weren't particularly quick, but they always showed up, and towards the end they were like the highlights. They were slow as hell, but they were really, I don't know, there's something about, it's a bit like some of these endurance races where if you keep going, even if you're really slow, you can
get some points,
do something that you can feel proud of when you walk away.
That's why I like endurance racing more than, say, Formula 1 in that respect of, if I was going to do motor racing, I wouldn't go single-seaters in a single championship. Yeah. I would probably go endurance racing because you come away from it.
Well, you can be an amateur and still compete at a fairly high level because they need, in those lineups, they need sort of the amateur driver. That's how Patrick Dempsey, I think, got into Le Mans.
Yeah. And you go away from it feeling like you've achieved something, even though you finish
even if you just finish the race, like 20 laps down on the next car or something.
Yeah, you finished a 24-hour race or a 12-hour race or 6-hour we've had as well, 8-hour as well. You feel like you've achieved something, and that's what I like about it as well.
Boda and Sellers in the pits, by the way.
So 2-3 change positions again. So their battle is still on the lead lap as well. 6 tenths between them, 3 tenths, 2 tenths.
Yeah, I've not been focusing on that because we've been having such a good time, you know? Having a good time.
You went there. Well, don't stop me now because at the moment we've got Sellers back into P2 and Boda back down to P3. And
there we go. So, nip and tuck between the two. Who do you think's going to come out on top? Josh?
Boda.
I really hope Sellers does it. I think the 90 are the underdogs. I really love seeing the Valet team do well.
I do. We had that back in Japan as well. I was happy to see them win,
As it looks like, Gogo Below has also come out behind Che Hatch. So this has been a driver change. That's why they've come out behind.
Yeah, so they've changed. So, Hatch back to third. And that has changed right down, isn't it? As P4. And the gap now 7 seconds between them. So, big changeover.
Yeah, we could watch Gogo Below for a little bit, actually.
Here we go. And Gogo now's getting used to new tyres as well. First time in the car, probably, for this race. Was he in earlier on, by any chance? Or will this be his first stint?
He was, I believe. I think he did the opening stint when they qualified quite badly, but was overtaking. And he was taking a lot of inside sort of qualifying lines at some of the really long corners, like the last corner, for instance. That was quite interesting to watch. And,
we started the day, didn't we? So this is
sorry.
we started.
We started. The
yeah.
race started at 2 p.m. Yes.
Yeah, so this is his first night shift race as well. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it might be. Yeah. I'm not sure if he was in when it was starting to go dark, but yeah, this is certainly his first full dark stint.
One thing that's going to mind boggle me is that when I leave this commentary box, I've got to remember it's still sunshine outside as well. Because I'm looking at. I mean,
Well, it's going to
sort
be
of-
10 p.m. by the time this is over, so it's
still lightish, won't it? It won't be as dark as it is
little
at
bit,
the track.
yeah.
Yeah. I can't see anything at the moment because we're in the commentary boxes. You've seen it as well. It's sort of like a bunker. You sort of feel like you're underground a lot. So I'll be looking forward to stepping out there and saying, "Oh, right, it's sunny," and then going to get some chicken because you've put chicken in my mind. With the KFC thing earlier on today.
Oh yeah, the Colin Sanders. Yes.
Yeah. All I can think about now is the banquet bucket.
I don't think I've
Oh.
ever eaten at KFC in my
Haven't
entire
you?
life. I remember when I was younger, I used to eat at McDonald's, and my dad really hated having to go there, and was always on about me about how unhealthy it was. But I remember when I went to Japan. I was very young, actually. I was about 3 or something like that. I didn't like the Japanese food. I always used to go to McDonald's because they had, I think I called it Donald's chips. And I just eat
yeah.
Donald's chips, basically.
Oh.
I learned a few words of Japan while I was there, but it was a bit of a tearaway. I was
can't
worried
think of
about
it,
going to a Japanese restaurant and pulling out all the wine bottles, and my
Oh.
older cousin was the one who stopped me. Yeah, great memories. Although I don't remember too many of them because, like I said, I was like 2 or 3. Even my brother wasn't born back then. But,
Yeah, you can sort of count yourself there that you can't be held accountable to it because you don't remember it.
Well, the other thing was that a lot of the Japanese just said, they would say, "Oh, they let me off," and they would say, "Oh, he's kawaii," which is the word for cute.
Oh.
At least I hope that what that means. If it means something else, then yeah, I was probably
Okay.
too young to understand that. I said, "Go below," going round the outside
Yeah,
of Homewood.
we're gonna get people writing in now saying, "Yeah, by the way, that doesn't mean that. That means this." And this. They're probably swearing at you, and you just didn't know.
Well, I'm going to go by what my cousin and her family tell me over the years, which is that it means cute. So she knew Japanese, but she lived there for like quite a few years. Actually.
Then she could have just said that to spare embarrassment. I don't know. Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, I'm not going to get my Japanese dictionary out because I don't have one. But
That was a
anyway, this
partridge
conversation
line.
is taking a turn. Anyway, how are we doing? 1 hour, 16
Yeah.
minutes left to go. Right, so below, continuing on his quest to catch Jay Hatch, but actually falling 8 seconds behind.
Yeah, and that's going to really pay a
The
big
ultimate
slapping, isn't
goal
it? Yeah.
for Go Below is to catch it back up to Sellers, surely.
Yeah, and we're watching P4 Sellers back up there and Jay Hatch sort of separating. They're all on the lead lap, of course, as well. So there's 27 seconds, as you said, separating them. Gergo's is closing 6.9 now, so he's faster, and he's setting personal best Sector 1 and 2 as well. 24.4 Sector 1, 27.3 Sector 2. We'll hold on to see what he is in the third sector as he comes through the Biadetti chicane area. But yeah, that gap is coming down, and Jay Hatch is also catching Bradley Sellers. The gap now 19.4, 19.3. It's changing. So yeah, 26 seconds separate them. It's on to the start finish straight. What's his lap time then? Cross the line. And it is a 1:35.
3:76.
Yeah, so he is he fastest up there?
Yeah, 6 tenths faster than Jay Hatch's previous lap.
Yeah, and he's the fastest on the track right now, isn't he? I'm looking. Yes, he is.
Yeah, he's certainly
quicker
pulling
than-
away from Strachan, who's now 62 seconds down on him in the second of the valet cars.
His last lap time 1:37.6. So yeah, so Gergo Boloce is now the fastest driver on the track in LM-P2. Quicker than the
Gogo
leader.
Boloce. That's an interesting pronunciation. I always thought it was Gogo. I thought it was either Gogo Below or Gogo Below.
Sorry, I don't know why I
I
added the
called it
Che to the
Gogo
end of
Below.
it. Yeah, it'll be Gogo
Because,
Below.
It
I
feels
don't know
more
why I did-
satisfying to say.
Yeah, why did I add the Che to it? You know, Megan will come in the box.
Yeah, you
soon.
got Jay Hatch above and Gogo Below.
Oh!
Sorry, I laugh at that one more than I should.
There were tons of jokes that we can make in this box
Yeah.
as well. Yeah.
Real comedians. Yeah.
Someone hire us for our stand-up show. That's it. That's next weekend in London, is it? We've booked the XL, haven't we, Ed?
I think we might be double booked with another event if that's the case.
That's all right.
But fans won't be allowed, very sadly. But I do think, given the circumstances, probably the right call. Although, as I was saying earlier, obviously because it's indoors and it's harder to distribute all the COVID particles and whatever. But I do think it's when we have an aversion, I think, to bad news sometimes in a way that I know it's sort of public relations because I remember before Puebla they sort of said, well, every race from now on we're going to have fans at, and backtracking on that and said, well, actually we can't have fans in London might look bad, but at some point public relations reality has to take precedence over them because you can't just pretend that you're going to sell tickets at the last minute and then not do it and then just not give an explanation because I think fans would feel rightly quite disappointed about that. I mean, obviously, it doesn't help that the government has a similar problem in terms of then utter failure to communicate anything meaningful in a consistent way. So, do we have to wear masks from Monday onwards?
I am, but I've got no clue what's going on. I think I'll take it as until I'm told by scientists and not as Ian Birch described it in our commentary, the mop head.
I can't believe he started that sentence by apologising to our Prime Minister. No need to apologise to that obsequious man, as I said.
He's too polite. He's very much polite. But yeah, as I said, until I hear from actual scientists that coronavirus is now at a safe level and everyone's okay and it's gone, I will continue to wear my mask in supermarkets.
It might be.
Areas,
I think maybe hoping for it to disappear entirely might not be realistic, especially depending on the time frame.
Yeah, we've got to live with it, yeah.
But certainly to a degree where it's a bit safer. And certainly with vaccines, I mean, I got vaccinated this week for the first time, which is good. Because I tried to do it 2 times before. Yeah. And I was fine, actually. I was expecting some kind of after effect, and I got up late in the morning, but that was the case before I took the vaccine as well. If I'm being perfectly honest. But, I tried to get vaccinated 2 times before. The first time was quite a trip, where it was a surgery to phone me up where I guess my local GP lives, and they couldn't get me one in my hometown, so I had to go to Crawley, where I'd not been to the one in Crawley before.
Oh wow!
So I didn't know quite where it was. I figured out roughly, but I didn't do a lot of research. I just sort of tightly dressed on my phone on the day and just hoped it would take me there. What happened was I ended up going to Crawley Hospital because that was where my dad said that he'd had his. And I went there and it was clear because they had this sort of outdoor COVID clinic, which is where I assume
very good.
Usually do it, but no one was there. And it was just a queue to get into A&E, I think. So I thought, well, clearly I'm at the wrong place. And I looked at the address and I was right, it is just the wrong address.
Yeah.
So I walked the half an hour to where I thought what my phone was telling me. Because I just typed into the Maps app on the iPhone and it to go to Woodlands and Cloaking's partnership, whatever it's called. And 2 things went wrong. First, I was wearing sunglasses, Williams racing sunglasses.
Oh, right. That is a big one, yeah.
And the problem is, there's they're not the bendy, or they're quite straight sunglasses. There's kind of a gap between your eyes and the sunglasses. And the problem is, as I was walking along, I think some kind of bumblebee or something got stuck in the glasses. It was really unlucky, and it actually stung me just above the eye, basically. So it kind of hurt, and it was quite comical in retrospect because there were some 2 passers-by who were they were sort of looking at me, and I suddenly started screaming out in pain, and they were kind of looking a bit. I don't think they were laughing, but well, they kind of were actually, but they were more bemused.
Yeah,
I was
suddenly what was going on. Yeah,
clutching my head in pain, and I take out my glasses and having a bit of a fidget, but I sort of had to say, got stung by bloody B or something like that.
Yeah.
Just so it wasn't like this man's having a mental breakdown, although I got pretty close to because it wasn't a great day, as you can imagine.
I do not blame you. Being
so-
stunned, wrong vaccination stuff. Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't
So,
scream now.
I did get vaccinated, but not in the way I got jabbed, but not in the way I'd hoped.
Yeah.
So I carried on in a bit of pain. It wasn't too bad. I wasn't even sure for sure if it was a bee. I know something very loud and buzzy got in my glasses and hit me above the. It might have just been a bite or something because it went away for a period. But anyway, I might have been a bit of a drama queen about that. And then I walked in the middle of Crawley. It was a very hot day as well. This was back in like June. I was trying to get it done before I went on holiday.
Yes, yeah.
To Scotland, and I walked to where the phone told me Clerken's Women's Partnership was, and where it took me to was it was the right sort of area, but it just took me to someone's house. I was like, "What? Has it moved?" Or so just like I'm gonna check. Oh, this is the right address, and it was really annoying. And what I realised had happened was that the maps had taken me. What should have done is should have taken me down just another bit of the street to the next cul-de-sac, basically. But I got really close, but I didn't know because it was just telling me. So I assumed maybe that something was wrong, and I was really fed up and tired, and I've been walking for like half an hour through the middle of Crawley in the hot sun, so you can imagine.
Yes.
I just phoned my mum up to pick me up and take me home.
Yeah, that's it. All done now.
That's right. And she recognised me literally because I was wearing a bright red shirt, and I was a bit
red in
frustrated.
the heat.
Yeah. Well, I don't know why I picked the red shirt. And then the second time, I booked it again, this time with the NHS, because I'm not fiddling around with that Woodlands Clockings nonsense. They did phone me up, Woodlands Clockings, after I got back home, and they were like, hey, you should have been in this appointment an hour or two ago. What happened? And I was like, well, I explained the whole story, and they felt kind of sorry for me.
Yeah, you can't, you're impossible to find.
Yeah. It wasn't their fault. I realised it was the Maps app on my phone that was crap, so I now use Google Maps, because it has happened to me a few times before, where it had taken me close, but not to the exact location.
Yeah.
And it was really annoying. We're not missing any track while I'm telling, only on-track action while I'm telling the story, are we?
No, nothing at all.
Yeah, I think below is about... Oh, yeah, he did get by Che Hatch, actually, because Che Hatch pit, so he's 62 seconds behind below now.
And Schratcher's just come into the pit lane as well, so that's the only thing
yeah,
that's
so Schratcher's going to fall
now.
behind. He's 55 seconds behind Che Hatch now, so... Yeah, pretty safe. So just one position change there. For,
yes. And Jeff Close pits as well, actually. So, yeah, Jeff Close just...
And Kolokshai.
Oh, there we go.
From the lead, actually.
So we're into that pit segment now. So
we were watching below that whole time, so we would have seen him go up to third. But
yeah, I was watching the monitor while listening to you, so we haven't.
I'll just put it back on auto director because it's not really close anymore, or as close anyway. So
I just realised
the second time I was going to explain why the second time didn't work. This is a much shorter story. But basically, I booked for last week to get the first dose, and my brother got ill. Yeah, that was what happened. My brother. Caught it, COVID.
You said this on Saturday, didn't you? Yeah, I remember.
And so this meant I had to cancel the appointment and do it this week on Wednesday instead. But it was really annoying to have it happen 2 times in a row.
Yeah.
But the third time, Wednesday, everything went pretty smoothly. They made you wait for 15 minutes, which was a bit annoying because my brother and my dad were like waiting in the car for me to come back out. And it was like they weren't like overly strict, but it was like I had it at 8 minutes past 12, and they were like, right, everyone who had their vaccine at midday can go. And it's like, I had it at 8 past. No, you have to wait a bit longer.
Oh,
you have to wait exactly 15 minutes. Oh, class leader.
Oh, no!
The Ferenzi has gone off at Arabiata 2, but he hasn't hit the wall. He should be able to rejoin. But a big heart and mouth moment there where he's lost it really early on.
What a surprise! It was Arabiata 2.
And Nick Homewood. Get the opportunity. He'd fallen to about 47 seconds behind. Now it's under 30 seconds the gap. So
challenge for the
tension there. As meanwhile below is 11 seconds behind Bradley Sellers and closing.
Oh, what's happened to the
sorry about that.
Yeah, sorry.
That was my bad. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Am Sheffield has left the race, but the vehicle has been sold in the garage. Well, that's good to know.
But he's out of the race. Okay. And he's actually disconnected, I can tell you now.
Yeah.
At 8:57 and 46 seconds, he disconnected. So, so He's clearly contacted the Enterprise and asked got Scotty to beam him up.
Yeah, because I think he was our most recent retirement.
Yeah.
We didn't mention him, so we should address the demise of the 909 machine. Yeah. Well, demise? But like I said, it's still in the garage. The car hasn't been crushed into a cube or anything.
I think his last words were, "My God," and just sort of left it there. Oh dear.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I keep trying to alt tab out, and I accidentally keep pressing the tab before the.
Oh,
so
another
that's-
retirement. Who's that out? Gamer Tactic is out in the McLaren 888, so that's just retired from the race as well. Actually,
I think the AAA retired a while ago. Actually, that might
I
have
think
been
that
them
yes, they
trying
just
to
left it.
rejoin the server to see how their teammates the LM-P2 were doing.
Right.
Anyway.
And for StaffX next on the YouTube chat saying, "What's up?" Well, we're coming up to the last hour.
We are.
And
it's starting to get dark here.
It is,
life.
yeah. And actually, I'm going to nip my head out of the commentary box and see what it's like out. Take it for a second.
You think? And I need to get rid of the graphic at the bottom there. So. He's still. Oh! Go below spins!
Oh, no! And he's running third.
Exactly, and he was catching Bradley Sellers. The gap was 11 seconds. It will be more than that now, so that could potentially be decisive. Could give Valley Esports number 90 the buffer they need to hold on to second place, and it would be a well-earned second place.
Would
So
this
many
help?
others have dropped out of that position.
Would this help Clay Hatch as well? Now 45 seconds
Certainly helped Che
behind.
Hatch.
Yeah. Well, sorry, say again?
You said Clay Hatch, and I said it certainly helped Che Hatch.
That's the one, yeah. Yeah. Did I say Clay? Oh, damn it.
We're so obsessed with
Che
puns
Hatch.
that we sort of do it without thinking now.
Absolutely, that seems to be the situation at the moment. We're just doing it, and you're right. By the way, actually, it's definitely twilight here in the UK.
I'm
Just
going to turn on the light
outside
so I can. Might be difficult with both windows open. I imagine I'll be joined by a whole bunch of moths for the last hour.
Oh,
But,
you've got moths. I've got spiders. Left,
oh, yeah,
right.
of
I've got,
course.
hang on. 1,
Welcome
2,
to the jungle.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7 all around the equipment. I didn't need to.
Yeah, hold on for 5 seconds while I turn on the light. Don't want to turn on my desk lamp because that's very hot, and I use that for the stop motion, which I can't really do at the moment because it wouldn't be good for the processor to try and do a live camera feed stop motion and stream someone else's computer to run a race, basically.
I don't think any computer can hold that. I've got.
But it's not on the laptop. It's below. Has another off. Wonder. Push the tires a bit too hard and they're overheating, maybe. The overseries setup that a lot of these cars having.
Track
Below
temperature.
is pushing that bit too hard.
That's possible. Track temperature's at 29 degrees.
We
air
did hear a
temperature
rumour
21.
that we might have final phase of the race. We might have rain. It's still
Ooh.
full moon rather than a full sun. But yeah, that was what Tom Dillon told us earlier. It might be that information was inaccurate and the weather has changed, but we'll see. I might try and see if anyone wants to talk to us in the final hour.
Oh, do,
From any
yes.
of the teams.
And hopefully
But, first off, I'll turn on that light, so I'll be gone for like literally 10 seconds.
And
I'll
while
be back.
that's the race leader's crashed off. It's
Oh, no.
Zoltan Varconi, and he's hit the bumper. I don't believe it. And this is the race leader's 2 laps down at the last corner. He hasn't lost a rear wing, but he's going to have to come into the pit lane. And just as in Suzuka, it all starts to slip away.
Well, he's got a 2-lap lead over Sellers, so this isn't complete disaster, but depending on the damage, is he crabbing in the pit lane? Let's have a look.
Yes, he is. So suspension's
dear.
damage. He's grabbing. And also, he's just changed over. His teammate has run for so long in this race, and now we will have to turn our attention to Bradley Sellers to do a Suzuka. Coming up to 60 minutes to go, and it's all change again. Back to you, Ed. Hopefully you've turned your light on by then.
No, I haven't. I was so enraptured by your commentary, I couldn't take the headphones off.
I'll keep
But,
doing it. You do it now.
Okay, but do you rate Bradley Sellers' chances now as he rapidly closes? He's going to get within the same lap potentially, but is he going to be able to close the gap? Because Varconi is viciously quick.
Marconi's quick enough. We've seen him, especially, I think he was the one also who dropped it at Suzuka after doing an earlier stint in that 12-hour race where he had the opportunity to run it. But being in the pit lane now for 45 seconds, usually you're only in there for 29, so it's definitely an issue for Marconi with suspension. Let's hope they can get out there quite quickly. 2 laps is the gap to Bradley Sellers. It's looking very good for the Valley Esports to get back in there and take a win of the season. Second win of the season.
We've seen this happen so many times this season. Not one little mistake can have massive implications as we go into the final hour. And, well, we needed some drama, didn't we? And we certainly got it.
Fantastic. And it always happens at the last hour as well. It all flies together. It happened at Suzuka. It's happened at Mugello. 2 races that we don't usually see a lot of endurance racing at. Provides the best entertainment. Let's just hope that when the checkered flag comes out, the drivers actually realise and take it as the checkered flag. We had that problem back at Le Mans, the last time I was commentating at least.
Yeah, so...
Oh, and Holden's off. Holden just locked up at the bottom of the hill there. Didn't even attempt the corner. Massively outbraked himself. And hopefully, Ed, you've turned your lights on.
I have. Oh, yeah, Holden. I'm seeing it now, yeah, just in the middle of the gravel trap. And almost like he didn't really attempt to... Yeah. Once he realised he was going in the gravel, he was like, well, may as well explore this bit of the circuit. He's running a last in class by quite some margin now that Schackler has called it a night. So... yeah, not much you can do there. As we look at Sellers closing the gap, I believe still a lap down, and Marconi has gotten out again. So actually, he may have gotten away with it.
He did. How did he lock up in a GT3? They have ABS. That's a skill, honestly.
Yeah, so there is Marconi.
There he's back out on the track.
There's Sellers, just about to complete. Is he about to start lap 256? So I think.
254.
Yeah, there we go. So.
Still 2 laps down.
So he was a bit further behind than we thought, but definitely a heart and mouth moment for Marconi.
No, sorry. Hang on. I will read this wrong. 255, 254. Yeah, the gap now between Marconi and Sellers is officially 1 lap.
Yeah, there we go. So still another lap to make up. But if Marconi does that again, and you can't rule it out as we go through the final corner this time, much more cleanly.
Yeah, 4 wheels pointed in the right direction.
Yeah, if he does something like that again, then the lead could be lost to Bradley Sellers, and indeed, Gogo Blow is only about 20 seconds behind, or Che Hatch, only 36 seconds down.
Michael Wozniak says maybe ABS turned off for that little spin there.
Yeah, maybe he was just doing a bit of entertainment there.
Yeah, showing off to the crowd, and the auto director picks it up. Unless it was you. Did you pick that up quite quickly?
I'm pretty sure it was auto director because we only saw the end of it.
Yes, yeah. And this is Jeff Close coming down pit road, running 4th in class in the BMW.
Not been Jeff Close's day, has it? It's still 3 laps now down, I think, on Saunders.
Disappointing. This BMW it was quite strong at the previous races, and it hasn't suited to Mugello.
Well, I think it was quick. It was just the mistakes that lost them too much time, really.
Yeah. And you've watched all of the race.
Well, most of it.
Yeah.
It's hard to remember sometimes. Even over like an 8-hour race, you sort of think, okay, who got disconnected and who spinned it?
I'll tell you what. The Chris Tompkins has said instant involving the 444 car, for the Fine Avoid Motorsport and the Mugen Sim Racing 20 and the Mugen Sim Racing 20. That incident investigated after the race, but they're putting emphasis on the Mugen Sim Racing 20, who's second and might be the one being investigated. But it'll be investigated after the race.
Third, you mean? Number 12.
Yes, third. Yeah. So third. Investigated after the race. He gives it because my game crashed. Can't go back that far. So one of the other race directors are having to look at it.
So Homewood only 24 seconds behind Ferenzi at the moment. Although below is only 18 seconds behind Sellers. That's probably the closest battle we should keep an eye on.
It's getting tense now, isn't it? And when was it? Do you remember previously? It's always been it's been GT3. They're the battle for the wins. LM-P2 are very close today for battle for the podium in 2nd and 3rd, and even 4th. Even, yeah, I'm loving it. And I actually throw in Robert Scratchen as well in P5.
It definitely feels like every team has a driver that can get them back into the fight.
Yeah,
Jay Hatch has done incredibly well. A lot of them are just very consistent all throughout the lineup, to be honest.
it's been a good one actually. This race.
Whoa!
And,
Stola!
and that could be after 2.
It tries to correct and ends up in the gravel rather than just facing the wrong way around the track.
He's ruined the sandcastles. That's not fair at all. But yeah, the tyres will be getting a lot of dirt on them now as well.
Well, last in LM-P2, it's not worked out for the 138, and it did look so good early on.
And it got rejoined, of course.
It got away from them.
Got a disconnect as well.
They did at one point, yes.
That's why they're 20 laps down.
But I think they were hitting problems before that, though.
Yes, massively. Yeah. We saw it in the build-up beforehand, yeah. So, holding on at the moment with...
I'm starting to think Megan isn't coming.
apparently she's doing a quiz.
Okay, well, that shows how... the level of importance she treats this. Yeah.
I know. I'm going. She
will refused.
She will not be getting any W series if she continues with this.
Oh,
but I thought
away W series.
I'll take away W series. Yeah, she's been quite good. Yeah. It's a bit of a weird one. I thought that when she took the W series start in Austria, I'd be standing alongside her wanting to say lights out, but actually, I haven't really minded not calling the start of the race. So yeah, she's been getting better and better at it, and she often hits me as well if I talk over her. You might see that, but if you watch on the streams as well, she will tap me if she wants to say something, and if she really wants to say something, she sort of keeps whacking my hand and that, and so give me it. And I think we have a better system anyway, Ed. You can't hit me because we're on a video screen.
Well,
in the box.
I have a thing where I think it must be subconsciously ingrained into me, where if I hear someone else talking, there's a part of me thinks, right, I have to shut up now. And sometimes I used to be a lot worse at that. If you listen to the podcast that I do, not the Formula Zone one, because that's obviously a video podcast as well, but there's another one I do.
Yes.
Which is all about Douglas Adams and Dirt Gently, as we see Sellers in trouble.
Oh no!
Making a big quick cut through the gravel, but he rejoins. Didn't look like he lost too much time or momentum, but the gap between him and Gergo below, 12 seconds.
So he lost 10 seconds to that little off at turn 1. Oh no! And now
I think that was the exit. That must have been turn 3 or 4, maybe.
Oh, so that's
Is that like the sort of
San Lorenzo? Yeah, that's San Lorenzo, isn't it? Just before coming down to Casanova. This is Casanova now. Yeah.
Ryan, who was still on earlier for the start. You know the corner names way better than I do.
Only because of Formula 1 and MotoGP.
MotoGP.
And closes off at Acrobiata 2.
Oh dear.
Big oversteer moment.
He knew he wasn't going to make that one, so he almost, right, here we go.
Yeah, just catch it as best you can.
It feels like Jeff Close is just trying to get to the end at this point.
I can't remember all the names. I can remember the big ones. Turn 2, I know, is Luco, into the chicane area. Then we got...
I remember the driver names, and you remember the corner names.
Perfect commentary team, yeah.
I'm going to shut the curtains down because I'm worried about all these insects coming in.
Oh, I know. I literally have to sit with the lights off now in my room to keep the window open, and this powerful fan I've got alongside.
It's just not a good idea, though, to have, like, screen on, lights off. Makes me feel like... it makes me feel like the miserable shut-in computer nerd that I am. But
actually, I'm quite annoyed, actually, because we had a new strip light put in a couple of months ago. As this 28's out of the race, I think. Or he's in the pit stop.
Yeah, I think that was just a routine pit stop.
Yeah.
So the 28 can get some fuel on, get the next stint underway.
Yeah, so we had a new strip.
Whoa! Race leader again in Arabiata. That's Arabiata 1.
That's a weird one. So how's he throwing it off there? That's the exit Casanova.
It's a small gap. Look at it drop. It's going to drop to under 10 seconds if he doesn't join quickly.
Homewood's going to have cleaner tyres as well, so he's going to be right on it now. 10 seconds.
Yeah, that's
worst time.
Let's see if he can follow Homewood and see if he can see Ferenzi ahead of him.
There he is. So he's down at the exit of the bottom half of the corner of the track I can't pronounce before he comes into the Biodetti corners. So Homewood's catching in. Yeah, he's about 10 seconds back. So Homewood is now with much fresher, cleaner tyres then Frenzy is surely going to get past. Can't see why not. The gap now between Sellers and Gergo Bolok. I can't. You pronounce that one. Goes to 12.2.
I feel like just shouting these names like they're like it's a show tune or something. Go below. Or a pantomime. It's more like a pantomime.
Is it
below you.
higher or lower?
Yeah,
Is it higher or lower than second? I think everyone in their team.
So
is showing
Homewood,
higher.
the gap now, 6.8 seconds in Homewood and Frenzy. So Frenzy, with 50 minutes remaining, needs to get it under control. He can still win this thing. For Homewood, Ring of Honor are going to give it everything they've got. That Dutch team, really looking forward to take home the big trophy. They've never gotten the chance to do that yet.
It'd be
In
nice.
EERC.
It would really be nice if they can get their first win here.
Especially with the
Mugello.
138 having a bit of a anonymous afternoon, unfortunately, down 20 laps down.
Yeah, it's been a weird one, that one. And the 138 down in 7th, as you say.
But it was great to see Pascal Eggert, who was on at the beginning, right when the game crashed and I started swearing. He was trying to help me fix it, and I was a bit annoyed because he was like, oh, you need to do this, all stream this, and just like, oh, can't I fix one bloody problem at a time?
Yeah, one thing at a time.
Well, whoa!
Oh, that's the race leader again!
Race leader was trying to lap the GD cars, and almost, he was right behind the 35 of Sanders. And went off into the gravel almost because he's coming up to him so quickly.
How was it Casanova? So
again, more tension in the lead in both classes. Just one more mistake and it could change hands, but the lead's still a lap. Marconi could probably have another issue, pit for repairs, and just about emerge in front of Sellers. Alan Holden is circulating quite slowly and getting back up to speed. So I think he's had some off-track moment.
I hope Varconi is listening to his radio engineer at the moment as well, because surely he's going to be telling him, calm down, you're losing this race for us.
I have used that one on occasion.
It's an easy one to use, isn't it? You can just throw it anywhere.
Yeah. There's Dan Rusen.
2 A's as well. It's like the Owen, isn't it? AA. I've got I have a friend called Owen, actually. I do enjoy calling him Aaron because
yes.
2 A's as well. And it is funny. I still owe him a bag of chips, I think, actually, because little joke. We've got time.
We do. We got 47 minutes to be precise.
When we were in secondary as well, we were in the last year. We were able to go out and have outside food, so chips and that sort of thing as well. And I always used to nick some of his chips as well. I'd have my own, but it was just a running joke. He'd nick some of mine, I'd nick some of his. But I think it most of averages out that I am at least a big bag of chips as the race leaders off in GT3 at Casanova.
Oh, again, so Frenzy, he had got the gap back up to 7 seconds. Not what he needed. We were just looking at earlier, we were looking at a Homewood who got Sanders trying to unlap him. So that's
Actually,
kind of
yeah.
interesting. But, Homewood has got the lead in front of him, but he's got 3rd place trying to get back onto the lead lap and challenge both of them. So Sanders, despite not having the greatest in the world, I think it's fair to say, he's like, I can still win this thing, man. 46 minutes left to go.
Absolutely, yeah. 46 minutes left of this race so far, and walking into the back of the commentary box, literally surprising me, is Megan Birch. Hello, Megan.
Hi. I can't actually hear myself.
Oh, sorry, I've disconnected you.
Welcome to my world, Megan.
Yeah, welcome to Ed's world, he says.
Yeah, I can't.
Can you hear yourself
Yeah,
now?
I can hear myself now, and I managed to take a photo of you at the back of a box.
Oh, you have to
without
send me
you
that,
even noticing.
You have to send me that.
You're so absorbed, Megan. Like I am.
It's too much to watch on the monitor. You really can't work out what's going on. Anyway, welcome to Endurance Racing, Megan. Ed is leading this commentary team at the moment, and I saw.
Does he find it as difficult to speak as I do?
Probably, yeah.
Well, we've had so many technical issues that I think leading more like I'm enduring it, like these drivers are. But Megan, Miss Birch, I should say. Whoa, as we see,
Oh no, Colin
Sanders, who I incorrectly called Colonel Sanders earlier in this race because I saw COL spinning around as he tries to unlap the 2nd place Nick Homewood ahead of him. Homewood, who is fighting for the lead. 4 seconds, the gap between Songs of Frenzy, try saying that twice as fast, of the Dream Team Endurance team,
Well, he was
and Nick Homewood of Fring of On Racing.
He was a little bit of a chicken to back out of that move or even go for that move to begin with, because he's now lost his opportunity to unlap himself. So he's lost any
it was
chance.
always going to be a bit of a long shot, but it was good to see him still pushing, even at this late stage. This is an 8-hour race, let's keep in mind. We still have 45 minutes left to go. So that means we've had 7 hours, 15 minutes. Most of it. Apart from when the F1 sprint race was.
Then we were all away for the F1 sprint race, weren't we?
Well, apart from these guys, I mean, someone's got to be putting the laps on the count again.
The problem is as well, they're going to be watching us after they finish their stint, and we've been talking about the sprint race all afternoon. So,
FYI, we got 47 out of 50 on the quiz.
oh, that's the quiz you were
done.
doing, yeah. Oh, well done. And because I think there's only 3 people doing it, Megan. That's well done.
Yeah. I got most of it.
Yeah, I thought you would, yeah. 44 minutes to go of this one. And
So, Megan, since you're here, as I'm a big fan of your work, I think we should talk a little bit about commentary on W Series. How are you finding it?
Commentary on W Series is quite interesting, and it's kind of it's the same time as the sprint qualifying is.
half
So
hour.
it's a lot more action-packed, and it's, as we saw today, just like the change of scenery from Austria to like England, it's really got even more dramatic. I think it definitely suits not being in Austria, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's fun.
It's great to hear, because I know that for all people, it is a really important championship from a representation side of things, I guess. And I've always been a big fan of Jamie Chadwick, like before you started driving in W Series. And I feel like she gets a lot of flack for her campaign in Formula Regional European Championship last season, where she drove for Prima. She finished 9th in the points behind her teammates and some of the other teams as well. And Hatch, not hatching a plan, but hatching a scheme to get in the gravel, it seems. That's not going to help his pursuit of Gergo below whatsoever. As we all heard while we were just listening to Megan there, third place has changed drivers. Wesley Bukow takes on board the 35 that we just saw spinning. So wisely, they thought, let's put some new tyres on. Let's put a new guy in for the final stint, I'm assuming. But I was talking about Jamie Chadwick, wasn't I?
Yes.
And I feel Jamie Chadwick gets a lot of criticism for that campaign in Formula Regional European. And Chadwick, I read an interview with her pre-W Series this season where she was saying that the car has a notoriously heavy steering. It doesn't have power steering. And so she really struggled with that, and she's been training a lot to sort of get on top of that. So I think it's good that she's addressed the sort of weakness of her game in that instance. And it's a shame that people judge her based on that, because she's also been driving in, for instance, Extreme E, alongside Stefan Sarasan in the Veloce squad, where she's finished, I believe, on the podium in both races. She was second in Senegal, and they lead the points now, the two of them. And Chadwick very nearly. I remember there was a red flag because the Hamilton's team and I think Jensen Button's team crashed into one another, and so it ended up being a shootout between Chadwick and whoever the eventual winner was, which I forget. But it shows how much attention I've been playing to.
I think it was Visser, in the first series.
And
it may have been,
Yeah, she's doing quite well.
Chadwick has also been doing. She also won British GT, of course, several years ago when she was a teenager.
Yeah,
that was the thing when she first dropped on my radar in like a GT4s, I think it was. So, but so I feel like people judge her one bad season in recent memory in Formula Regional, and I feel like that's unfair. I mean, at the same time, I wouldn't say her winning W Series for a second time would really prove anything that didn't prove the first season, but it will get her the super license points if she's able to do it.
It will.
For a F1 test, which I know a lot of people who are fans of Jamie Chadwick would like to see. It would be interesting to see. It would be a shame if it ended up being a Susie Wolf scenario where there's no real forward progression. It's just more for publicity than anything else. Because I think there's no point putting someone in the car unless either they're paying and it's keeping the team afloat, and people have their views on that, but it certainly serves purpose in keeping teams on the grid, or they're actually being evaluated for a race seat based on their talent, as we saw, many drivers, in the past. Even Max Verstappen, when he was probably some would argue, a bit too young and inexperienced, he proved more wrong, as we saw time and time again in recent history. As Sellers hits from second, and Frenzy.
And that's Homewood to the lead.
Yeah, Homewood takes the lead with 40 minutes remaining. So has Frenzy hit trouble, or is this a scheduled pit stop? This might be his final pit stop. So this is crucial for Nick Homewood now. He needs to... It's hammer time, really, in these last 40 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely has to get out there and has to start pushing up as well.
If he can pull a big enough gap,
it
could get very close between the two. So all eyes on Nick Homewood now. Pressure's on him.
Back to Jamie Chadwick. She's actually gone second in the championship. She's in a really intense battle between first position with Alice Powell at the moment, and there's only 6 points separating the two of them, and Alice is actually in the lead. So I think that might be quite a good thing to see in the next races for W Series, especially since we're in the Hungaroring next round. And it's obviously that could cause a whole new dynamic change in the championship, because we don't know who's going to be able to be better in that ring, since it's all just new. And
for them, at least, yeah.
We have new drivers testing on things, because obviously Reds has been replaced by Abby Pulling recently in this last race, and she maintained 8th position.
Homewood.
This is
going to be crucial. Sorry to interrupt you, Megan. That was very interesting, but
Alex...
I do like Alice Powell as well, and it's interesting seeing her do well, because obviously she was out of racing for a long time. She thought her career was over until W Series arrived, and I think there is certainly a debate to be had. Is W Series just for any female driver at that level, regardless of their age or experience, or is it supposed to be a training ground for young female drivers who wouldn't have the budget to get into single ladder otherwise? I think there's definitely an interesting debate to be had there.
I think it's a little bit of both, because it is a place where just anyone can just come in from any different type of sport, just to see how it all is. So it's also just training younger people like Abby Pulling, just entering the world of racing. And then there's also, I think, Irina Sudakova, that she's just turned 18, and she's in the world of racing now, and she's doing quite well, despite what her position was today, because she did have quite a rough qualifying, as I remember.
There we go.
There we go.
This is the battle for the lead, and Homewood emerges ahead.
Oh, that's so crucial. And Ferenzi tried to get it stopped.
Brilliant job by Nick Homewood. And could this be a historic class win for Ring of Honor Racing, FRA, as they're often called? FAR. Or is it, I don't know. It's one of the two.
FAR could be FAB at the moment if they take this victory as well, trying to get on with it. 5 tenths the gap, though. Oh, this is what we wanted. And we've got the battles closing between Che Hatch, Bradley Sellers, and Zoltan Bode at the front as well. Throw in Robert Scratchman as well. We're in, Ed, I think, for an exciting 40 minutes. And Megan.
Yeah. I don't think I'll stay for the entirety, because obviously I've had a very, very long day.
Yeah, we'll stay for a bit more fun.
Haven't we all, Megan? It's an 8-hour race.
Yeah, Ed's been doing all 8 hours.
Well, just be thankful, Megan, you haven't been here for the 12 hours or the 24 hours. Or as we see, the LM-P2 just pop out of nowhere ahead of us.
Ballet Esports getting out of the way.
I'm glad I've not been consistent with everything this weekend.
When do we tell her that she's doing the next race? Where was it? Where was the next race, Ed?
It's Korea. It's the old Yonggam circuit.
I don't think Megan was commentating when Korea was on the F1 calendar. 2012, 2013? I think you were, but you were off.
I don't know, because I've been unofficially commentating since I was 4.
That was so that's
2009. But officially since
2012.
2012.
But you didn't do those races because of the early morning. Yeah. For those of you who don't watch the YouTube channel that me and Megan are on as well, and Ed, of course, Ed's on for the Formula E race. Megan has select races; she doesn't do them all.
Yeah,
and then she's leading.
Because obviously, I have educational time.
Yeah, not like me.
I'm in between education at the moment. Luckily.
What are you talking about, Megan? This is education.
Yeah, this is racing.
You're not
I
learning
know, so
something.
I'm
why
just
are you
like, I'm waiting to go into college. I've got that as well. I've managed to maintain quite a good balance between everything, I think.
Yeah.
Get extra education with this.
You even helped Ed when Ed was on holiday in Scotland for the...
Oh, she did, yeah. She
Yeah.
filled in.
I know, but what was it? Puebla.
Yeah,
It
Puebla.
was, yes.
You
Yeah.
couldn't pronounce that. You
I
had
was
to have a
actually
little
commentating
card.
on this on the same
Yes.
day. Or was it? It was the same weekend, yeah.
Yeah,
Because it was the race on both days, so I was doing this the same day as the Saturday race. But I think Formula E was in the evening.
10 o'clock, yeah. It's in
Yeah,
the
and
evening.
I kind of lost interest in the 6 hours of him out at that point.
Well, you were on holiday,
I
yeah.
forget exactly how it happened. I commentated on one and I watched the other. So, and in
Well,
between,
so,
I was
yeah.
doing a lot of walks in the Scottish Highlands. And,
Wonderful place to be and a wonderful holiday, yeah.
It was, yeah. I had a lovely time with aunt and uncle.
I also enjoyed how you couldn't stay away from the commentary. You were sending in so many text streams throughout that race as well.
Yeah.
It was great to see as well. And yeah, I had Megan alongside in the box for that one, but
Yeah.
it wasn't the same.
Yeah, luckily I was able to cover that because I think that was like a week or two after I finished.
Yeah, and you've done a lot. You've done the
I've
last...
done a lot since because obviously I no longer have to balance being an
Yeah.
AD student.
Yeah, so you've been in the box quite a lot actually. Yeah. 34 minutes to go.
Yeah, indeed. How must Honzo Frenzy be feeling? Because he's drives for the Dream Team. Right now, the Dream is slipping away. It's right there in front of him in the form of Nick Homewood, the race win. A few mistakes have allowed Nick Homewood to jump him at the final pit stop. Now, what can he really do? Is it going to come down to a very risky move? We've seen him make risky moves before and be penalised for basically pushing the AAA car off the track earlier in the race.
They've got to be very careful now. The 70 squad as well. They've got to
The
remain
70's got
calm,
the
yeah.
championship to think about as well. The 44, the 444, isn't in the championship. Whereas all their rivals, the number 7 is down in 4th. The 888 is out. The 88 didn't start the race. So there's hay to make here. And second or first, it's going to be points. But of course, Frenzy would desperately love to take a win here. They've taken a second place before. They've been on pole twice now, 2 races in a row. Haven't quite been able to seal the deal.
Ferenzi doesn't want to make a frenzy out of keeping up behind. He's got to bring this home and get ahead of Homewood out there as well.
Well, knock on wood.
Yeah, knock on wood to get this one, yeah. And as he gets, it's very dark at the exit of that corner. Wow, that's the darkest I've seen it as well. No cars following. But the battle now for GT3 is the one to watch. We were hoping, weren't we, about an hour ago that LM-P2 would hot up. But it's changed once again into the GT3 battle, yeah.
Is about 10 seconds behind Sellers in the fight for third. Che Hatch, I think, has done superbly well to jump Sellers and Boda through the pits, basically.
Yeah, he's on brand for that one, his Hatch, at the moment
And
as
you
well.
got to wonder, if the 87 had a better start to the race and wasn't 2 laps down, could they have potentially challenged for the win here? Would the number 21 have had it all their own way? Well, it's all ifs and buts and maybes, isn't it? But what happened is they got up to second, which is still, in of itself, impressive. It's been a while since Che Hatch's last podium. I think it would have been Circuit America's last year.
Wow.
Second for IDOS, and now he drives for the Iris team.
Was that about, what, 10 races ago it would have been that one?
Well,
wow, yeah.
it was the penultimate round of last season, I think.
So, 9.
This is the 7th round of this season.
The 9 races, yeah, at the moment.
Yep. And Hatch hasn't had the best as he pits. I was just saying, maybe this is the alternate strategy, and this is the payoff for that. So Sellers and Boda could potentially get ahead here.
So 12 seconds between Sellers. Boda's 9 seconds back. 19 seconds separate them all. So yeah, this is really going to be the time now to come to play for the battle for second place in the championship. But how long can Bradley Sellers and Boda get to the end of this race? 30 minutes to go, plus the last lap, I presume, as well. So how can they fuel manage it? Are they going to need a splash and dash?
Yeah, we'll have to see. It'd be quite interesting.
I think I shall leave now. Tell me who wins.
I will.
But you don't know who these people are, Megan.
Yeah, you didn't know this.
Doesn't matter.
All right.
I'll
Megan,
stay for 10 minutes. I may as well know who wins.
all right, Megan, just wait a second. I'll give you one thing as well.
What?
You can do your voodoo curse that you like to do.
Which one? Winning or crashing?
Let's do a winner and a crasher. Point to the timing screen. Who do you think's going to win?
That one.
I'll read it out. The Reds are already out of the race, so concentrate on your top 12 here.
Okay.
Point. Who's going to win this race in the LM-P2 category? Use this one over here. Look. Over here.
This one.
Yeah. Are we going to have the same winner in LM-P2? Yes. Same winner in Varconi. She's picked. And now a winner for GT3, please, between these. And Megan is dashing and pointing to... Oh, the 35 squad.
Wow, she really thinks that Frenzy and Home are going to take each other out.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it
Where's
past
the
them
ball?
number 70.
Yeah.
Anything can happen in the next half an hour.
It seems like
Stingray.
I do seem to have that curse when it comes to MotoGP. So
Yeah. Well, thank you, Atlanta.
bye-bye.
Bye-bye,
Oh,
Megan.
thank you, Miss Burge. There we go. Megan's debut in EERC commentary. Surely a thriving career ahead of her if she wants it.
She's waving now to the back of the
She's
box.
not exactly got much competition for several hours, given that we only have about 5 or 6 commentators, most of whom are not available on the same weekends.
Yeah, and
Apart from me, of course. I've got nothing better to do.
and me as well. I was trying to come in as well. I'm just hoping that when the calendar's announced for next season, none of them clash with the Formula E calendar, because that might be a bit awkward for both of us. Having good to commentate. Do you think we could commentate on both? Is that possible? You talk 1 second, I talk the next, and we just try and go through it on each race. Oh dear.
Are you familiar with an old? It's not an old. Well, it's been around a while, I guess. But there's a Radio 4 panel show called "I Think I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue," where there's a thing where they write letters to like famous historical figures, where they role play. But there's like 2 people writing the letter. One does one word, the other does the next word. And they do it till they get to the end of the letter.
Yeah, I need to look back up at those. I remember hearing it.
I know, very obscure for anyone who doesn't listen to BBC Radio 4 like my parents do every dinner time. But anyway.
Here's something that was interesting. I was in my mother's car the other day, and I was searching through her radio because she wanted to get some channels logged in. So I was going through them all, and I came across BBC Radio 4. And for the first time in, I think, about 15 odd years, and remember, 22 years old, so think about that, I caught the end of the Archers.
Really? I've never heard it either. Because I always hear the theme tune and then my parents turn it off. I can't stand it.
Oh, no, the theme tune.
And Robert Strachan has gone into the pit lane, so that has given Shane Hatcher a huge advantage. He's got 3 laps over Dan Rusen. Or Dan Rusen, sorry. So Strachan, I believe, I'm not sure, it's a long pit stop. It might be just a driver change. Actually, he's coming out now. Just in the back. There he is. He was just in the background behind the 138.
Is Jeff Close going to... No. I was hoping for Jeff Close there, but no. Alan Holden.
Yeah, so GT3 car, and I thought, we're at the lead battle again. So, Frenzy, still 1.7 behind Nick Homewood.
Alan! Al, keep it on the track. Oh no, it's Alan, it's Steve.
Yeah, well, don't worry about Alan. He's still in the race. 10 laps down on GT3 lead, but he's still in the race.
How were we talking about Star Trek characters earlier on about with Shantler, and we didn't look at Wesley?
Of course. Well, he wasn't driving at the time.
No, he wasn't, was he? That's it. Yeah, Wesley, and all the jokes we can make about him. And
let's not tell him to shut up, because we won't get much interview out of him if we do that.
Oh dear,
He's looking pretty set to be our podium finisher. Great result for the 35 and their title ambitions.
One thing that always annoys me about Wesley Crusher as well was the fact in that first season they had a mind parasite alter their brain as well. There's there's a certain scene where I think every 16-year-old boy would have done it a little bit differently in that scene. It was an episode where you can imagine something and that person would become real. And it always got to me, it's not really realistic scenes if that was happening in that particular scene. And he purposely left to sort the problem. I was like, no, that's not realistic. Come on, be serious. I can't say it. It's a non-BBC One word.
Well, I think...
you can imagine.
I think Wesley was what we call the Gary Stu of Star Trek supporting characters. The sort of audience wish fulfillment for all the young boys that watch Star Trek Next Generation. I'm not really that familiar with Star Trek, if I'm being completely honest. I know the basics, more than most people probably, but not a huge amount. I can't really remember specific episodes.
I'm really annoyed Megan's actually left the box because I would have talked to her about the fact she's been watching Voyager a lot recently.
Ooh.
And she's been getting into me. She's been getting me back into Voyager a lot more.
Oh,
so
Jeff
it's annoying.
Close.
Oh no.
That's another close shave with disaster, but escapes mercifully unscathed.
Yeah, well, okay, Jeff, bring it back in. I wonder who Jeff talks to his engineer. His engineer would be Jeff, wouldn't it, for F1 games? So
Well, I'm
Jeff.
thinking in his actual team, who his engineer might be, probably one of his teammates.
I really
at
want.
Iris.
You've really actually just reminded me as well. As I'm just seeing as well as Megan sent me that image of me in the commentary box, just looking completely bizarre, completely peculiar. I'll send it on to you, Ed, to take a look at as well. Because literally, I'm sat there with one foot underneath the other, with my hand on my face with the headset on, just watching the timing monitors. So yeah,
Okay.
candid shot. I think.
Well, I look forward to that, but at the moment, we've got two battles that are very close on track on lap 277. We've got the one we're watching on screen, but also Zoltan Boda is 6 seconds behind Bradley Sellers as Cala Sola hits in the Ring of Honor 138 car. No real threats from behind. But
so this is.
I think Boda might be in with a chance in the last 20 minutes to attack Sellers for second position.
6
And
points.
Valet are going to have to hold on as best as they can, as Nick Homewood, too, having to sustain a great challenge from Sonzo Ferenzi.
This is going to be the tense battles we like to see. This is
But
what it always
Ferenzi has
goes up
got
as.
an LMP2. It's the Bottling Motorsport
Oh no.
running 6th in class. Is all over him. Going to have to let it through. And is he going to lose ground? Because he's just over a second. And it might be a bit more once he's got the LMP2 ahead of him, because the slipstream isn't really going to help him too much down the straight.
We do
The
not.
LMP2 will be gone before he can pick it up.
Gone. Bye. That is ridiculously powerful difference there, as it just completely accelerates away. That's the difference between LM-P2 and GT3 cars as well. I often have people say to me, "What's the difference between these race cars as well?" And they look different, but it's like, come on, you can see the power difference between them. Ed, you spotted someone.
And a miserable afternoon for the 138 has been compounded by a penalty. I think that would be for speeding in the pit lane, because they literally just pit, and then that came up. So unless there was track limits or something else, then I have to look for the stewards chat on the Discord to figure out what that was.
Oh, I'm having a look. It hasn't come up yet why the penalty is. Our last thing was at 8:59 p.m. from Chris. So he's still in the steward's office, so hopefully we'll have it up in a second.
Well, the battle rages on. Boda is 5 seconds now behind Bradley Sellers, so he's cut the gap significantly on this lap.
So this is crunch point.
Yeah, this is really where these two positions are going to get decided. Of course, this is for the class lead. So it's a little bit... 2 more points in this class, but in terms of the LMP2 Championship, the 20 really need to keep their chances alive by overtaking the 90. And the 90, their own remote chances, they've got to hold on to.
Closing in the last 21 minutes. This is the big one.
Oh, the gap up to 2 seconds. You saw
Oh, damn.
Dream Team machine having to let them through at the really long corner, both of the LMP2s at the same time. That's really setting back a little bit.
What is it we were saying earlier on about the white screen and going to heaven or hell? Well, the God giveth, the gods take it away. The racing gods clearly don't want us to have a good fight.
Yeah, well, I'm sure Nick Homewood will be breathing a sigh of relief. But to be fair, Frenzy's kept the gap under 2 seconds. Huh? So he didn't quite balloon out as much as we feared it may have. Although it has now, actually, at the end of the straight, I'm sure.
Oh! Was it 3.5 seconds between Boda and Sellers? That's closing up for second place in the overall.
Yeah, they're being held up by the traffic at here.
Here they are.
You see the orange valet in the foreground. They're making their way through that lead battle in GT3. And here it is.
Do we start to believe we could see a battle in LMP2 as well?
I think we're seeing it now.
Oh yeah, of course. Well, you know what I mean. Like full on. Was it 2.8? Yeah.
Yeah, but look at Boda's lap times last time around compared to Sellers. 36.7. He's actually a bit slower.
That's how much the traffic holds back. Yeah. Marconi pits.
Oh, from the lead. So this could be his final stop. Just to make
Splash
sure
and
he makes the
dash.
end. Remember, he had to pit at an inconvenient time. So that puts Bradley Sellers. It's saying 3 laps down, but I think he might actually be going down from 1 lap to being on the same lap. But
Yeah.
Marconi should emerge before he gets the chance to catch up. But I think we've got 2 lead battles on the same lap, technically. I mean, I'll take that.
I would. Yeah. It's going to give us something to watch for
20
the last
minutes left.
3 minutes. Yeah.
Got time for maybe an old Saturday morning cartoon, and then you can catch the finish.
The Dockster says, "Let's go, Nick." Callie says, "Cal to 2,000 for the pit lane." Michael also saying as well, "Dub." I'm not sure what he's on about there. I think he's on about dab. He's put a dab emoji into the chat, and he hasn't really picked up that way.
People use that word dub. I'm not sure if I know what it really means.
I don't know either.
There's like that old meme with Martin and David Croft in the commentary box saying, Martin interrupts David Croft saying, "Hold on, Crofty, let's wait a minute to appreciate this gigantic dub."
Oh, right. I've no
And
idea.
I don't know what that
Yeah.
means. I assume
I
it's
don't-
some kind of either some kind of amazing performance or some kind of amazing diss on someone. I don't know.
I'm good.
I don't really care. I
I'm
mean,
good. We've got time. I'm googling it.
whatever.
Well, actually, it says give an unofficial name or nickname to.
Ah.
Hang on. A clumsy person.
Okay.
It's slang for a clumsy person.
Well, I have to say, I was not expecting the 444 car to A, qualify so well on the front row, and B, such a force in the race. And when the Dream Team hit trouble, they were there to capitalize. Nick Homewood, in particular, in this last stint, has done really impressive. We've seen him in the past put together really solid races, get near and on the podium. Never seen him win the GT3 class before, so this would be a richly deserved, even though it's a bit of a surprise, if he's able to pull this one off. But he's got 18 minutes, let's see, how many laps of Mugello can you fit into 18 minutes in a GT3 car?
1 minute 47s, 1 minute 36 as we've been doing. Oh, where's Mega?
Well, it depends if we have a code 80 or something like that.
Oh, good point.
As Ruzen
12. There you go,
decides
12.
to,
I've worked it out my own. I think it's 12.
yeah. So we
Well
are
done, yeah.
not long to go then.
It's a sprint race.
Well, from now, I mean, if you discount this bit from right now, then
Oh
yeah.
yeah. Let's start the stream again, present it, and go. Welcome to the
This
last
isn't
15
Formula 1.
minutes. Yeah.
This isn't Formula 1, Joshua.
Could you imagine saying that even last year that a sprint race was Formula 1? Ugh. Let's see what the other three are like. Oh, spinner, Jeff Close again.
Oh, does it look like there was somebody else?
There is.
Oh, it's
GT. Oh no.
is that the class leader?
No.
No,
Yes!
it's Gogo below. It's Gogo below.
But it's Zoltan Boda. Yeah, Zoltan Boda.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, it's
So
Boda,
that's
yeah.
really the gap went down from. Oh, it was like 4 seconds, wasn't it, at one point?
16
between him and Bradley
now,
Sellers
yeah.
down up to 16.
Oh.
So Sellers saved by the errant GT3 car.
And
By Jeff Close.
Jeff Close might be getting a virtual punch later on, because that was surely going to be a second place for the Mugen Sim Racing 20. Zoltan
Well,
Boda was
there was
catching him
certainly
in.
a strong chance of that.
Yeah, he
but
was
I think
catching him.
we have to be honest, the 20, while it's been very quick and they made some good moves,
Yeah,
there were some few careless mistakes, really,
And-
throughout the race, and they didn't qualify well at all. So,
and they've been nothing
kind of
but
engineered
90.
this situation of their own making. I mean, you can blame Jeff Close, but that's the nature of the circuit. You've got to be careful when you're lapping these GT3s. And maybe Jeff Close moved at the last minute. We don't see quite what happened. We just saw the aftermath. But we'll see what the stewards have to say.
Forrest
Sorry.
McCormack has said dub, as in W, short for win. It
Oh.
references something incredibly occurring, which is
Why not just
greatly
type W
impressive.
then?
Yeah, win. Just why confuse everybody? I don't know, slang. Oh.
Well, it's what the kids are saying these days.
Oh, yeah, get down with the kids. I remember when it was Cockney rhyming slang at my school as
I
well.
feel like Steve Buscemi in the hoodie and the skateboard.
What's up, young dudes? As I was
Hello,
saying
kids.
that, as I was saying that as well, I did the sign, you know, with your hands as well. What was it? The W and the W sign, yeah.
W series.
Yeah, W series, yeah. Oh, I had such an old feeling the other day as well when I saw on TikTok of all things as well. It was a mother asking, "Oh, Boda's off again."
Oh, but so Zoltan in real trouble here. Well, Zoltan number 1 is leading the race. Zoltan number 2, in number 20, is having a few problems. Jay Hatch only 6 seconds behind.
So actually, Clay Hatch could take third away from the Sim Racing 20. That could be an interesting end into this race as well.
Yeah, I'm sure Che will be being told about this over the radio and thinking, right, I want a chance on the podium.
I'm taking a look at the chat monitor to see if we can see any lights buzzing up about it. I can't at the minute. Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah. Gurko Balloons Radio just pinged up to tell Zoltan Boda to presumably calm down. But I'd like to hear about that. But yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, that was it. As this race continues on, I'm going to be quiet because we've got a move, I think, going on, have we? As Clay Hatch...
This is him lapping the Bring of On car.
Okay. Yeah, so I was saying, I saw on TikTok the other day a young mother asking her daughter, what would you do if, say, make the phone sign? I know how we would do it by putting our little finger and thumb up to our ear. That would be the call me sign, wouldn't it, Ed?
I guess so, yeah.
This 3-year-old girl just put her hand up like she was holding a smartphone to her ear, with her thumb up in the air and all 4 fingers round it. It's like, no, that's not it. It's fingers for a flip phone.
Well, but that comes from the old rotary phones, which had the big... there was a microphone at the bottom and the sort of speaker at the top.
Yeah. I've still got one of those, actually, yeah. We've got trim phone, I think it is, in the hall. And I tell you what, every time we go to B&Q, there's an aisle down there with switches and retro phones for households. I go play with the switches, and Mum plays dialing on the phone as well. So we look right weird when we go to B&Q, which is often.
So going below, stabilised a bit. Doesn't look like Che Hatch is quite within range just yet, but he's still got 13 minutes to push like hell and see if he can make something happen.
6-second gap, 5.975. So
he's got 90 seconds to Robert Strachan behind, so may as well.
Yeah, just push it. See, we're not going to lose a position unless you spin off at Akubiyada 2. I would agree with you, Ed. Just go for it and see what you can do. You're not going to lose anything. Attack. The best thing is you move up in the Drivers and the Constructors Championship. So big thumbs up as Bradley Sellers in P2. Now 18 seconds ahead of Zoltan Boda, but it's 2 laps down to Zoltan Valconi.
Isn't he just 1 lap down in the on-screen? I think because sometimes when it's over a lap, they sort of
okay, so
different people on the same lap, basically. But yeah,
so it's 1 lap then, because our timing was saying 2, isn't it, with 2:84. Well, either way, Bradley Sellers a lap down to Zoltan Valconi, and that's a pretty much of a bummer. I tried to get that to rhyme with bumper, but I just couldn't.
Well, you made an effort at least.
I'm making the efforts. That's
oh
no!
Mastola. Oh, how did he keep that one out of the barriers, Josh?
That is downhill after one of the fastest corners on this track. I am impressed. He has saved it, and I think has got off the grass. Yes, he has. That is the save of the race, hands down.
My goodness. And in complete pitch black darkness as well. That was
Code Brown.
Nearly end of the race for Cal Stola. And thankfully, they're not in a position to lose anything from that mistake. Certainly, like you say, a brown trousers moment.
Yeah, Chris might have to come on and say Code Brown, you know, and all that.
What speed do you have to keep to go for Code Brown? Or is that speed up?
It'd probably be speed up, wouldn't it, to get to a bathroom quicker. Oh, I've had that as well. Not that type of situation.
Can we not go into that story of that nature, please?
No, I was on about how commentating at Spain, not not a code brown, no. But you're standing there, you're live on air, and you're really desperate for the toilet, and you know that the nearest toilet is about 5.5 minutes away because you've got to go underneath the track, down and upstairs again, and back to the paddock.
I can see the black marks from the solar as well.
They've
That's
really
quite
been,
intimidating.
yeah. They've really been left there, and you'll see those next time around. Usually the computer deletes them, but obviously it was that hard on the track, it stays there.
It was also really awesome that he chose to lose it right where there was the most dramatic camera angle of him coming right towards the wall and the camera.
Absolutely, yeah. That is the best position, I think, to spin at. I think that is up there with Perez's save in the F1 sprint when he was flying off at Chapel. How on earth Perez didn't
I
hit the
actually
wall?
thought the Stolas there was... well, it would have been more impressive if it was real.
Yes,
Perez,
yeah,
by nature,
yeah.
the actual factor, the handling's really intricate, but it's not 100% realistic, as any race level will tell you. There's an element of it. As we get to the final 10 minutes now, and Ferenzi, I wonder if he's going to start to get desperate here. 1.4 seconds behind Homewood. It's there. It's still right there, isn't it, Joshua?
I would say, with it being so close, it's like having somebody dangle a carrot in front of you. You're going to go for it no matter what. And I really am going to sense, and we're going to have a battle at the line, because the 70 car has been tailing for the past couple of laps. It's been saving its tyres, probably saving a bit more fuel as well. He'll get the signal to go. Oh, no.
Spins! Just as you were saying that, Joshua, Ferenzi does a 360-degree spin and carries on, but loses crucial ground to the class leader, Nick Homewood.
I'd like to announce my retirement from commentary, effective immediately.
Oh, no, come on, Josh. Who's going to do the rest of the season with me?
That is the ultimate commentator's curse. That is
Brilliant save by Ferenzi, though.
Yeah.
I mean, although he wasn't quite as close to the wall as Callistola, but immediately in a GD car with less grip.
That was Acrobiata 2 as well, and that's been catching everybody out all night. So, okay, he clearly was pushing.
So the gap, 5 seconds now. It's gone from just under 2 seconds to 5 seconds.
That's still doable in 10 minutes. That's
we'll see.
but I
Homewood,
think, yeah.
Now he's got the buffer. He doesn't quite have to push quite as hard, but there is a danger. You get too complacent, and then suddenly the Dream Team are right on your gearbox again. Well, actually, the gearbox is at the front in these cars, isn't it? In the GTs.
Yeah, bumper,
yeah, that rear wing.
Yeah.
It's going to be, the wing mirrors are going to be busy, that's for sure, and the rear wing is going to have a bumper to the close proximity of it.
Has the McLaren car won this season?
Quite a lot.
Early on, yeah. Oh, yeah, of course, yeah, okay. I'll retract my comments there, as Alan Holman comes to.
Dream Team, though, have not won, as I said, though.
No, you're right there, yeah. This will be their first win, and that's going to be fun. And
it would be a first win for either the 444 or the Dream Team.
Yeah.
But,
and this is unusual, Ed, as well, because I know normally at this time, especially in the 2 races I've done previously, you've left the box at this point, and I'm in the last 10 minutes.
Well, that's because it gets sort of beyond 11 p.m. and Mum is like, I want to go to sleep. So or Dad is on.
I'm the only one who, in our time zone, meaning here in the UK, I've got the outdoor area where I am in the commentary box. But as Jeff Close nearly makes it a little bit less close for comfort.
I think it was someone else, actually.
I
think that was I think that was Holden, side by side with somebody else. I wasn't sure who that was.
STR, he's telling me on this map in front of us. So Strachan.
Robert Strachan, just over eager time. They look like they made contact side to side, but don't think there was any fallout from that. They were able to continue.
No, should be right. But yeah, so I'm very glad that they're going to be a first win for the 444 squad, cross fingers, touch wood, and that you're going to be able to call it, Ed. I think that's nice.
I'm looking forward to hehearing what they have to say.
Yes,
this feels like it's a long time coming especially for Nick Homewood. We've seen him in lots of last lap battles in GT3 over the years, where he's been able to just about come out on top. We haven't seen him win overall, and only a couple of laps left to separate him and victory. Look at Valconi. There were a few moments where we thought he'd blown it when he spun it, but so dominant that he's really been able to touch him. There was threat from Burn Horizon, the 85 car early on. different strategy.
They really have.
But Arcani was able to see it off, and they've pulled such a gap to the 90. They've really shown their class in the 21 machine. You got to feel they're the favourites coming into the last 3 rounds.
Well, they've built this championship.
They keep bouncing back.
Yeah.
They do have bad races now and again, where others get the upper hand, or they just bought them out where they just never were in the picture. They just had a horrible start and never recovered, and retired. I think actually, if I remember correctly. But I was on holiday, like I said, so I'm going by what other people tell me.
I think it's too close to call. I'm just finding as much as I can remember of these lyrics now.
Okay.
Cram them in. Over to you.
But Ferenzi, I wonder, he's got the gap down to 3 seconds, so he's taking 2 seconds out of Homewood. Has Homewood become complacent with 5 minutes left to go? Is Ferenzi going to put a sting in the tail and ruin the dream and make his own dream come true? For Dream Team.
It's getting close, isn't it, right now as well? 3.4 seconds, 3.5. It's fluctuating. I think Homewood's in traffic as well. I'm having a look. Yeah, Homewood's got a little bit of traffic.
Has in turn also closed the gap to Boda to 3.5 seconds.
This is it. Yeah, Clay Hatch to Zoltan Boda 4.2 now. So yeah, they're all in traffic. They're all in traffic areas as well, according to the driver tracker. So that this is it now. If you want to push, you push. Well, yellow is out in the first sector. It goes green.
There's only 12 cars left in the race. How can there be so much traffic?
No, are you seeing the same one I am? They're all bunching up together. There's literally no one in sector 2 and 3. They're all in sector 1. Unbelievable.
Yeah, my problem is I use my mobile to look at the live timing, and the thing they use for the track map isn't supported by mobile devices, so I'd have to get it up on my own screen. And
I'll tell you this:
go by what you tell me.
They're all in sectors 1, and now a few of them in sector 2, but they're all very much compacted together right now. And I'm surprised, actually. Can you imagine if we had the full 33-car grid? Oh, that would be insane. And going into the next one at Korea, which is another 8 hour, is it, Ed, or is it 6 hour race at Korea?
I forget. It's one of the two. I'm pretty sure it's 8 hours again.
Yeah, I thought it was 8 hours. It's definitely not a 12. We only have a couple of those per year. I think, Daytona was a 12, and Suzuka's a 12. Le Mans was supposed to be a 24-hour, now it's a 12 as well. And thinking about it, trying to have a look, the only 24-hour race would be Spa in October.
Yeah, well, I'll check after.
Yeah.
Close battle in the last final minutes because I don't want to miss anything.
3 minutes to go. 3.3 seconds between Homewood as well. I've forgotten how to pronounce the name there.
The Dream Team, number 70 car.
That's the one, yeah.
Gonzor. It's looking unlikely at this point. He needs to do something special. Put pressure on Nick Homewood. He's got it below 3 seconds. He's a bit closer than Che Hatch is to Boda. I can't see Che Hatch taking third place off of Zoltan Boda unless Boda makes another mistake.
You get teased, don't you, with these exacting endings, and then everything just plays out slightly differently. Happens in nearly every single race you see as well. But we do get treated occasionally to a dramatic finish, i.e. Le Mans, where the winner crossed the line and
that was somewhat artificial.
Yeah, yeah. They didn't know it was the last lap, did he? And did donuts as well. Then Chris quickly came over saying,
fair, his screen showed that the clock had run out, so you can't really argue with that.
Yeah, it was weird, wasn't it? Because he crossed the line, what was it, with 5 seconds to go?
Just because our on-screen graphic was out of sync.
Yeah, and it confused everybody for that one as well. And no penalties were given, actually, for that race.
I think we're in the penultimate lap, at least, or approaching it.
Yes. 291. So this will be a 293 lap race. Oh, we don't get to 300. That's a shame.
Wow, I'm sure they're so disappointed.
Yeah, kind of make it round, guys, and we can find the nice half point in the race. I feel bad now.
So, Korea is an 8-hour event, as I remembered. 21st of August. Laguna Seca will be a 12-hour event. 18th of September. And then Spa will be a 24-hour event. That's 16th of October.
I'm so looking forward to Laguna Seca. I love that circuit so much. It just brings all sorts of feelings of close racing as well. I remember a lot of the MotoGP races there, and Rossi versus Stone. I remember Franchitti as well up there battling side by side, and even Alex Zanardi going side by side at the corkscrew as well. And Alex Zanardi currently in a recovery state after a horrible accident, and send a speedy recovery to him. But yeah, definitely the moments at Laguna Seca that everybody always remembers in motorsports.
Frenzy has got the gap down to under 2 seconds, 1.8, but he's got 40 seconds plus a lap left to go. Where is the race leader? Right, there he is.
Not again.
Just going into the last corner, so there'll be this one and one more, I think.
Yeah, that should be the way.
Where you are on the circuit.
This has happened again. 25 seconds to go, and he's gonna take the last 2 laps to go. Yeah, 2 laps.
Yeah, let's just make sure that Clockshow isn't just celebrating already prematurely, because that would be a sign that something's wrong.
Nope, he's still going good.
Clockshow, sorry.
Well, the problem is as well. Does this mean that the race is going to end now? But it's +1, isn't it? So.
Well, he has to finish. It's not +1, isn't it? So
okay, good. This is the last lap.
I think so, yeah.
They changed the rule, didn't they?
Sorry,
after yeah.
No,
it's not you, yeah.
I'm misremembering, yeah. So the clock has run out, but the race leader hasn't crossed the line yet. So, yeah.
So this is now the last lap, yeah.
Sorry, this isn't Formula E. They don't add an app after 40 minutes.
I was about to say, because what if these guys haven't got the right amount of fuel on board? They're going to have to do another 2 laps. No, this is the last lap now. Here we go.
So Nick Homewood enters what he hopes will be his last lap.
Is he?
In all honesty. And he's got, what was that, 1.2. Frenzy's very close in these closing stages.
One thing we don't want as well is Homewood to think that because the time's run out and he's crossed the line that the race is over. The race goes on your actual race leader overall, which is Valconi, not the class leader. So he has to still do another lap.
Yeah, shall we watch Valconi as he completes the final lap of the race? Here he is through the last chicane and approaching the last corner. Well, that was a challenge, but the number 21 oversaw everything that the field had to throw at them, and David Caloksha and Zoltan Valconi make up the team that crosses the line first and wins the EERC 8 Hours of Mugello in emphatic fashion.
And look at the battle in GC3 as well. Less than a second between Homewood and Ferenczi as well. And they're coming through Acribiata too. He's pushing. Maybe the dream isn't over, Ed.
Oh, I think Nick Homewood's going to defend this with everything he's got, though. Ferenczi has launched his assault just a bit too late, I think.
There's half a lap to go. It's still got an opportunity. Can he find a way through?
Bradley Sellers has held on to second from below, and Che Hatch. No position changes up front in LM-P2.
No way to get through here at the Biandetta chicane. It'll have to be a drag to the line, and it's possible. I've seen it done here at Mugello. It's such a run at the last corner. It's uphill as well. You get the toe, you're going to be going much faster. This could be the moment, Ed.
Oh, he's going for it. Oh, he bumps him in the rear, and they spin. I can't believe it.
It's happened.
Goodness, and Ferenczi gets going. But is he ahead of Nick Homewood?
Oh, that's going to be controversial. I think he is. Where's Homewood? Homewood crosses the line.
There we go. And Homewood wins in class for Fringavond Racing, their first victory in EERC, but so nearly taken away from them there. What a heart-and-mouth finish there. You will never get a more scary moment than that. I would love to hear what Nick Homewood has to say about that one.
Has he stopped screaming?
And Ferenczi pulls alongside to put his hand up to apologise, I guess.
I hope so, yeah.
But did he lose his rear wing, Homewood? No, he's still got it on. It was just a bump at the rear. But we knew Ferenczi was going to try something, and we get donuts from Homewood. That was a historic victory. Such a close finish. And he knows he's earned that one every step of the way. Well done, Nick Homewood. Well done to the 444 Fringavon squad.
Michael, they're saying it's a Hungarian moment, that one, and going into each other, yeah. How in 86 was that? And oh my goodness me as well. That is... the stewards, no need to investigate that at all, really. They can leave that alone. Because...
Well, if they penalise Ferenczi, what's he going to lose?
Yeah, exactly.
That was like a lap down, so... There he is now, he's going backwards.
Oh,
lost
that's
interest
his,
in.
his party trick, isn't it? To go backwards.
Yeah, in fact. Now that the winners of, Walderfield, I think, has crossed the line,
They have.
we should, I should get the thing up, save the positions before the server ticks over. We go through them all. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. I've certainly moved the screen to the wrong place. There we go.
We're still okay. We can still see.
Oh, there we go. Sorry about that to the audience at home. We're just watching Wesley Bukout having a fun time as he makes his way back to the pit lane. But here we are. Let's.
Holden's got no rear wing.
Oh dear, yeah. He lost that somewhere.
Probably in early on in the lap. He's one of his victory runs. Oh well, the race one.
Shall we go through the results before we ask people to do interviews? So we have got results here, I believe, or mid-race results. Let's do mid-race results. Okay, and see what comes up. Okay, so here's the LM-P2 results. It is Varconi winning in the 21 from Bradley Sellers in the number 90 Valet. Zoltan Boda recovered to third, holding off Jay Hatch. Robert Strachan was fifth in the 33 Valet. Dan Rusin brought the 28 home in sixth after a difficult start. Calistola was seventh. Boyd Muna DNF'd, first of the DNFs, was doing so well early on for Burn Horizon. Emily Callison retired early on in the 86 with a broken brake pedal. And Zoltan Hives rounds out the top 10. We've got the next page of retirements. Joe Gosisis for Reading Game Studios. Big disappointment for them with disconnections. And Lucas Bewald retiring early on before racing Alpha 984. You want to go for the GT3 results, Joshua?
I will indeed. If you want, it's Nick Homewood taking an historic first win for the 444 squad. It was close to the line, though, wasn't it? As Ferenzi puts it in an absolute frenzy at the line and goes into P2 in 70th. From car 70, of course. Wesley Bohook brings the 35 home in third place. Jeff Close goes P4 for car number 7. Alan Holden, just the last one in the GT3 as well, finishing in P5 overall for the 51 squad. Adam Shatler, unfortunately, had an early beam out and finished 6th in the 909. The 753 squad also retiring early on, the same as the 888 squad, retiring actually very early on in the race, just about 4 hours in as well. And we were expecting them to go very long as well. They sort of snuck out the race with the disconnect issue. 93 squad out as well in the Ferrari. And Chris Tompkins in the 45 squad at the moment as well. And the team called Chris Tompkins, that's one of the race directors, had an accident at the start. And he was relegated to race control, where he fined himself £5 for the accident.
There we go. Just contacting Nick Homewood to see.
Fantastic. And yeah, look at that, 260 laps, the top two in the GT3. And you, as Ed said, you'll never see a closer finish than that.
Well, I think somehow we have seen a few closer ones than that, but there we go.
According to my monitor, the gap is 0.058. Ferenzi, I think, is closing. I hope that graphic's wrong, actually, because otherwise it might have changed it. Yes, it is wrong. They're still on the track, actually, those two.
Yeah. I think that's just that back maybe changed, but certainly they're very close at that. They couldn't have been closer at that last corner. I would agree on that. Let's see. Yeah, any of them. I might just drag him in and see what he says.
Do it.
Okay.
Is he stopped screaming yet?
Yeah. Here we go. I think we've just been joined by Mikhail Wozniak.
I think so, yeah. And Nick Homewood's here.
Nick Homewood. So I know they're muted at the moment. Maybe they've just gone off. They're screaming at the moment in victory. So hopefully we can hear from them soon when they get back.
I'd like to hear the screams, personally.
Hello.
Nick!
Hello.
Oh, congratulations, guys. So you've just taken the first class victory in EERC for the Fringavon racing team in the Triple Four squad. But only just, it nearly got taken away from you at the end when Ferenzi just tapped you at the rear. So describe your emotions.
Tired.
Oh, I can imagine.
I've got a tiny little USB fan.
Oh, wow.
It's about 30 degrees.
I feel your pain.
No, that was incredible. was not expecting that even slightly.
It's been a long time coming because Nick,
Yeah.
you and Mikhail, you've been very close to victory on a few occasions and missed out in GD class. Finished on the podium a few times. There's been, like I said, there's been a few close calls, but all weekend really, all through the race, you qualified on the front row. You took advantage when others around you hit trouble, and it was really in that last hour where you jumped number 70 in the pits, and you really just had to hold on, and you did.
I don't know what happened to them. Their pace just sort of evaporated.
They were making a lot of mistakes. We were seeing it on stream that they were going in the gravel.
Because we had damage as well. We didn't have a whole lot of pace, but we found we were faster than them. So I just thought we'll go for it. And
we've tried to avoid making mistakes.
I think every driver does, but you guys were particularly successful at it on this occasion. So it's been a difficult season for Ring of Honor, especially in GD3 up to now.
Yep.
There were a lot of big incidents, a lot of disappointments. Does this make up for that? Do you think the whole team's going to celebrate? I know they had a tough day in LM-P2 as well.
I mean, you should have heard us when we crossed the line. But,
oh, we would have loved to. For you, we were screaming too.
Yeah.
No, I don't really know what to say. We got close at Portimao. We had tech issues that dropped us down about 6 laps, so we knew the pace was there. But I don't think we were expecting it here at all.
So with the points you've gotten today, added to a couple of points you got early in the season, is a title bid realistic? Do you think you can win this whole thing now in the final 4 or 3 races? Or are you too far back?
I think unlikely.
Oh, yeah. Well, no reason not to win every race going, though.
Never say
you
never.
You can do it.
Never say never.
But certainly it was Mugen were bizarrely off the pace and retired today, so they weren't the dominant force that they've been up to now, but still a well-deserved victory. So, and Mario Valencia joins us, the 3rd team member who can revel in victory today. Mario, how did you feel when you saw Sonsa Frenzy dive on up the inside at the last corner of the race? Oh. You okay, Mario? Hello?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Celebrating
I
too
think
much.
his TeamSpeak isn't working.
Right.
Yeah.
Nick,
Wesley Buchout was just in the waiting room briefly there, so we can maybe hear from the 3rd place finisher too.
can I just quickly ask you before we bring Wesley in as well? That last corner with the contact, how much were you shouting and swearing about that one?
When I saw, well, at the start I was pretty annoyed, but when I saw that he'd spun more than we'd spun, it's fine. It's racing, isn't it? And he lost out.
Big side release. Big side
Definitely,
release.
definitely.
Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Excellent. And I think we can let you guys go now and enjoy your victory. But thanks very much for coming to talk to us. I'm going to invite Wesley Buchan in so we can hear from the 3rd place finisher, and hopefully we can hear from Zonzor Frenzy as well about that move at the end.
Yes, yeah.
I might want to let you guys leave before, unless you want to have him talk to you as well. But,
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much.
Cheers, guys. And
Thank you for
enjoy
the
it.
stream.
See you.
Okay, and now, 3rd place in GD3, we seem to be interviewing lots of GD3 guys today, is Wesley Buchout from Evo Auto Motorsports number 35. It's not always that we see you
Good
guys
pronunciation, by the way.
Is it Buchout or Buchout?
No, you got the first one right.
Buchout, okay.
Yeah.
So Wesley, there was a lot of drama going on up ahead of you, but I still think the 35 put in a really strong performance today, and especially on a day when Mugen were mysteriously off the pace and absent in GD3, the Triple 8 retiring quite early, so you had to take full advantage, and it certainly helped you in the title race, that 3rd place.
Yeah, certainly. We finished ahead of our rivals, which is going to, of course, give us a boost in the championship. In one way, a little bit gutted that we had some hiccups early on in the race, because I felt like we had the pace to potentially be involved in that fight for the win. Had it not been for some that unfortunate racing incident at the start, lap 4.
Yeah, unfortunately, we missed that because we were having technical issues because we had a game crash right before the race started, and it took 20 minutes to fix stuff.
So can you talk us through that accident, actually, Wesley?
Yeah, so I was behind the dream car going into turn 1. I was in the outside. I was
That would be Zoltan
feeling.
Toth then.
Yeah, that was tough. Yeah. So I was feeling a lot quicker, and I really wanted to get past. Maybe wanted it too much, but went around the outside, tried to stick it around the outside. He was in my blind spot, but crew chief was telling me that we were still alongside, and then I guess I still had my nose in because then Toth turned in for the corner, assuming I would back out, but I didn't back out. So, and that's where we collided, and that's where we unfortunately got some suspension damage. So it was a racing incident. I went for a pretty risky move, to be honest, going up the inside, and Toth took the risk that I would back out. So both taking risks, thus the racing incident.
6 on one, half a dozen on the other. Yeah, complete racing incident. Sorry about that, and hopefully
You did well.
didn't spoil it. Yeah,
To recover
fantastic.
From the damage, and we know the race leaders had damage too. So, yeah.
Yeah, honestly, we were also slightly, if you watch the stream back, making, we were all about Star Trek and making Star Trek jokes a lot. Wesley, I'm interested. Have you ever seen Star Trek?
No, I haven't.
Oh, right.
Oh, dear. So I think a lot of that might be lost on him, Joshua.
Yeah, I was just trying to hope that we could be spared a little bit of pain, but yeah.
No, I'm more of a Star Wars guy, unfortunately.
Fair enough.
Don't blame you. Don't blame you.
Yeah, so, have we got anything else to say? Did you have any trouble with the LM-P2 cars? I know towards the end you spun when you were trying to unlap yourself from this number 70 car that you were just talking about you collided with earlier in the race. But did the LM-P2 cars give you any grief in the race?
No, I don't think so. Of course, sometimes they would overtake us at inconvenient spots for us, for example, around the outside of... I forgot the corner name, so I'm going to call it the Stroll corner, the double right-hander, where you really want to take the perfect line for it to get a good run through there, and you absolutely don't want to have your line compromised through there. So that's a mild annoyance, but that's part of the game. And apart from that, I would say the P2s have been nice to us.
Okay, well that's great to hear. So congrats on the 3rd place, and best of luck for the final 3 races of the season, because there's every chance that the 35 could walk away with the title. You never know, especially if you do well in the 24 hours at Spa at the end of the season. So we'll see you in Korea. Well, not in Korea, but for Korea, you know what I mean.
Yeah, got it.
Anyway, thanks very much, and
thank you.
enjoy your evening.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay,
Wow.
So we've just been joined by the 2nd place finisher in GT3, but only just. It was quite the finish. So Sonza Ferenzi, I know you must be feeling disappointed. You missed out on the win. Dream Team yet to take a win. They've taken 2 pole positions in a row now, but missing out on victory and having to settle for 2nd, both in Portimao and in Mugello. How are you feeling?
Yes, it's a bit disappointing because we had a really good pace, but we made a lot of mistakes, both of our drivers, and it's frustrating to be very close to the first one at the end, but not get it. I got damage at the last 2 stints, so my car was not too stable and not too quick, so it was very hard to follow the other driver.
Nick Homewood, of course.
Yes, Homewood.
What were you thinking when you, well, that sounds a bit rude actually. Sorry. What was going through your mind on that final lap? And did you think you were far enough alongside, or did you realize, oh no, I'm going to hit him?
I took a lot of risks in the last laps to catch the guy, but I know that behind us there was a lot of gap, like 1 lap. So even if I maybe hit him, I will let him go. I don't want to overtake him if I hit him. So I decided to brake late, and maybe he goes in a wide line, but there was no room for me. So I was over optimistic, but so behind us there was nobody, so I could take the risk, I think.
Worth risk taking, in my opinion. It's if as Ayrton Senna would say, if you no longer go for a gap, you're no longer a racing driver, and it certainly made me and Ed scream in the commentary box like, "Oh my god, they've made contact!" But honestly,
well, Nick Homer told
yeah.
me he screamed a little bit too.
He did, yeah.
And he was exhausted by the end of the race.
But honestly, you gave us so much to talk about in that race in the last hour. So it was a great drive.
And can I say, Sonzor, that I know Dream Team has had their ups and downs this season, and they've been incredibly quick. And I feel like the team has really improved since the beginning of the season, because I remember them getting into incidents. There was a streak where you were struggling to finish races, actually. And now here we are with you 2 second places in a row. So I know you wanted to win more than anything, and you were giving it everything. But I think you can hold your head high, and that win's going to come. You've got 3 more chances this season to pull it off. And you never know, with all those points, you could certainly be a factor, if not win the whole championship, if you're still showing this pace in Spa by the time we get to the end of the season in October.
Yeah, the pace was there, I think, for us since the beginning of the season, but we made some retirements and a lot of driver mistakes. And in the last couple of races, we are getting more consistent. And today was the biggest chance to win a race for us, I think. But like both of us, the 2 drivers made mistakes that had big consequences. But we're aiming to finish in the top 3 at the end of the championship. If we continue our current form, I think we have a good chance.
Indeed you do. So best of luck with that. And I think we'll leave you now so you can enjoy your evening and your second place and plan for the next race in Korea, which is in 34 days' time. So we'll see you back there.
Yes, thanks for the race. It was a lot of fun. Thank you.
Cheers. All right, I'm going to see if we can get anyone else in, or if we should end up. We haven't spoken to LM-P2 drivers.
You'll have to do that. I have to run off, unfortunately, so I'll leave you to wrap up the broadcast. Which is very annoying, as out goes some others. But yeah.
Oh, that was just not Zoltan, Songzor leaving.
Right. Okay. Yeah. But I think I'll leave the com box with a bit of analysis of fantastic race, fantastic battle in the GT3 and the LM-P2. Certainly gave us excitement in the last battle, in the last lap, and the last corner. As you said, Ed, we'll never see another race end like that, I don't think. But it was exciting. And thanks for having me on again, Ed. And fantastic to work with you once again. So I'll have to leave now, and you'll see.
You'll be joining me. I'll be joining you, rather, for the London Prix next weekend.
We'll be joining each other in the commentary, I think. Yeah. For
London,
like
Siamese twins.
Absolutely, yes. And hopefully we can finish the same sentences as well. Anyway, I must head off. So my thanks to everyone for watching as well from my point of view. And brilliant job, Ed, commentating on it all and through all the heartache as well. So thank you to Ed, and I'll leave him to wrap up. Thanks, everyone. I'll see you in Korea. Bye, Ed.
Bye. So I'm just going to try 1 or 2 more drivers, see if they would be up for a post-race interview. But I have a feeling that that might be it. We might only hear from... Okay, Chris Gitsov has agreed. And since he's agreed, I may as well drag Che Hatcher in as well. So here we have the 4th place team in LMP2, which of course is Iris Automation, number 87. Giovanna Iris Automation, to give it its full name, of course. We have Che Hatch and Chris Gitsov. How you doing, guys?
We're trying to release the tension right now. Relax.
Were you watching that GT3 battle with us at the end? Or were you worried about your own battle with Mugen?
Yeah, we were trying to focus on ourselves. We were pretty far back, like 30 seconds at the beginning of the stint. Then Che did a brilliant job at getting close to like 5 seconds at the end, or 3 seconds, which was impressive, really.
Yeah, Che, could you tell us about what it's like having to close down a gap like that on Mugen? Like the Mugen team is class of the field, really, this season. Although I'm sure you guys would argue that you're class of the field, which is, I mean, fair enough. But what's it like when you've got such a big gap and you're chasing and you've got all this lap traffic in the way and you're at a circuit like Mugello where it's really tight? How do you keep your consistency?
Wow, well, it's quite hard. You just gotta sort of take every lap as you would, no mistakes. I think I did make one mistake. I went off, I think in the final sector, but I think that was my only mistake. It was, just keeping it consistent. I know the Mugen and the valet car got into a few incidents each in the last couple of stints, and that helped me a lot. But I mean, I got close at the end. I think that's the most annoying part because they were like within reaching distance, and then I just could like 10 minutes more, and I think I could have got maybe at least one of them.
But it was a great effort, and it was brilliant to watch you try. And I know that you'll be aiming to get better results to end the season on a high and get Iris in and around the top 5, top 6 in the standings, which is certainly possible. So are you looking forward to Korea next round? Or are you going to get, is there going to be a shuffle around in the team and they're going to get whoever's around to do that one?
Oof. To be fair, I'm not a big fan of Korea, I'm not going to lie.
Fair enough.
But we'll see how what the driver lineups will be. I think we might shuffle some people around into GT3 and stuff like that to help with the title challenge. But
of course, the number 7, which finished 4th today, it did have a difficult day. Wasn't quite involved in the exciting battle at the end, but got some good points when the others they weren't able to make the finish, basically.
Yeah, I mean, this track, it was so deadly. I think we started with 22 cars and there were 12 by the end. So, I think it was just all about survival and, picking up decent points.
Chris, do you have anything to add to what Trey said?
I'm pretty happy with what we were able to achieve today. Actually, I'm also sad that we weren't able to be up there in the podium. I didn't really perform at my best. I was still able to get some positions, and which we were able to get before, but maybe next time we'll be able to push a little bit more. We'll learn from our mistakes, my mistakes, and the others will learn from theirs. I don't know. So this is pretty much all for Korea. I think we have some different drivers to drive with us. We still don't really know what the plans are for it. It's 1 month in the future. Everything can happen till then. So we are just looking forward, trying to push and challenge Mugen. Today we were able to challenge them. Hopefully in Korea we'll be able to beat them. And as you know, there's no unbeatable team, so
absolutely not. Even Mugen had their off days,
Tomorrow there's somebody else who is better than them, and that's how things are. I'm personally really enjoying the fight, trying to push. Sadly, we were in pretty weird spot at the beginning of the race. I don't think we were in the best place at the best time. We had some difficulties maybe with the traffic, which weren't really our fault necessarily, but at the end we were able to come so close thanks to Che, because he's really quick and amazingly consistent, just with me just shouting in his ears, come on Che, you're catching 20 seconds, 5 seconds, like every 10 seconds I'm updating him on the gap, and he's maintaining his amazing chill, which is creating.
I'm not sure I would be able to do that. I would find that annoying personally, but full props to you, Trey. I guess you need to be. It's important to be updated, to be honest, on the gap, so you know exactly how hard to push.
Yeah, I couldn't have done it without Chris.
Yeah, I'm obviously exaggerating a bit, but Yeah.
But that's great to hear how you guys work together, because we don't hear that, obviously. We only hear each other, and we're speculating on what you guys are doing, basically, or what you might be saying to one another. So it's great to hear that. And the good thing is you've got an amazing lineup at Iris. I'm sure the podium's coming in LMP2, or possibly a win in GT3, because I know that's the title you really want, and maybe you might have a chance of getting it. I know the number 7 didn't have the best day today, but I'm sure banking the points means that in the long term, it's going to be a better day to come, I think, after Spa, hopefully. So best of luck, and I'll leave you guys now to enjoy your evening, because I don't think anyone else wants to talk to us. We talked to mainly just GT3 drivers, so I think all the LM-P2 guys have gone off to party. I tried to get David to talk, and he's not replied back, so I'm not going to drag him in now. But anyway, thanks very much for talking to us. Have a good evening. And thanks indeed to you at home watching, if indeed you still are. And join us in 34 days' time for the EERC 8 Hours of Korea at the Yeongdam circuit. It's going to be fun, it's going to be fast, and it's going to be just as close as it was today in GT3. I've been Edward Hunter. I was commentating with Ryan Ferris and Joshua Birch and Megan Birch. And hopefully we'll get them all back for Korea. So see you next time. Thanks very much. Goodbye.